for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water no bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate.
Told her, is this the thing that I missed for so long? Can't remember what it's like, just remember I need it. Even if I'm on the train I thought I'm on wasn't the right one. Gotta trust the God, yeah, no matter what happens. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. Falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling for you. It's hard to resist the thing that I missed for so long. Can't remember what it's like, just remember I need it. Even if I'm on the train I thought I'm on wasn't the right one. Gotta trust the God, yeah, no matter what happens. And I feel like I'm falling deeper. Got me falling for you, got me falling for you. Falling deeper. You got me falling for you, got me falling for you.
building blocks. And I figured, Gamers8, let's just put something together, and voila, here we are. Backstage, eh? This is pretty good.
It's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick.
Honestly, this is one of the coolest sets I've been on. I'm not going to lie. But, of course, you know why we're here, Adam.
I know we're here. Because Gamers8, baby. Featuring Fortnite. I'm joined now by Panda, Ben K, Mini Miner. We are here talking all things 4 days worth of competition. Because this is going to be electric. Before we get into the nitty gritty of exactly how this is going to play out, let's just talk about our experience in Riyadh thus far. Because we've all been here for a few days now. We're in the same hotel as the players. There is an energy about this place. I mean, Panda, being here, this is your second year now. You were here last year. Do you think we've kind of elevated it 2.0 Gamers8 right now? Because it feels like there's an electricity in the air.
100%. So obviously, the first of anything is always like a learning experience, right? Players, they come in, they're like, okay, what is this going to be? Like, oh, I'm traveling to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Like, what is this? And then they get here, experience it, and then they show their friends how amazing it is. And then the player base goes tenfold. Same thing with the experience here. They tested a bunch of things last year. The stage was amazing, but they've elevated it. We got to see it last night, right? And it honestly, so sick to see the new VR stage and the way they have it set up for the players. I know everyone is going to be excited watching from home.
Yeah, I mean the boulevard as well. I was not expecting this kind of like theme park in the desert. It was amazing, right?
100%. I mean, it's incredible to see the scale of things going from not only last year, like you mentioned, now to this year. I mean, it's just growing and growing and growing. I remember watching Gamers8 last year and thinking, I want to be there next year, and now being actually here in person to watch these players. I mean, it's levels above in every facet.
Ben K in the building for Gamers8. Love to see it. Love to see it, Scotty.
It's great to see. Yeah, I'm excited as well. It's actually my first year as well, so me and Ben were on the same wavelength. But yeah, this is sort of everything about this place is just so bright, so colorful, and even the boulevard was just everything was, it was like Times Square V2. It was just unbelievable. So
well, as the sunset as well, like all the screens came to life. It was like a digital city. Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, there's multiple games going on at the same time. This is an event that goes on for a bunch of weeks as well. I think into kind of the middle of August. But already, as I mentioned, like with the players being here too, and the hype around the event as well now, have been the second year. You can feel like chatting to them. I mean, obviously qualifying for this, and we'll get into the qualification of things as well. But chatting to them kind of feels like they really want to be here because they want to prove as well. But this is an opportunity with the rest of like the best players technically who have qualified for this competition multi-regionally as on you want to walk away from here with that top prize. I mean, $500,000 as well is an insane amount of cash.
I mean, look, $2 million on the line, and if we know anything from last year, right, there might even be MVP bonuses and other things that might be thrown in there. So we just don't know exactly what that full pricing is going to look like, of course. We love those surprises. But no, I think the energy here is insane this time around. The players are really, really pumped. A lot of preparation into this one that I think we had less of last year because there were two different game modes last year. It was zero build and standard BR. This time around, only zero build, and you had to qualify through a DreamHack event. So it was a lot different of an environment leading up to. These players know that they've earned their spot, but also they still haven't earned quite a top spot yet here because now they're competing against the best of the best.
Yeah, because we've actually got ourselves a first day, which is going to be Middle East qualifiers as well. Because there's invitees, there's the qualifiers from DreamHack, as you said. But that first day, wanting to, for the Middle East qualifiers, wanting to desperately be on that same stage as well, because there is an opportunity there to go up against some of the biggest players. We'll get onto like Thomas HD and Tayson, all these different players around the world. That's very lucrative as well for players in this region to say, having that opportunity in front of the world, that's something you don't want to pass up.
No, I mean, you talked about the Middle Eastern qualifiers, right? I mean, obviously, majority of the players here qualifying by way of DreamHack, right? You compete Dallas, Sweden, San Diego, but then also as Middle Eastern qualifiers, right? You see players who weren't able to qualify through those DreamHacks also coming through, right? Not just Middle Eastern players, but from all around the world as well, pairing up together. And some of them maybe not even speaking the same language, but still trying to make it work to compete to make it to this main stage.
Everyone wants to be here. Ultimately, that's what it's all about. You see the vibe on social media. Everyone's like, yes, I want to be at this event because I mean, look at it. I mean, look at even just this small set. A little small section of it. It's unbelievable. I know one of my friends, Swifty. He's actually coming out here today to go and play in the qualifier tomorrow. So very exciting stuff for him, and hopefully that those guys will.
Well, we're exactly the same. The players as well as us, we're really happy, like excited to be here too, because you get a front row seat to this insane competition. As you mentioned, like, prize money aside, like the accolades, the kind of like the talent here as well. But it's been really cool because I've actually had a chance to speak to. I mean, we have like breakfast and such as well. There's a lot of parents as well of players who are here, who are kind of really getting to grips with like their child kind of competing in this kind of environment as well. And you can see that kind of it's really opening a lot of parents' eyes to this world that we were like, of esports ultimately. But that's been really great to see as well. I think just having these conversations.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we had the conversation with Source's dad earlier and how hyped he is for his son to be in this environment. And not only that, this is their first big major event that they've been a part of. And so for him to see this with his own eyes has been definitely inspiring for him. Obviously, he wants to do more to support his son in the space. And it's good to see parents get that, right? We see, obviously, organizations like Cope in the scene try to bring that to the table. But a lot of times you don't get it until you really see it. And that's what I've learned from parents. Even last year, I got to sit down with Hen's dad. And obviously, Hen had a lot of success at that point. And his dad was still beginning to understand what it all meant. So to be here at an event like this, it kind of like solidified for him, oh man, this is real.
Yeah, it feels, as you said, it feels for the parents being here as well. But seeing their kids compete in this kind of competition, it's kind of setting them up for a future. Because I mean, we know that gaming has so many different facets. You could work in so many different parts of that gaming world. It's a stratosphere that goes on and on. Being professionally or kind of working on game, there's those opportunities out there. I mean, I think for the qualifiers too, because we probably should kind of talk about the actual format, what's going to happen over the next 4 days. It's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. We should talk about the actual competition. So Middle East qualifiers with 3 days. The point structure, for the Middle East qualifiers, we're going to have DreamHack, kind of the point structure there. Run us through that exactly how that's going to play out. Ben, we were talking about, I think, is it 5 points eliminations?
Yes.
And then you have victory royales and standing points.
Yes, 60 points per victory royale. And of course, it's going to rack up as you move your way up the ranks. As teams start to be eliminated, you're going to go ahead and get more and more points as it moves through. And that's going to be for the Middle Eastern qualifier. But of course, though, it's the talk of the town. I feel like all the players in the room, right? Everyone's talking about it, right? The point format and how it's going to change day to day, right? We got 3 days of competition, 18 games, and it's going up by 25% each day. And it's a game changer for some of these teams.
And this is the first of its kind. You have to think about for the Fortnite scene. We have not had a 3-day event that has multiplying points each day. And so these teams, while a lot of them are used to 2-day formats in FNCS and other events, they're not used to this. So it's going to be a learning experience for everybody on the fly, and I'm excited to see how it plays out here.
Well, we've seen similar sort of things in the past, 2-day events where maybe it's double elimination points on the second day, maybe a little bit of increasing points, and that always increases the ante by tenfold. It's absolutely crazy. So to see that times 3 on day number 3, it's like, oh my goodness, what's going to happen on day 3? I think it's just going to keep getting even more exciting.
Do you think then that makes the leaderboard on a daily basis, things could change pretty rapidly game upon game, because obviously with those multipliers, as mentioned, those differences, not to mention the fact that, we have got the most stacked group of players here ever. That will definitely change things, because again, we saw at Invitational last year that, when you don't have just the one region, you have usually EU or NA Central now, you have the likes of, different players from different players all over the world. They're coming together and different play styles coming to this, because we were talking about EU versus NA particularly, and how things are different in the scenes and how they are different. Do you think it's going to be a different opportunity? There is an opportunity here for every day to be different, and we'll be hyping up different duos on an almost game by game basis.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're not safe. If you're in first place in day 1, you're not safe. You're first place in day 2. Even game number 17, if you're first place, you're not safe, because things can change so quickly. And that's ultimately what these sort of multi-regional formats are about. These in-person events, you never know what's going to happen. Teams are going to come in with new strategies. We talked about it a little bit, Panda, as well, how the dynamics between EU and NA, it just differs.
Well, we have to add to this too, right? You don't want to be first place after day 1, because again, in a format like this, you can go home afterwards and VOD review the top teams, see what they're doing well. And you don't want to be one of those top teams, because you don't want other teams to know what you're doing well, right? So you want to have obviously a solid day 1, but I strongly believe day 2 and especially day 3 are going to be vastly more important.
So you want to be in 3rd? Fourth.
You know,
Go for third.
I like being first.
I don't think there's any problem with being in first place.
I do. It's like, oh,
I'd
don't
like to
be
be first at the end, but I don't know about in the beginning.
You do become a target, right?
Yeah,
You
100%.
think about it, with these players that are going to be showing out really early on in the competition, they come out crazy strong, like you look at a Thomas HD or a Malibuca, right? The ones that have the 2 first place finishes in DreamHack qualifiers, they're going to be already the ones that are going to get looked at the most. And if they come out on top day number 1, you know everyone is going to be looking at them.
When we saw Seti and Cammy come out strong last year, had a phenomenal day 1, looked like they were untouchable, and then they lost it in day 2. And we've seen that time and time again where teams show up, they're day 1 teams and they're incredible in the beginning, but then after players can kind of get a little glimpse of what everybody's doing, they have an understanding of what they need to do to adjust, it all changes in day 2. And so now with 3 days, as long as you can prolong your game plan, the better, because you really don't want people finding out what you have going for you.
Yeah, because we've had a look at the drop map as it stands. We think it's going to happen. Obviously, there's still teams to qualify and such as well. But as it stands, most teams are kind of uncontested where they are landing, which kind of, for now, we saw there was an update as well. We have like kind of ice creams coming into the mix as well, the latest update, which is really, well, you know, we can talk about as well. But with the 3-day format, with the 18 games, we tend to see a lot of players will kind of stick to their guns and they'll stay usually where their POI feels kind of best for them. But do you think there will be those reviews on a daily basis now with 18 games to play across those 3 days where things could change for them quicker than usual because they can start to see how, because the storm plays a huge part as well, where that's going to be, obviously if you're kind of like south side of the map and it keeps pulling north, and it puts you in a lot more difficult a position. So do you think that players could be a bit more willing to be a bit more malleable with where they kind of busting up malleable there? Where's that come from?
Great one, isn't it? Adam Savage.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be over a week, literally. Do you think that gives them an opportunity there to kind of maybe think about kind of different games, different play styles throughout the course of the competition?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to be adaptable as a team. This is Fortnite. This is not a game that's going to be consistent every single game. The zone could be in all manners of areas. So even if the zone does keep pulling north and you're landing south, you can't really change your drop spot too much because you never know the next zone. Knowing my luck, usually that's what happens to me. If I change drop, it pulls the other way.
Yeah,
so that's what always happens. But no, you can't sort of change your game plan depending on how the game works. You can change it depending on how the other teams play, though. And I think that's the most important strategy change that we see is teams will adjust what they do depending on what everyone else is doing around them.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit during breakfast this morning, right? I mean, teams that opt to play a little bit more center zone versus edge zone, I think those are where we're going to see majority of our gameplay changes throughout the days, right? It's going to be the teams that are landing, say, naughty nets towards the bottom right corner of the map, right? Those are where you're going to see teams that have those longer rotates majority of the games, and they're going to have to make the decision. I mean, hey, do we want to play edge, stay in zone a little bit more? Or, hey, if we're getting punished and losing basically all of our utility as we rotate in, do we need to commit and try and get towards center zone more?
Yeah. There's a kind of a respect to them, I guess, the players here as well. Like even looking at the proposed drop map, you've got like Clicks and Duke, I think you've got Booger and Threats, you've got Queasy and Venno, all kind of that south side together, side by side. You need those tags to for Storm Surge and such as well. So do you think they'll be more willing to kind of like let things be a bit more passive for the first few games, or do you think there'll be, I mean, inevitably there'll be some teams who go all out, kind of like aggressive. It's go time.
So I will say this. In the qualifiers, all the DreamHack events, Surge was a small factor, but I believe strongly it will be a bigger factor here. So for the teams that were prepared for Surge in the DreamHack events, they're going to be more prepared for this. Because I think a lot of people went into like DreamHack San Diego, Dallas, or Summer with the mindset that this is zero build. Surge is not really going to be a major thing that I have to deal with. But for teams like Queasy Venno, Booga Threats, all landing on that south side, they're going to be very, very aware and probably taking shots at each other throughout because they're going to need those storm surges. They're going to be aware that that's going to be a potential problem for them later on. And so for teams like that, they're going to be a little bit more prepared. What do you guys think?
I mean, you look at the teams that really put in that preparation and the work, right? Obviously, you run your off spawn every game. You go into pub matches, whatever it might be, and you make sure you execute the same way game after game after game. But there's that one element that you just can't predict in these lobbies, right? And that utility, especially coming into these, I mean, the zero build meta right now is explosive is probably the best way to put it. I mean, it hits the nail on the head a little bit there, but I mean, there's so much of a change in the way that these players have to play compared to any other zero build meta we've seen before. Yeah. You can't play bushes as much, you can't play behind bunkers as much, you will get punished, and you have to kind of play more aggressively, which we talked about Surge, right? These players who have plans for it will do better, but Granted, I honestly think the ones that are going to not shy away from fights and engagements, the ones that are going to get those early game eliminations are the ones that are going to thrive.
Yeah, and I mean, zero build is so different to builds as well. We talk about preparation. You can't sort of use the same surge strategies that you use in builds in zero builds because the players play so differently. I'm expecting a lot of teams to play in the storm, a lot of heal off early on in the game towards that 5th and 6th zone. They might start to make their way in because of the storm surge, or the storm sickness, I should say. But it is one of those mechanics that people have to learn for zero build specifically, and you have to have strategies. And I think the teams that are going to do well this weekend are going to be those that actually have those strategies nailed down for zero build. Those that have put in the work, put in the grind, doing scrims, playing pubs, doing ranked, all of those sort of things. If they've been doing that on the side whilst grinding a little bit of builds as well, I think they'll do good. And Thomas and Malabuka, they've got to be one of the names on the list.
Oh, I think 100%. Obviously, you mentioned DreamHack and like FNCS as well, and constantly being in the top kind of like 2 or 3 positions at all times. Very dangerous. But I mean, this is one of the first events as well since we had the kind of the latest season update as well. Jungle biomes added, raptors, there's plants, there's we mentioned ice streams as well. Augments. I mean, what do you think will be the difference makers in this as well? Do you think there'll be one of those factors will be they'll be utilizing that kind of the jungle biome, for instance, or do you think it'll be kind of like sticking to where they tend to go on a usual seasonal basis?
So I'm gonna say this. I think I'll cover weapons. Ben, you got
let's go on the line.
You got utility, and then you got like augments and everything else.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So weapons wise, it's the Cybertron cannon and the explosive repeater rifle. Like these two, like he said, he nailed it with the little comment he made before, the explosive comment, because it actually is going to be an explosive competition with these items in. You have this repeater rifle that when it shoots and when it connects with players, it has almost like an AoE effect. So it doesn't necessarily need to be like direct on. Like it could be kind of next to, and it'll damage you. On top of that, if you're in a vehicle, which is going to be the #1 rotation item here in this competition, you're going to get tagged through the vehicle. You don't even have to land the shot like you would typically through a window or through the windshield, whatever the case may be. As soon as that heavy bullet hits the actual car itself, it explodes and it does damage to the players as well as the vehicle. So it's going to be huge on that one. And of course, the Cybertron cannon, going to be the massive defender against the bunkers and those things. So it's going to be exciting, electrifying, and of course explosive.
Yeah, I guess we'll pivot over right towards utility items. You started talking about it, right? Bunkers. Of course, we've seen shield bubbles in the meta before, but this time around, bunkers are the name of the game. And it's not only that, we went from 2 to 4. You can stack 4 bunkers at once now, and especially when you have items like the Cybertron cannon, which it only takes 2 shots. You've got 2 in the chamber with a little bit of a cooldown system going, but if you've got a duo with it, it can really start to shred through them. So that ability to stack 4 at a time becomes very, very valuable. And I mean, of course, moving forward, we have to talk about heals just a little bit. We have some big changes, of course. Ice creams now coming in. You have that legendary variant, that 200 HP in an instant, stacking up the 4. Then, of course, Slurp Juice is similar effect, that kind of ticking healing item. I mean, you talk about the ability to have powerful healing items in the meta, especially in zero build where a lot of players like to prioritize carrying these utility items more rather than healing items. They don't want to have to carry 2 slots, minis, and bigs. They want something that's simple, fast, and effective, and now there's just even more of it in the loot pool.
Yeah, there's so much of it. I mean, as we go along the line, I'm going to be doing the augment section, so everyone, let's talk about augments. But no, there are some very interesting augments in at the moment, particularly the one that I've been using a lot in zero build is actually the Mud Warrior. And you mentioned it, Adam, the new area, the sort of jungle biome. There's actually mud on the ground that you can sort of cover yourself in and actually gives you a little bit of extra speed if you slide. And I'm really enjoying using the Mud Warrior augment because it actually heals you up whilst you do that. So I'm expecting a lot of teams to be going through that area, activating that augment, going on the mud, and then of course making those rotations whilst being able to heal up, of course, while people are tagging them. They don't have to use those heals that we talked about earlier. So important, saving those to the late game. Another one, First Assault. It's a classic. Everyone loves First Assault. Get some good damage off. We talked about Storm Surge earlier. That's going to be vital for that. And of course, we have Soaring Sprints as well. Maybe we'll see that in use. Of course, there's not any sort of glider redeploy or anything like that, but we have the vehicles. I'm expecting to see a lot of teams use those. And something else I want to add, I'm expecting a lot of NPCs in action.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people will be hiring those. I played in a zero build tournament recently. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna brag
He's
about
told
it.
literally every person he's bumped into this entire time.
Did I not tell you guys?
Tell me again.
I'll tell you for the 50th time. Yes, how about that? I played a
Let's hear it.
zero build tournament recently. We came 4th, actually, if you didn't know already, if you guys didn't know.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows, yeah. Even probably at home. But no, we actually hired an NPC, got it in the car, and he was just healing us up the whole time during the storm. Saved our heals up, and it was just a beautiful strategy. So I'm expecting people to be using those sort of on-map mobility and on-map items in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm always very aware as well when it comes to competitions like this. There are going to be players or viewers at home who are both veteran viewers who've been playing the game for a long time and everything, at the back of their hand. There are other viewers as well who are kind of brand new to comp Fortnite and kind of like want to know about all these different strats and stuff. We're going to because zero builds obviously very different to traditional builds, if you will, for Fortnite. In your opinions, with where things are going to play over the next kind of 18 games, I guess, across these 18 games, what do you think players will have to employ? I guess one kind of tip potentially each you would say for those kind of aspiring players out there, what would kind of be the thing you would say is going to be a difference maker for a lot of our players in this competition, zero build wise? Panastamati, what do you think is going to be a real strat they have to employ?
Adaptability, because we saw the update go live this week with these new ice cream cones and some slight adjustments to POI. So those things you have to be adapting to, and of course also through a 3-day format, you have to make sure you're adapting day to day. If you're not finding success day 1, you got to find it day 2 and 3 to make up for your day 1 performance, and so on. So I think adaptability is going to be the number one thing for me to give that tip to these players, because if you're not adapting, you're going to easily fall behind.
Okay, Ben, what's your vibes?
So I feel like I preach this every single zero build tournament I've ever talked about. I mean, it's hesitation is the name of the game, right? The best of the best zero build duos are the ones who can minimize that bit of hesitation, right? You have your bunkers, you have your utility items, whatever it is. If you can minimize that hesitation so you don't get caught out in the open for even just a moment, those are the teams that'll do well. You look at Thomas and Malibuca, there's little to no hesitation in that duo. They know what to do in every single situation, and they execute it on a dime with perfect precision.
Yeah, they do.
Experience is so key, as is consistency.
It really is, as is consistency, as is belief. And I think belief is so important, especially for the teams playing this weekend. 18 games of competition across 3 different games. It's 3 different days. It's so easy just to give up after game 1, 2, 3. If things aren't quite going your way, you have a difficult zone, your loot's not looking good, you have 1 or 2 bunkers per duo. It's not ideal, but I think there's so many things that can change, particularly in zero builds, that you have to keep going. And that applies to sort of any tournament in Fortnite, anyone playing at home, even in public games. You have to try and keep going, because who knows when you'll be able to pick up that refreshing game, when you'll be able to have that big pop-off game midway through the tournament. Anything can change, and particularly with the format, the points format, people can shoot from 20th, 30th, all the way up to the first.
Yeah, I think one thing for sure is it's going to be fireworks. It's going to be amazing. Panda, Ben, Mini, World, Gamers8 is here featuring Fortnite. We're all ready for this. We hope you are too. We look forward to seeing you out there on the battle bus. Let's do this thing.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me, what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, man? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Let me ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
welcome to the main stage, where I'm joined by one of the biggest casters in the game, and Emad. So, gentlemen, you've both been to Saudi Arabia before, but on this trip, what has been your highlight?
When I was here last year, I didn't have a single bad meal. Every single meal banging. And this year, exactly the same. Every single thing I eat is delicious.
For me, it has to be the people here. The community is amazing. Everyone's smiling and having a good time.
So, gentlemen, we have to talk Fortnite. Which duo do you feel like has had a pretty lackluster day one and has to turn it around today?
It has to be Tayson and Seti. Tayson, considered one of the best players of all time, still waiting for that big land performance from him. And Seti, he's watching his teammate Cammy on top of the leaderboards, dominating the competition. You have to have a bit of pride. Look, I want to show I'm the best Polish player in the world. Seti and Tayson have to step up.
For me, it has to be Bugha and Threats. They didn't do too well yesterday, but today they're going to be on top of the leaderboards. I'm sure of it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's it from us here at the main stage. And for a bit of context, I'm 6'2". Back to you in the studio.
I think that was the best opening to a show I've ever seen in my entire life. That was absolutely amazing. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. You are very welcome here to Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. It's great to have you here. My name is Adam Savage. Delighted to be your host once more, and we are in for an incredible day. Our pre-show is brought to you by Savvy Games. Now, yesterday we had the Polish Panthers, Cammy and Yapko, who were dominant, but many are asking the question now, did they show their hand too early, or is this just a sign of things to come? Whatever happens, day 2 is very much the mid-game of this competition, and it is all to play for. I'm joined right now by my Fortnite family. Hey guys! Mini Miner and Kelly Link here on the show. Great, it's great to have you here. Just a second there, looking at the spectacle, we actually walked around yesterday, even the boulevard, and saw some fireworks. That was out of control, by the way.
Yeah, it was spectacular, wasn't it? We saw so many things going on. I've never seen so many people awake and alive at like 1 a.m.
Yeah, it was popping up.
It was going crazy, wasn't it?
There was like families with like babies and strollers at 1 a.m. going around having a great time. We got to walk through the food court, which had incredible food. I actually got to enjoy some just a few minutes ago. I'm just having such an incredible time here at the Boulevard.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to see what happens on day 2 later on this evening as well. Before that, though, obviously we have ourselves a major Fortnite competition, zero build style. Let's catch you up to speed on exactly how this competition looks, how it's going to unfold, that the course of our weekend here, kicking off with the format of our show here. It's 3 days. We had day 1 yesterday. Today is day number 2. And we have plenty more games to get excited about, Scott.
Yeah, plenty more games indeed, of course, as it says, 3 days of competition. We've already had day number 1, so now you're joining us at the midpoint. Day 2, of course, 6 more games of competition, 44, some of the best duos around the world competing today, of course, back at it again. Of course, as we mentioned, they had yesterday to prepare as well, so let's see if they can continue that preparation going into today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to be doing to change things up. Obviously, we had some star players yesterday and a lot of teams that kind of underperformed that we would typically see play at the top of their level, and with having a bit of a break in between days 1 and 2, they're going to be able to look back, do some VOD reviewing, and question where they went wrong and what they can do better.
Yeah, there were so many highlights from yesterday. I was just looking at some of these highlights here. I mean, Bloomy going absolutely crazy, little 2v1 from him as well. Of course, we saw some of our Middle Eastern teams as well doing incredibly well and showing up on the big day. Even some of the crazy plays from Gentle and S-Dark, who we didn't see too much yesterday, but they're sitting in 4th place on the leaderboard, so they're looking good.
I mean, that team, you know, obviously they're one of the only teams that wasn't European or NA that was able to qualify through the DreamHack Summer qualifiers. And that right there is an incredible feat in itself. And to see them performing at the top of their level, beating out reigning champs, EU champions, NA champions, all the like, is, I'm sure, the entire stage, you know, blows up every single time we see them perform.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what happens in the next game as well. And it's all coming your way very shortly. But of course, we just set the scene for you. So what is actually going to be on your schedule at home, watching, viewing-wise as well? Here you can see the matchups coming your way. And Scott, it all kicks off with match 1, which is technically game 7 very, very soon.
Yeah, game number 7, of course, match number 1 on the day. We have lots of games to look forward to today. So book out your calendar for the rest of the evening because we have a lot to look forward to, Kelly.
And we do have a little bit of a break in between games 3 and 4, or that would be games 9 and 10, I believe. And that we're going to make an opportunity for our players to kind of take a break, use the bathroom, maybe grab some food as well. So expect a little bit of a break, but also some extra content as well.
loads of extra content. So I'm glad you mentioned hydration and such as well here. Scott, we've been talking about this a lot. We need a lot of water in this region in the world here. It's very warm outside, and we have been guzzling away slurp juices for us, water, key to this competition for us as well.
Yeah, I've seen some actual blue juice sort of items and drinks that we've had, so they've been quite enjoyable. I've seen Levin enjoying those. He's had far too many, I think. They're actually just handing them to him.
Dare I say he's had a growth spurt courtesy of it. I mean, can you believe that? Can you actually believe that happened? It's all to play for, as we mentioned here as well. Our prize pool is looking very, very interesting indeed here. Of course, $2 million up for grabs here. $2 million! I can't believe I'm saying that. That's an enormous amount of money there. Whatever happens here, Kelly, you walk away with something in this competition.
Yeah, without a doubt, all 44 teams going to be walking away with some cash right there. But there's also some extra prizes. We actually named Japko our MVP yesterday, so he's going to get a few extra dollars in his pocket as well. We're going to be doing the same today and tomorrow. And if I'm not mistaken, there's also an extra elimination prize pool as well. So players going on the aggressive, definitely do that. We know that typically this is more of a placement-heavy format, and we've seen lots of players staying in the storm, being a bit more passive. Some teams with like just 6 eliminations after 6 games. But if you're Japko and Cammy, you're looking pretty strong right now with what, almost double the amount of eliminations than anyone else?
You really are.
Yeah, they're going absolutely crazy at the moment. They are doing what we thought that a team would do, but executing it on a level that we never could have expected at all. They're using such great strategies, which we'll break down very shortly. But they're also getting placements, as you mentioned, Kelly, and a huge amount of eliminations, just trumping everyone else at the moment.
I know, but everyone else is also aware of those strats now too, which may really change things up here. Let's see exactly as well how our points will be allocated to players today. You can see here, we mentioned it yesterday, and to reiterate as well, we had our point system yesterday, but today the points are buffed slightly, 125% now. Our points look at, and you can see 15 points per elimination. I mean, that is a lot of points.
It's a lot of points. It's gone up a considerable amount, and that not only means that teams have to play a little bit more aggressively to get those eliminations, but it also means that today means more than yesterday. So if you have bad games, or if you had bad games yesterday, then you can sort of make up for those lost points today. You only need a 5th place to get the exact same number of points as a victory royale yesterday, so it's still all to play for.
Yeah, with a 125% increase, that means that it was 12 points for elimination yesterday, now going up to 15 points. And, you know, I think that this format actually kind of speaks a little bit more to Malibuga and Thomas HD.
Yeah.
And again, we keep saying, oh, they're underperforming after grabbing 2 back-to-back wins in DreamHack Summer and DreamHack Dallas. A lot of us expected them to be at the top of the leaderboard. But even though we keep saying that they're underperforming, they're still in 9th place. And they were going game after game, getting better and better. And so I think with the increased point format, we're going to be seeing them climbing up the leaderboard even more today.
Yeah, they got a little bit unlucky yesterday. I think they're trying to make a few plays that didn't quite work out. And as you mentioned, Kelly, today is the day to do it, and tomorrow even more so. So the points are just keeping on ramping up, and as is the action and intensity, I'm sure.
Yeah, tomorrow things actually go up to 150%. So the points increase again, which obviously is going to pay dividends for our players who have been winning their sales, and they're kind of feeling good. You can see this is tomorrow's points, not today. This is tomorrow, just to give you a bit of an insider intel into what's going to come your way here. 18 points from the nations, 300, Scotty, for a victory royale. That is unprecedented pointage.
It's wild. I mean, look at Cammy and Japko at the moment. They're on 1,400 points, nearly 1,500 points. So the amount of points that they're going to be able to get tomorrow, and all of the rest of the teams, if they manage to pick up a victory royale, is such a huge percentage of what they've already got. So it's absolutely even more important for them to do well today and tomorrow to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow, but we still got today to look forward to.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Of course, you know, last night, mentioned before, players have gone away. They've kind of VOD review. They've talked about their strategies, what happened yesterday, how to change things up here. Today is a whole new day. I think you have to look at it that way. You could feel that today as well, the energy kind of where we are, staying in the complex. Everyone's kind of like taking things easy, not going too wild, just kind of like sitting back and just taking every step slowly but surely. Do you think today is going to be a lot of different strategies employed by our teams?
Yes, 100%. I actually was having lunch earlier, and I bumped into Muzz, and I said, hey, yo, Muzz, how's it going? He said, bad. It's going bad. We had a bad day. We had a bad day, but they, of course, he's playing with Bully, and they didn't actually have that great of a day. They're landing down in that Steamy Springs area, and I was saying, okay, so are you going to make any changes? Are you going to make any adjustments? He said, yeah. I was actually speaking to Pilkey, one of our zero build pros, of course, in the scene, and he was saying that they're actually a little bit of a loot path that they could take advantage of, because at the moment, they're only getting about 6 chests, so if they can change their strategy to make sure they can maximize the amount of loot that they can get, hopefully that'll pay dividends to them later on during the game, and hopefully find more success.
Now, I'm just making assumptions here, but I think a lot of our teams are landing in spots that they typically land in the FNCS, which is standard builds, and obviously metal is such a priority in those competitions, but That's obviously not a thing now. We actually saw a team yesterday farming up metal when there wasn't even a thing to use it for. So I think a lot of these teams, like you said, might be changing up their drop spots, might be looking for more loot, floor loot, because that's also where we're going to be seeing a lot more of those bunkers. Instead of chests, they're actually more so on the floor. And I think by what we saw players landing in the jungle biome, a lot of those players were able to grab more bunkers, whereas other players, like I think it was Fluger, had no floor loot, no bunkers. I think they had 4 bunkers out of all 6 games. So a lot of these teams going to be looking at not what is the best for Fortnite, but specifically what is the best for zero builds.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of teams switching their drop spot yesterday as well. Of course, we saw Dejan and Sizlucky actually landing towards the center of the map, switching from Brutal Bastion and then going back to Brutal Bastion. So I think yesterday for a lot of teams was a little bit of experimentation. How can we switch up strategies? Let's go to plan B, plan C. But I think today they have to choose what's best for them.
They really do. I mean, we saw a lot of Cybertron cannons employed yesterday as well. Bunkers, the storm, what's going to happen? We just don't know. But earlier on today, some of our fabulous Fortnite family caught up with each other at the hotel to talk about day one and exactly what unfolded.
Hello, Fortnite fans. Kelly Link here, joined by Life with Panda and Ben K, and we wrapped up day number 1 of our 3-day zero builds competition here at Gamers8 in Riyadh. And it was an exciting day. So before we can get into day 2 of the competition, we want to recap a little bit about what we saw yesterday and some of the highlights. And Panda, for me, the highlights have to be Cammy and Japko.
I mean, honestly, did you expect anything else after Game 3? I mean, at that point, you just kind of realized how far ahead they were strategy-wise. It's not just them being exceptional players. It was the fact that they had a game plan that was so perfect, and if no one disrupted it, they were easily going to win day 1. But it's a 3-day format. There's still a lot more to play.
And obviously they weren't the only top team in the competition. Ben, we got to see a lot of other competitors shine, such as Queasy and Vino, the reigning EU FNCS champs. What was some of the elements to their success?
I mean, of course, Queasy Vino, notoriously aggressive players, right? So we saw some of the early matches, they got overly aggressive, right? We saw them fall early. Then, of course, they'll recover towards the back half just with consistency. They stayed. We were able to make sure they make up majority of those placement points, pair that with a couple of eliminations along the way, because when it comes down to playing and kind of capitalizing on big points for them, Shockwaves has been their key utility item. They utilize those better than any. They go ahead and close the distance, pick them up when they can, and they capitalize well.
Well, and to quickly add to that with Queasy Veno, that NPC that they have is shocking, and it's one that nobody's talking about right now. It's the fact that they've found a hidden NPC that can essentially help them duplicate items on the fly. So they can show them a bunker, and that NPC will give them another bunker, and it will keep doing it for as long as the NPC will allow. So it's kind of a crazy strategy that, again, no one's talking about because everybody's focused on Cammy and Japko.
Well, if we're going to talk about NPCs, then we have to talk about Cammy and Japko's NPC.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we kind of knew that it existed, right? And remember, for those competitors that are watching this right now, there are 2 of them. Cammy and Japko are not grabbing the only one on the map, but we knew that this NPC was going to be strong. We didn't know who was going to be able to capitalize on it. Surely now we do know it is Cammy and Japko. This NPC, once you hire them, now follows you around the entire map. And if you're in a storm and you're in a vehicle, that bad boy will start healing you up. The only way to get chug splashes in the current season is via NPC.
What do you think some of the other elements to their success is, though? I saw that they almost always had the cannon on hand, and of course, you know, they had like slurps and stuff, but that can't be the only reason that we're seeing them succeed every game.
Yeah, I mean, Cammy and Japko, of course, we talked about them, of course, utilizing the NPC vehicles to kind of hold that dead side of zone, play kind of safe as possible, and distance themselves, right? They're playing very passively, but of course, the big thing I'm worried about is they showed their hand. They showed it very early here on day number 1, and we have 2 more days of competition. Cammy and Japko, of course, showing that they came to play here and they put in the prep work to make sure they can perform on the big stage. I'm just interested to see what they can do and bring towards day number 2 and 3.
Well, what
Kelly Link, how do you look so fabulous in the morning? That is outrageous.
I sleep for 12 hours.
Do you know who was sleeping for even longer? That 4th space where there was no one there, that was Mini Miner's space. Didn't even bother showing up. Classic Scott.
Set an alarm, folks. Set an alarm.
Set an alarm.
It's important.
Also, shout out to Panda there as well. I took the longest sip of a drink I've seen in my entire life. Level didn't change.
Level didn't
Level
change.
did not change in that drink at all. Great hearing from our Fortnite family. They're all about exactly what could happen in days 2 and even day 3 as well. But we're going to carry on that conversation after a short break here on Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming your way. We'll see you in just a few. Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite is indeed its name. That is where we are right now, here at the heart of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. And we're talking all about what happened on day 1 and looking at day 2 of our competition here. 0 bills, $2 million on the line here. You mentioned it in the last part there, folks, all about NPCs, the strat yesterday employed by Cami and Yapko. I want to talk about it now. NPCs in the map. What exactly are NPCs? Some people at home watching may not know exactly what they are, what they do in the game. What are NPCs, folks?
What?
What?
What are NPCs?
What?
What? You're embarrassing. What are NPCs?
What? What are...
Scott, what are...
We're NPCs.
Just tell everyone what NPCs are. NPCs, that was very good though. NPCs, that was
yeah, that was pretty funny,
That
wasn't
was
it?
really funny for
plan
us.
it.
That was really funny for us. Hopefully it was translated to the cameras.
Nobody.
Okay, NPCs, obviously yesterday we've got ourselves, you know, this kind of play where you're utilizing kind of a third party, if you will, to help you through the course of a game. How are our teams doing it so well and how are they doing it so effectively?
I think it's turning into trios at the moment. The teams that are utilizing these NPCs well, they're actually finding themselves a player that can actually help them out. These NPCs are all around the map. They have different abilities. They have different features on them, of course. We have the one that Cami and Japko are using at the moment. It actually heals them up with chug smashes as they're going through the game. So they can actually hire that for 250 gold. They just have to scavenge for that gold. They know where the spots are. They can actually get it. And of course, they can, of course, hire it, get it in the vehicle, and they can make those later rotates into the zone. There are other NPCs as well, the ones that can, of course, get you some items as well, Kelly.
Yeah, the NPC specifically that they're using is named Remedy, and like you said, she has splashes that she's been using. And obviously, if they're low, she's going to use it. It's not like it's too difficult to understand. There's another one called the Triage Trooper that we sing in Slappy Shores. So if other players are looking to kind of take that NPC away from them, they're either going to go to Frenzy Fields or into Slappy Shores because it's an NPC that you can pick up right away. Another thing that's kind of utilized by these NPCs is that they have a ton of HP.
Yeah.
It's actually quite difficult to take them down, and if you do hear any shots going towards your NPC, well, hey, there's your opponents. You can take a few shots on them as well. We also saw another team using munitions expert. That would be Queasy and Vino, which that NPC kind of duplicates and it gives them extra items, extra weapons, and extra bunkers.
Yeah, it's a really great strategy to use because, of course, you can actually just duplicate whatever you have in your inventory. And some of these NPCs you can also buy items from as well. So that's why we're seeing a lot of bunkers in play at the moment, because some of these NPCs actually do end up selling them. So you don't even have to scavenge them. You don't have to try and find them in chests. You can just buy one straight away.
Interesting. We're going to see some highlights from yesterday, actually. Maybe we'll see some moments of those NPCs were utilized best from our teams. But yeah, as we talked about in the pre-show there as well, you know, we're thinking a lot about how other teams have now seen the way in which the likes of Queasy and Veno, the likes of, you know, Cammy and Yapko are now employing these NPCs. Will they be more kind of the strat that everyone is going to follow today? And does that make it more difficult for those duos using it so well, or did do so in day number 1?
That's an important question. That's a difficult question to answer because you never know how these teams are thinking. I love a difficult question, by the way. Very difficult question. It's a difficult answer to give because I don't know. I'm not one of the players. Would I stick to my drop spot instead of trying to take another team's NPC? Probably. I'd probably stick to my guns, stick to my strategy. But if I'm a little bit further down on the leaderboard, why not try and land on one of these really useful NPCs because they're clearly working out?
That's very true. I think when it comes to the early game, a lot of these players can adjust their meta, their strategies, whether that is drop spots, loot path, understanding what augments are more prioritized. But when you get into the mid and late game, you can't ignore the fact that Cammy and Japko are just making insane plays, going on the aggressive, going on the passive when it's needed to. And you can't just mimic that. That comes with practice, that comes with confidence. So yes, I think if it comes down to drop spot changes, that's some adjustments that these other lower teams can be making. But you can't just be like, oh, well look at that 7 elimination streak that they got. We should just copy that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just do that. But I think what teams might try and do now is into this end game, they might notice that NPC just floating around the area and might think, you know what, I might as well just take that out. I might as well just eliminate the NPC so they don't have the advantage over the rest of the lobby. It might be a little bit of a difficult one because you're going to get looked at by everyone else while you're shooting it, but we might see that in play today. I think we will.
Well, that's why I love a 3-day competition as well, because there's 3 days to let this thing really breathe here. So day 1 was one thing. Chapter 2 today is going to be something completely different, and day 3, I can't even imagine what's going to happen yet. Let's talk about some duos specifically as well. We've alluded to them a lot already, but our current leaders, which are Cammy and Yapko, the Polish Panthers. That's got to stick, right? The Polish Panthers.
The Polish powerhouses I like, actually.
Oh, that's good.
Polish Punishers?
I'll take that too. That's great.
Polish Penguins?
Polish, well, this doesn't work as well. But,
the Polish Penguins is...
I think Panthers sounds cooler. But obviously, this duo are performing brilliantly. Very newly kind of together as a duo as well. Only recently come together. So this is fantastic. They're already doing things so well. Clearly a strat going into to this competition, and it's worked very, very well thus far.
It reminds me of the Invitational in a weird way, because we saw Cammy and Seti at the Invitational employing such a well-executed strategy that they prepared for weeks and months in advance.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. Cammy's been looking into this on the down low. Actually, you know what? This NPC, he's going to help me out. They're going to help me out, heal up throughout the game. Where can I get the gold to actually employ this NPC? Here, there's a little bit of gold. I can break these chairs, of course. They're going to give me some gold. So I think they've just been putting the prep in so much compared to everyone else. It's just hopefully for them going to end in the same result as the Invitation.
I'm sure that we're all eager to find out exactly what they're going to do, and we actually have an interview with them right now on the stage. Let's check it out and see what they have to say.
I'm Kami, I'm from Poland. Hello, I'm Yapko, and we have been playing for like a year. Yeah, it feels amazing to be here. The event is really well organized. Yeah, I'm very excited to play at a big tournament like this. No, I don't think there's any way of adaptation. Everyone's gonna play the same. No one's gonna go for kills. It's not worth, I think. Yeah, I've got very good strategy to stay consistent. In first, I don't think no build is really competitive mode, so I think there's gonna be a lot of RNG in the game because of that. But RNG, I think, is like 40% in that game mode, and yeah, the rest is skill. So yeah, we shall see. I'm just gonna say good luck. I think we're just gonna say good luck and good luck. Try to beat us.
Still gonna do it? I was like, and that's why we were off, because I was like, what? And that was a genuine what as well. That wasn't even like a plan.
You can see here now as well here, we have some highlights from Cami and Yapko. I love the fact as well, catching up with them I guess prior to the tournament beginning, and now we're a day into this as well. They've got to have something, you know, kind of like something in the bag for us today, something we're kind of not kind of expecting, because that's what they've led us to believe after yesterday's performance. Surely there's something else. I don't think this is a kind of duo that we're going to put everything out there on day one, and we presume it's going to be the same thing again today.
A little bit of a bluff almost, maybe, you know? Yeah. They're thinking, yeah, we're going to use this NPC strategy, but what else have they got up their sleeves? If anyone can do it, I wouldn't count Cami out in this sort of circumstance. They were just so consistent yesterday, and even when we were talking to them in the interviews, they were so calm. They weren't getting overly excited. They weren't getting overly confident, you could say. They're just like, yep, we're just going to take every single game as it comes, play our own game, and hopefully it'll work out.
Yeah, the only misplay we ever saw them take, which was a blessing to everyone else on the leaderboard, was that we saw, I believe it's Yapko, use the cannon to try and grab a close range elimination instead of switching to another weapon, meaning that he didn't grab his third victory royale. Oh no. Instead, he only got a second place.
No.
That's right.
Disaster.
But honestly, when you say they have like something still left in the cards, I don't know. All the way from early to mid to late game, they are playing it to a T perfectly. Whether that is their drop spot, understanding that no one else is near them, being able to grab that NPC in Frenzy Fields, understanding their loop paths really well, to staying in the storm in the mid game a little bit longer, but also having that vehicle to rotate in quickly into zone. And then look at their loadouts. Every single time, they have a mythic flapjack, they have a legendary Havoc pump shotgun. There was a moment in Zone 8 where they had 5 different bunkers. They always have a cannon on deck. They have slurp juices till the end game. This team right here has played a flawless game, again, except for that cannon play.
Apart from that, I mean, they're playing chess, everyone else is playing checkers, they're playing a different game, and they're absolutely dominating.
Oh, they really are. 1,480 points as it stands. Remember, the points format here as well on Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite is a case of 6 games per day, but your best 5 games, those points will be the ones added to your final score, okay? So 6 games, the best 5 scores per day, those will be your total score that's added to your cumulative score overall. But 1,480 points really does set a tone here, doesn't it? It really does, but there's many other teams as well I know are ready and waiting to try and take that top spot, one of which are very familiar with top spot, and that is our current Major 2 EU champions, Queasy and Venno, and they put in quite the shift yesterday. Zero Bill's not necessarily their game, but they did an unbelievable job.
Yeah, they really did, and I was looking back at some of the zones from yesterday. They weren't easy. No. Queasy and Venno are landing down at Kenjutsu Crossing. A lot of those zones were in that northwest side of the map. Only one of them actually ended up pulling close to them into that sort of knotty nets area, and they won the game. So it's all about zone positioning for them, and they have the answers to all of those questions. Even another game they did well in, it was actually a south zone pull. They also won that game. So no matter what the zone is, they have the answers to those. And I'm excited to see if they can continue that today, because if they top a few more, I'm expecting more wins.
I think some part of their success is due to the NPC that they have, the munitions expert, but also they, out of all the teams we've seen, have been playing the zone so well. Yeah. There's moments where they're in the zone till like zone 5, zone 6, where the rest of us are like, oh my gosh, I mean, you can see their health starting to dwindle, but it's almost like they can predict where the med kits are going to be. They use it exactly when they need to. And so by the time they actually do make it into that like 7th circle, 8th circle, they have a stacked loadout. They haven't used any bunkers because no one's shooting at them in the storm.
Yeah, and they've got enough practice at that. They did it so often last season when they actually ended up winning FNCS Major 2. So they know how to play the Storm so well. Granted, we don't have the same ability as we had before, but the dynamics, the mechanics of that stay the exact same. And we can see them just getting into the zone at the exact moment where they might be about to take some Storm sickness. Absolutely perfect for them. And as I said, if they can pull some zones, they might just overtake Cami and Japko, but don't count it.
Maybe. That could definitely happen. Could happen. We were actually very lucky recently as well, because Queasy happened to be in the right zone, the right place at the right time for us to catch up with him as well. So have a look at this.
I'd rather, if I have to carry it, I'd rather pick Shield Bubble, but if I had to have it in game, I'd pick Porta Bunker. Heisted Breacher Shotgun. Brutal Bastion. Real dollars. Red Eye. Vital Spawn. Cybertron Cannon. Mega City.
Mega City, Cybertron Cannon. You guys at home are getting an inside scoop here on what makes Queasy tick, and we can see some highlights from yesterday as well here. The tree play one we all enjoyed immensely there. But already you can see as well, like some of the kind of like the final endings of each of our games here, just full of porta bunkers left, right, and center, and it makes it feel all of our players here. They have to be completely aware of all their surroundings at all times because players are flying like all over the shop.
Yeah, a lot of people would have had questions about this duo going into this, myself included. Can they do it on the big stage in zero build? We know how good they are at builds, and themselves, they've said it themselves, they're not quite as fond of zero build, but we spoke to Venno yesterday. He said, I'm enjoying it. I mean, when you're doing well, it's quite hard not to.
And I really do like the prioritization of augments that we're seeing there. I believe it was in game 2 where we saw that incredible shockwave grenade soaring sprints play, which can be a bit risky, but when there's so much action going on the low ground, people kind of prioritizing cannons, taking down those bunkers, it's actually a bit of an advantage to take some high ground, see where everyone is below you. And again, yes, it's risky, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you see 1,100 points there as well yesterday, which is only a few hundred off of where Cammy and Yapko...
A single game.
Exactly. One single game. 300 points, 250 points today.
250 points plus a limbs.
I mean, that's definitely achievable if Cammy and Yapko go down early in this next game. Speaking of which, obviously, you talked a lot about them being pressured, perhaps, our top duo right now, but do you think we're going to see Queasy and Venno contested as well, potentially as well? Because obviously, utilizing NPCs as well, that could be, it could be in our team's best interest.
It could be. I think it's not quite as well known, the strategies that they're using. Everyone's talking on social media, oh my god, they're a trio, you know, Cammy and Seti are insane, or Cammy and Japko too.
I know, we're so easy to do it, right?
It's so easy to do that.
Yeah, but Cammy and Japko are so good using that heal NPC. I don't think a lot of people know what Queasy and Venno are doing. I think they're flying under the radar a little bit, so if there's any team that might stay the same in terms of their performance yesterday, I think it's going to be them.
Oh, you know, people were searching last night, NPCs, Fortnite locations, understanding what each one does.
Yeah.
So I definitely think we're going to be seeing some people landing in Frenzy Fields, Kenjutsu Crossing, as well as Slappy, where the other healing NPC is. I would hope, because so much money is on the line right now, I would hope that they understand all of the strategies that they could use in their tool belt.
Well, let's laser focus across to a different duo as well now, okay? Let's talk about Thomas HD and Malabuka, okay? Yes. We all, but going into this competition, we figured this is a duo could definitely be in contention for at least a top 3 spot here. Proven track record, accolades across the stratosphere, the universe. They have got them left everywhere. They've done kind of everything really here. Do you think that it's a real good, opportunity for them today to kind of make the most of day 2 and really start to make their claim that they could be champions, Gamers8 featuring Fortnite?
Yeah, they were the favorites going into it, but they're not quite performing. They're not quite thriving under the conditions of the lobby that we have at the moment. I think the main issue for them, as I spoke about yesterday, they're making big plays. They're trying to go for those Rift Island plays. They're trying to go for those risky plays in the mid game. And yesterday it wasn't working out, but it's only a matter of time before it does. And when it does, I'm excited for them.
And we did see in Game 6, not only did they grab a handful of eliminations, but they were also finally able to make it to the end game.
Yeah.
But, and I mentioned this yesterday, it was a bit of a surprise how this incredible duo that's gotten first place in the last 2 dream hacks to qualify here, who did it in a resounding manner, would make a mistake such as using the Rift into Rift Island simply to rotate, which is what teams do all the time, but then forget that there could just be a duo in that Rift Island and Storm.
Yeah, there's so many shocks to them, I think, to almost to the system. The entire way that they're playing is just not as they expected things to go. And I know Malabuka was saying that he was a little bit surprised as to how everything was panning out, but I think those are the 2 players that they're winners. I know Thomas HD will not be happy with their current position, but they're still in it. They could be worse. As you can see on the screen, they are 9th place right now, and they also look a little different to when I last saw them.
Yeah, I think Malabuka's morphed into king. I don't know how that happened, but that's actually just happened. But Malabuka and Thomas HD, pictures or imagery aside there, placement, we can certainly see 17 eliminations, 756 points. I mean, again, we say comparatively to our front runners right now, that's kind of, another 700 points. But this being day 2, 125% buff on those points, absolutely doable here, Kelly.
And we saw it last year during the competition that we had players, it was Malabuka and Epic Whale, who kind of started off day 1 a little bit lower and then jumped up all the way into the top of the leaderboard. And we have 2 more days to go. It's not just a 2-day competition like we had last year. And with the point increase, I again think that the point increase is going to reward Malabuka and Thomas HD more than anyone. They are such incredibly technical players, and you know that they want to win. You know Thomas HD, who has gotten 2nd place more times than I can imagine, and he wants this win. And what better to do it on the stage of Gamers8?
Yeah, and contrary to that as well, of course, Cammy and Seti last year, they had a very good day 1, but couldn't quite follow it up in day 2, last Gamers8. So Malabuka had a bad day one last time. Hopefully for now, they'll be able to pick up on where they left off yesterday and have a good day at day 2 and of course day 3. It's more days than usual for these guys, so that throws a spanner in the works, I'm sure.
It does, but let's continue this vibe of positivity as well here, because we're seeing some of our other duos who are doing exceptionally well. I think one of them is Dark and Gentle. We didn't necessarily think that this duo would go as high as they have done in this competition here. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of it all, let's actually catch up with them and see what they had to say.
My name is Dark. I'm a Middle East player from Bahrain. I represented my team Skites, and that's my duo Gentle. He's from Saudi Arabia. We'll be representing Middle East in the Gamers8. And we have played together like maybe 9 months. Yeah, like this. We play only like 0-build tournaments, not build. So we are so excited to represent the Middle East region and the Gamers8 tournament. Practicing, we was practicing like so much before the tournament, before the DreamHack tournament, and we feel like really proud from ourselves that we are the only Middle East team that we call for the Gamers8 tournament, and we will make the Middle East region proud for like a good placement in the Gamers8 tournament. Until now, we are confident that we will get to 5.
I'm gonna say one thing. Mark my word. At least we are gonna take on top 3.
Yeah.
And we have some luck. We are gonna win this tournament.
I think that the Shockwaves will do a huge change for the tournament, especially at in-game. In-game, we will be seeing like so many Shockwaves, other team like disturbing other team with it, and it will be really fun.
I think the Shockwave made for us. We're playing aggressive all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this. Don't take the island. We are fighting this all the game for the island.
GL to everyone playing this tournament, and as he said, we'll be taking the island every game, so GL for everyone.
Great to hear there from Dark and Gentle, representing the Middle East as well. They love to see it. 22 nationalities in this competition here, but interestingly, they only play 0-builds competitions.
Yeah, that raises a big question, you know, how important is that? And clearly it's working out well for them. We have a lot of build traditional pros here that are playing a lot of course, of the traditional build mode, and their aim is absolutely insane, but how much that practice is going to benefit them clearly is working out.
Yeah, and they're also landing Rumble Ruins, which is an incredible location. You're able to get a lot of floor loot there. It's in the center of the map, so depending on even where the zone pulls, whether that's the northwest, southeast, any direction, they're going to be able to have a pretty easy rotation in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, top 3 as well. They're aiming for the big things here. Top 3, they're currently in 4th position here as well, Minnie. So do you think any of the other Middle Eastern teams might kind of rise the ranks as well and kind of join them in those top spots?
Potentially. They definitely have the potential. I was very impressed by a lot of our Middle East teams yesterday, and of course they are very aggressive. We're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of teams that maybe were new to the competition and new to this sort of stage, a little bit more quiet, a little bit more reserved, but these guys are going for eliminations as well. They're doing well on the placements. I think that's what I noticed about yesterday, although as we, of course they were aggressive in DreamHacks, but today they're being a little bit more passive when it comes to eliminations, or yesterday I should say. They're doing good so far, and I think if they can find more eliminations today, they'll be finding success.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I can see Lardle as well, and Bloomy in 9th position right now, I think they are as well. I know qualified through the Middle Eastern qualifiers, and are also, I think they're in the top 10, I think at least, besides some of these fabulous names we've talked about those as well. Our opening ceremony is imminent as well here. Players are getting themselves ready to come out and to come back into the auditorium to see themselves. Lots of, the fans there, kind of their families, everyone watching them at home as well. Also exciting. Very quickly, today, who's going to top the leaderboard at the end of the day?
Malabuka Thomas HD, because I think they're going to pop off.
Kelly?
Cami Japko, easy.
Cami Jap. I'm going to stick. I said Queasy and Veno yesterday. I'm going to stick to my guns here. I think it could be a big day for these players. Remember, there's merit awards here as well for MVPs, also for most eliminations. So lots and lots of things to get excited about here. But as you can see, we are only 20 seconds away from our opening ceremony. We're about to kick things off again. Day 2 of our competition. $2 million on the line. Who will top it at the end of the day? We're about to find out. But get excited, get hyped, because we're jumping back into the main stage, and this is Gamers8. Let's do it. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8, the land of heroes. Today marks the beginning of our second day of competition in this zero-build tournament. And as the tensions build on the main stage, so do the points up for grabs.
مرحبا واهلا وسهلا بكم في موسم الجيمر ارض الابطال. اليوم نشهد بدايه اليوم الثاني من المنافسه في بطوله الزيرو بيلد جيمرز 8 فيتشرينج فورتنايت، ومع تصاعد التوتر ايضا النقاط المتاحه بتكون اكثر.
With each elimination worth 15 points and each victory royale worth 250, it's the duos who bide their time and who adapt to their surroundings to watch out for today.
كل إقصاء اليوم راح تساوي 15 نقطة، بعكس الأمس كانت 12 نقطة فقط، وكل انتصار في كل جيم راح تكون 250 نقطة، بعكس الأمس تكون 200 نقطة. الشيء هذا راح يغير من طريقة لعب جميع اللاعبين، خصوصاً إنه الثنائيين اللي عندهم الفرصة إنهم يلعبون بحذر بيكون عندهم فرصة أعلى لكسب النقاط.
With so many points available, the leaderboard can change in an instant. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is none other than my co-host, Fancy.
مع توفر الكثير من النقاط، قائمة ترتيب المتصدرين ممكن تتغير بأي لحظة. معكم فانسي أو عبد العزيز، ومعي في المسرح في تقديم هذا الحدث بارني بانكس.
Our leading duo, Cami and Japco, may be feeling comfortable at the top of the leaderboard, but with a target on their back, today could be a totally different animal altogether. So, with that being said, it is time to introduce our competitors to the main stage to begin Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite.
الثنائي المتصدر حاليا جابكو وكامي ممكن يشعرون بالراحة في القمة الآن، لكن كونهم الآن هدف لجميع الفرق الثانية ممكن يكون الوضع مختلف تماما. زي ما احنا عارفين اليوم بيكون يوم مختلف بلعب بطريقة مختلفة، لكن جهزنا الآن أننا نقدم جميع اللاعبين إلى المسرح، فخلونا نبدأ على طول.
Kicking things off, currently sitting in the middle of the pack after day one, it is Canada and Aegis.
السعوديين المتأهلين في هذه البطولة من الكواليفايرز وأيضا في السنة الماضية رحبوا معنا بكال ونمح.
Sitting in the top 10, can they stay strong throughout day two? It's Pump and Trashy.
في المركز ال28 حاليا في متوسط قائمة المتصدرين رحبوا معنا بتريبل كوانتي.
Qualifying just a few days ago and less than 100 points from the top 10, it's Bloomy and Lardle.
متواجدين الآن في المركز ال16 في ترتيب المتصدرين رحبوا معنا نيكوف واندلاكس.
With some ground to make up today, can they do it on day two? It's Blaster and Noah GG.
حاليا متواجدين في المركز ال15 وعندهم فرصة عالية جدا بالتأهل. رحبوا معنا بات سنايبر سويس.
Sitting in the top 20 going into day two's competition, it is Except and Dubs.
أحد أكثر المترشحين معنا في الفوز بالبطولة بالكامل ومن أقوى المنافسين معنا، رحبوا معنا بيبي كويل وأيكون.
Less than 100 points from the top 10 position, it is Blake and Cease. Blake and Cease, welcome to day two of our competition. You know, you're sitting in the middle of the pack currently. What are you planning on doing to, shift where you're at and to basically gain some points coming out of this day?
So with this format, it's more points every single day. So all we got to do is get past that middle threshold, that mid game, get past to the later zones and get those extra points, and that'll push us up definitely. Super excited and confident for today.
لكن سيز متواجدين معنا في المسرح، سألناهم بما أنكم الآن متواجدين في منتصف قائمة المتصدرين وش اللي ممكن أنكم تقدمونه في بقية الأيام. قال بليك بكل بساطة مجرد ما أنه حنا نقدر أننا نعدي نصف المباراة بحكم أن الفورمات يسمح لنا أن كل يوم بيكون عندنا نقاط أكثر، راح نقدر أننا نكسب نقاط أكثر بكل بساطة.
See, so I was talking to the casters a little bit earlier today, and they were saying that day one is essentially a day to just gather intel on your opponents. Do you feel confident that you've gathered enough intel coming into today, and do you think you're going to shake things up?
Yeah, definitely. We watched all the games in depth, and Bastion's been a mess. Each game, it's been different, so I think we're ready for today.
Guys, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Please go over to your seats and get ready for day number 2.
نستمر معكم في تقديم الثنائيين كلهم. الآن رحبوا معنا بمرشحين للفوز في البطولة بالكامل، وحاليا في المركز التاسع ماليبوكا and توماس.
Coming out of the gates hot yesterday. Can they push more today? It's tact and move.
من أصغر وأجدد اللاعبين والمواهب الموجودة عندنا في الشرق الأوسط، رحبوا معنا بسطام وسمايكي.
A duo that consists of one of the biggest creators and pro players in the region. It's Shong and Arrow.
المركز الخامس حاليا متواجدين وعندهم فرصة انهم يصعدون بشكل اكبر اليوم بحكم طريقة لعبهم. رحبوا معنا باكا and بارز.
Double FNCS champions in the MENA region. It's Draftel and Dexifite.
من اقوى المنافسين لكن حتى الان ما حالفهم الحظ في الفوز في اليوم الاول. رحبوا معنا باكس فورس and فورتكسرز.
With an outstanding day 1 and currently in 3rd position, it's Refsguard and Ziandi.
من اقوى الثنائيين المتواجدين معنا في البطوله وفائزين في كثير من الاف ان سي اس السابقه. رحبوا معنا بولي and موز.
It's time for this duo to pull out all the stops to turn things around on day 2. It's Zemi and Npen.
ثالث احد المرشحين بالفوز في البطوله بالكامل ومن اقوى الدووز والثنائيين اللي موجودين معنا في البطوله. رحبوا معنا بأوبت and فلوجر.
Opt, Fluger, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We had a brief chat yesterday. You were talking about there were a few situations that you could have capitalized on, but they just kind of went horribly wrong. Have you guys put your heads together to fix some of those issues today?
Yeah, so we went through our games last night and figured out some new strats that we're going to incorporate today, so I'm feeling pretty good going in today.
بالامس تكلمنا مع اوبت فلوجر وسالناهم كان عندهم الفرصه انهم يفوزون في ايام كثيره بس ما حلفهم الحظ، فهل عندهم شيء بيغيرونه اليوم عن البلاي ستايل حق بالامس اللي ممكن انه يختلف؟ قالوا انه جلسنا اليوم مع بعض قدرنا ان نعرف ايش اخطائنا وجايين اليوم نعوضها وبالعكس ثقتنا جدا عاليه.
There was a lot of discussion yesterday about pace of play because, you know, the points format is kind of leaning more towards, you know, a lot of points for placement. So would you say that you're playing with the same amount of aggression that you normally would be, or are you kind of tapering back a bit?
We will definitely play a little bit more aggressive since elimination points are 15 now, but we're going to stick to our same play style as yesterday and see how it goes.
Opt and Fluger, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Best of luck today in day 2. Please go and take your seats. The Danish duo looking to turn things around today. It's Pablo Ingu and Blair Beddies.
أعزائي المشاهدين الدخول الآن بيكون جدا مميز لأن معنا الفائز في كأس العالم في فورتنايت والفائزين في سان دييغو بوغا and تريتس.
Arguably the best duo in Europe. Zero Build is their new target. It's Veno and Queasy.
من أقوى الأسماء الموجودة عندنا في عالم التنافس في فورتنايت. رحبوا معنا بسيتي and تايسون.
The Swedish powerhouse duo, can they turn the tide today? Rabab and Wox.
أفضل ثنائي من الشرق الأوسط حتى الآن في قائمة المتصدرين. رحبوا معنا بإسك دارك and جنتل.
Two of the best South American players to ever grace the game. It's King and Phaser.
هذا الثنائي ما بدأ بداية كويسة لكن جايين اليوم يعوضون عن كل شيء صار بالأمس. رحبوا معنا بكيكا كنزو.
Currently in the middle of the pack, hailing all the way from North America, it's Paper and Yonzo.
هذا الدو عندهم فرصة انهم يرجعون اليوم بحكم البلاي ستايل حقهم يساعد مع طريقة زيادة النقاط. رحبوا معنا بناج and Source.
After dominating the Middle Eastern qualifier, can they turn this around in day number 2? It's Hero and Fahad. Hero, Fahad, thank you so much for joining us here before we kick off day 2. Hero, you guys dominated the qualifier. We've already mentioned this. What kind of, play style are we talking when, we came into this competition now? Is it a lot different to the qualifier? How are you experiencing it?
الصراحة فرق اللاعبين كثير كان فرق المستويات بين الكواليفايرز وبين الفاينلز المين ايفنت وفرق الدروب سبوت بعد.
سألنا هيرو سؤال بسيط انه ايش الشيء اللي تغير عن اللي صار بالامس والشيء اللي صار باليوم and his answer was it was very different from what happened yesterday or the day before. We were able to win the whole thing for the mini qualifiers, but this time it's a lot different and we're trying to adapt to that.
So by saying that you're going to adapt to that, what do you think you're going to change today about your play style in particular?
بنغير البلاي ستايل حقنا الميستيكس اللي سويناها امس ما راح تنعاد اليوم we're gonna try a new play style today.
سألنا سؤال ثاني قلنا له طيب بحكم انك انت قاعد تقول انا راح اتكيف على الشيء اللي انا بسويه اليوم وش الاشياء اللي بيتغير؟ وكان جوابه انه احنا اليوم راح نغير من اللي احنا سويناه بالامس ونبي نقدر اننا نعدل من الاخطاء اللي شاهدناها.
Hero, Fahad, thank you so much for joining us here. Best of luck in day 2. Let's see if you can turn things around. Please go and take your seats.
والآن أعزائي الحضور المشاهدين رحبوا معنا بالفائزين في السنة الماضية للزيرو بيل تورنمنت أنس and Pink.
Currently in 14th position, hailing all the way from North America's Vert and Quinn.
متواجدين الآن في منتصف قائمة المتصدرين ويحاولون أنهم يعوضون عن اللي صار بالأمس. رحبوا معنا بأليكس and Sons.
Just a few eliminations separates them from the top 10 right now. It's Casca and Reciprocal.
بالأمس هذا الثنائي كان أدائهم ضعيف لكن اليوم لازم أنهم يعوضون مع تغير نقاط الفيكتوري رويال بالذات. رحبوا معنا بعمار and Reason.
It's the Polish duo currently sitting in the top 20, Blatcher and Mixon.
من أمريكا الشمالية لأول مرة على مسرح عالمي رحبوا معنا بديجن and Lucky.
Your current leaders dominating by 380 points right now. It's Japko and Cami.
في أول بطولة تمثيل لفريقهم بيكم ليجند رحبوا معنا بكارمي and Vanya.
Two huge names in the Fortnite scene that need no introduction. Looking to climb the ranks today, it's Clicks and Jukes.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين رحبوا معنا من أشهر صناع المحتوى واللاعبين المحترفين في عالم فورتنايت مستر سافج and Vadel.
Mr. Savage, Vadil, I hope you guys are doing well. 13th place with 12 maps to go. How are you feeling about your performance from day 1?
I mean, it was decent, but we're definitely aiming for higher. So 25% more points today, so we're going to make a comeback.
سألنا ثنائي عن أدائهم بالأمس، هل أنتم راضين عن اللي صار وهل عندكم فرصة أنكم تعوضون اليوم؟ قالوا إنه بالعكس احنا مبسوطين مرة من أدائنا بالأمس واليوم بيكون عندنا فرصة للتغير بحكم أن النقاط تغيرت طريقتها بالكامل.
Vadil, coming into day 2, we got to give the viewers at home and the viewers here, something to kind of look out for in terms of your play style. What is your duo's biggest strength?
He's very smart. I just follow him. Yeah.
سألنا الثنائي إنه إيش الشيء اللي ممكن إننا نلاحظه بلعبكم اليوم وكان جوابه باختصار إنه صراحة أنا الدو حقي هو مرة كويس هو مرة ذكي أنا كل اللي علي أسويه إني ألحقه وانتهى الموضوع.
Mr. Savage with the big brain moves. I like it. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. Please go and take your seats and begin day 2. And we've got some fans in the crowd. That's exactly what I like to hear. Make some noise in the Gamers8 arena. Right, our duos are prepped. They're ready to go. We're one step closer to that $2 million prize pool. 25% more points are going to be gathered today by our duos, and they're all extremely excited, and they're raring to go. So I guess the last thing to do is to hand it over to our casters to break everything down before we jump into our second day of matches.
واضح انه من كل الكلام اللي سمعناه من الثنائي اللي موجودين عندنا في المسرح او حتى في قبل ما نبدا في تقديمهم لكم، كلهم يقولون احنا راح نغير البلاي ستايل حقنا وعندهم شيء مختلف اليوم عن اللي شفناه بالامس، فايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه؟ هذا اللي ودنا نشهده، خصوصا انه زي ما احنا عارفين هذا اليوم الثاني ما بقى لك الا يوم واحد فقط، والجائزه $2 مليون، راح نعرف مين بيحصل على اكبر حصه منها. بالتوفيق ان شاء الله لهم. خلونا على طول نروح لكم مع المعلقين لنبدا تعليق المباراه.
Thank you so much. Gamers8 is back once again. Day number 2. It's still Fortnite. We're still balling, and there's so many more fun matches to go.
It's going to be a fun day too. A lot of these players will used to be day 2 being the final day, but they have more competition after this. But still, these next 6 games so crucial to the standings. An opportunity for a lot of these teams. This team on our screens here, Seti and Tayson, will definitely be looking to use this day as an opportunity to push themselves back into contention. It wasn't quite the best day for them, but again, 6 games here to make up for that.
Yeah, there's 2 different times, basically with 3 days in the session to review everything, see what went wrong, and try to make adaptations. Right now in day 2, I feel like everyone that's experienced with these FNCSs might just have a duo they're used to playing with, has that much more of an advantage. Paper, Iamzo on screen might not have that same type of beat with them, so got to be careful when entering that first game.
The key difference watching the games today in comparison to yesterday is that these players have had now that day to experience the games, get a feel for the lobby, go back to the hotel, watch the games back, and figure out what are the most effective tactics available. What can we do to push ourselves up, get some more points? It's going to be a whole different meta into sort of the 6-game lobby we have today, and that is very exciting.
Yeah, there's some players that want to hold on to yesterday's meta though. If you're Cammy, if you're Japco, if you're looking to just further the lead that you made, that's honestly unprecedented, right? Like averaging first point, 5th place in general. You want nothing to change.
These guys literally were just winning or coming second, and like that's it. You know, one 5th place game, which was a bad game for them, right? A 5th place. But outside of that, it was utter domination from those 2. They are going to be the team we watch. They are the benchmark for top-level zero-build competition right now.
Anyone can even just take their drops, really adapt their entire game plan and style. So what are their contingencies is the question. Meanwhile, everyone below them, people right by Queasy, Vino, need to stay consistent. If you drop a game here, it might be equivalent to just dropping a whole day.
Yeah, Queasy and Vino, of course, right? We know how good they typically are in Fortnite. In my eyes, they are the best duo in the world, but Zero Build hasn't always been their strongest mode. It's been something that they've had to figure out, and it very much looks like they have it figured out. Second place, a really strong day, and if it wasn't for the sheer utter dominance from Cammy and Japco, it very much could easily be those 2 on top of the leaderboard. And so I think if they can come out again today, just keep it going. That consistency, like you talked about, there's a good chance they could make up for it.
Absolutely, they have a lot to make up for. Other teams that we were watching for that had a lot of chances to rock through and make things up. On us, Pink in general, so much expectations for this team, winning last year in total, and now where are they even?
Yeah, look, if you are the reigning champions of such a big and prestigious event, everybody's going to have their eyes on you. Everybody's going to be looking at you to come back and reclaim your trophy. It's like right now, it's Cammy just ripping the trophy out of Pink's hands. You know, I want to see Pink and Anas fight back. That's what I want to see from them. You know, in the terms of Anas, his dad's here now. He's got family in the crowd watching. So even more pressure on that point. But hopefully, that's maybe a bit of comfort for him, having those people around him to, you know, keep him secure, keep them locked in because they have a big task ahead of them.
Absolutely. They might have been the heroes in this land of heroes. There were villains, too, that everyone was looking at to just take over the entire lobby. Thomas, Malibuka, what happened to this duo in general? Where's their 5-finger grasp of control on the whole lobby? Everyone scared of their presence, but on day 1, weren't really awake.
I think the big thing for that duo that is, you know, a lifeline or hope for them is the fact that it wasn't the standards we've expected.
Yeah.
We expect these guys to come through and just win. That's how it's been in Zero Build the past couple months. But even with them having a day where you look at it and you go, that wasn't a good day, that was a bad day, they were still very, very high up in the standings compared to everyone else. They were in the top 10, they finished 9th. Like, to consider the fact that they had what we say is a bad day and they finished 9th, like, these guys are not out of it by any means.
Absolutely. You talk about them behind the scenes as well a little bit, Levin. They have a strat book from DreamHack to DreamHack. They look so good executing this type of plan, but that plan hasn't been into fruition or up to date, it seems like, for this event. So we'll see if they have any changes. Kind of flying under the radar that has a few fan favorites at home, the most consistently predicted duo, I feel like, who's right in the place that everyone kind of put them in. 3rd overall, Refsguard, Ziandi. Playing really well, making every endgame, but they're the loser of the winning fight time after time. Need to change that for today.
Yeah, I think the big thing, right, for them is just, you know, like you said, having that critical edge in the final moments. Their game plan works. They can get consistently deep into games, but it's all a matter of making those games count, making them stick. I think the big thing, right, if you're a Refsguard, he's very much a confidence player. You know, if he has that confidence, if things are going well, they're going to keep rolling and going well. When they hit that hurdle, though, how do they bounce back from that? How do they jump over that hurdle? That is going to be a very, very big question mark for me.
Absolutely. Question marks as well. Last year were split in 2, right? We had builds and no builds at the same time. This time, Epic Will doesn't get a reset. This is the competition he's kind of locked into. He is inside the top 10 having a good time with Acorn, but he wants to kind of have a repeat of a nice win under his belt in 1st place. Lots of expectation for the man.
Yeah, they won match 1 yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So they started off the day incredibly hot. He, of course, announced his new team, you know, before the game. And so everybody was looking at him going, wow, 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 this is great. Epic Will on top of the world right now. They have to start to get back to that game 1 form.
Absolutely. That's all the stories in the top 10 from yesterday. And we saw some interviews for the people in 20th, 30th place trying to come back. Let's mash it all into one battle bus drive that cuts the map in half and drops in to match number 7, game number 1 of day 2.
From the east to the west we go, and all the players will drop in between. Interestingly enough, yesterday there weren't a large amount of off-spawn fighting, right? Things typically started off rather slow, and even throughout the mid-game as well, right? Players just sort of posturing towards each other, a couple shots here, a couple shots there, but no massive, you know, game-ending fights between a lot of teams, and I think we'll probably see similar things today.
Yeah, I think Game 6 was the only time where some diamonds cracked under the pressure and ended up just going for crazy things off spawn, but this time it should just be quiet times till about zone number 9, and that's when shockwaves and cannons and everything gets thrown down. We do know that Cease and Blake are privy to a lot of fighting in the mid-game. We know that some POIs have some people contested, like Mega City, where you're looking through walls, seeing what's good, but everyone has had those 6 games of practice to have their routes set up. Malibu Thomas looking to see what's up next.
Yeah, these guys will have so many eyes on them. Such a renowned team. Of course, for the people who don't know, there were 3 major qualifiers for this event. A DreamHack event in San Diego, a DreamHack event in Dallas, and a DreamHack event in Sweden. And these guys won 2 out of 3 of those qualifiers. They won DreamHack Dallas, they won DreamHack Sweden, and they made it look easy as well. So, of course, naturally coming into this competition, the #1 favorites. And it hasn't quite been that, but they're still in a touch and distance of a top finish.
Block and Mixon as well, rocking in. We saw Mixon just getting that nice jersey and signing with BL. Has been performing a little bit up to par as well throughout that first day. Meanwhile, the other side of things, Tripper looking for just a bit more. At Slappy Shores, we didn't get a perspective of this fight at all on day 1, so it's nice to see that everyone's kind of, you know, tagging back and forth across the map.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? It's not really been much of a fight. It's sort of just like what you see here, couple tags here, couple tags there. Will be interesting to see if that changes today. Who knows? It might change, but I think typically with 2 teams either side of Slappy, to see them fight without it being something that forces the issue is quite rare. City again using these flare guns just to get an idea of where these guys are at, make sure they're keeping their distance. They don't want to get snuck up on, because we see a lot of those plays in these lobbies, players going for sneaky beaky like plays, and the flare gun will just provide that bit of information and a bit of a warning almost to keep your distance. We are ready and waiting.
We know that you know that I know that you know, so
exactly.
Try nothing. The inception of Slappy, I feel like this is one of those POIs that had the most flanks in the history of the FNCS. Everyone landing just slightly around it. You feel like you want to fight, you're on to the next one. Speaking of which, Epic Will, I think his duo got the first elimination over all of the tournament when it came to game number 1 of day number 1. Acorn finding a Middle Eastern duo on the other side of things. But this time in Mega City, everyone is just calmed down. They're looking to do their own thing. Anas way up top on a hill, north of it, or west of it, looking for some information. Doesn't find much. He'll be flying away. Over in the jungle, Pablo Wingu, out of the snow. They're actually moving fast to greener pastures because they were just going off spawn 24/7, like trying for fights, not having the most success, getting eliminated. This time they're on the move.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of days for them, unfortunately. Pablo Wingo and Bevy's top players, you want to see them doing well, but they were dead last in the standings after day one, and so plenty of work to do here today. Of course, the competition is not over. The majority of the games are still left to be played.
They should be good for now. They're setting a nice little vantage point. A lot of the times verticality was their weakness, moving around some of the ravines inside the northern side of the map. Just completely picked apart by other players hunting on the outskirts of the island. Moon Tax taking their time, looting around the compound. Having a good one in the jungle. You can see the focus from the duo on the bottom left. Meanwhile, Savage making noise, taking a nice joyride around Mega City. Might get focused on, but there's fights in the streets, fights up top on the skyscrapers as well. No safe spots at all inside Mega City. Vidil almost losing his overshield. Both players now possibly losing a win condition this game as their car's at low HP.
Yeah, that's what you get out of Mega City. Always going to be some sort of player in some building somewhere. Catch yourself driving through town, you will be shot at.
Yeah, one thing you notice that people are just taking a lot of time to stay in their spots, loot up, then move afterwards. One thing that we saw from Kemi and Japko, I mean, their actual plan overall as to why they were so safe and secure consistently game after game, staying way back in Storm. They have Remedy in a vehicle, getting Chug Splash 24/7. They have to see no one, interact with no one until the end of the game.
Yeah, it literally was a matter of them playing trios and not duos. How much they made use of that Remedy NPC. We'll see if anybody else adds that to their strategy today. I think there'll be a couple of players who want to. Malabuka and Thomas, then we'll focus on taking fights in the middle areas of the map, and they'll pick up dubs along the way, except hiding in a bush.
Not going to be the easiest when you have flare guns all around. Malabuka, the target of a few shots. Tax does not miss when the opportunity calls for it. The 300-point lead for Kemi as well. They were talking about it on the desk. It's one game of a difference. As long as they stay consistent towards the top, and Kemi had that aura when he was walking in today. I mean, they should be good.
I tell you what, yeah.
Yeah.
Kemi is typically the kind of guy where it's like, you know, when Kemi and Seti were, you know, at the peak of their powers and whatnot, and you have to interview one, you always want to go to Seti. Naturally, he's more of a talker, a bit more confident. Kemi a lot more quiet, a lot more reserved. But I don't know, there's something different about Kemi now, man. Like, he's got that aura about him. I don't know what it is. You saw it when he was walking in. Yeah. There was a bit more of a fire in his walk. Look, I'm liking this new Kemi. I'll tell you what, I'm liking it.
I want to know if there's ever been a tournament that's been a very high caliber where Kami's in the lead day one. I feel like they're always on like catch up in day two. Could be wrong, just could be weird bias for me. But maybe this is like one of the first times.
Back in trios.
Back in trios, yeah, they were dominating. Yeah.
He's been there. He knows what it's like to be in first place after day one. He's been there before. So, should be a matter of just holding on. And he'll know how to do that. The biggest difference, though, that he wouldn't have experienced before is having to hold on for 2 days. Right?
Yeah.
Typically, it's like, okay, you're in first place day one, just hold on one more day, another good day, but it's like, he has to have 2 more good days if he wants to keep his first place, and that, my friend, is not easy at all.
Now, my strat, if it's like day 2 and I'm still like 0 points, watching those first place VODs, downloading everything and just like copycat for days. Your car, you're out, now it's my car.
That's going to make you some enemies, eh?
100%. But that's the trick for them too, right? There's some people who might even have that as a backup plan. They'll move. They'll be able to go. They aren't just like drones completely either. Kemi Japko. These guys want to fight off spawn. That's going to be a challenge for a lot of people if they go for that, right? Even if you're trying to emulate what they do, you have to have a nice feel for it. A lot of it is just like audible calls on where they're driving. Yesterday, they had one type of strategy where they're just kind of going around the circle. One duo in the way, detour. to almost a different video game in Island, and then all the way back. You can't copy that. You can't really just learn that overnight. You have to basically just be embedded within the game.
Yeah, these guys are very intelligent players. Decision makers on point. Very much good at adapting and making plans on the fly. Ziande and Refscar, they've been good at that as well. That's why they're sitting in 3rd place. And this vehicle definitely helps in providing some free-flowing movement for them.
They've both been called to action on day 1. Usually, I think like Ziande always in the clutch a lot of the times, getting his team past the finish line. But Refscar was in his fair share of situations as well, where I think everything just got cannoned and had to get a few more shots in, a few more eliminations to help those points survive. You guys are actually on vacation at a ranch. It's a big chilling after day 1.
Yeah, Cammy very familiar with this ranch, right? Landing here most of this chapter.
All right, the ERR. Sub cannot hide from it. Big shots. This first looking at second, ways away on the map.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Vino and Queasy walk into their sight lines. It's definitely possible. Vino right now just using this bush to scout around, waiting for the cash. But Cammy's very aware that they're there. You see some movement. So they'll wait. They'll be patient.
Columns on both sides. These guys definitely know too. Moving completely the other way. On the right side too, S-Dark and Gentle, I think one of the biggest surprises in the competition. You're looking at all those names, even Pars and Baka. You wouldn't expect them after day 1 to be so high on the boards.
Yeah, I think they've surprised people, but they did that as well over at the last big sort of international land that we saw them at, the Invitational last year. And so clearly these guys are 2 players that you have to watch out for. Gonna start building up a rep for being Lanimals, you know, the kind of guys that, you know, show up when it matters in person. Unfortunately, we've been waiting for Tayson to show up in person, and right now, it's another bad start to a game. He's currently knocked in the storm, and Quanti and Trippin are well on their way to cleaning this one up and finishing it off. The cannon will come through from Seti, and it's a nice chunk of damage dealt, but not enough to scare them away. They'll pick up Tayson, and Seti will have to scurry off. But again, these are the 2 teams that are slappy, and it's Quanti and Trippin coming out on top.
A fight that's just so prolonged. I mean, this happened so early, and there's so many tools now with the ice cream to be able to just stay up inside Storm. So Tayson might not be completely out for the entire game. I mean, we got duos going all the way back to the bottom left peninsula on the map, so you can really tank Storm here in 0 builds.
That's one of the things I was going to mention. The crowd a lot louder today than yesterday. The Falcon fans have started to show up. We saw some different fans making their cheers, right? We saw some of the Twisted guys.
Yeah.
Right? They were showing up, making noise, but I think we all expected the Falcon boys to be the ones to make the most noise here. And they've definitely showed up with their flags and all. Oh, that's incorrect grenade thrown from MPen.
Not quite 60 meters away. Noah down to 9 HP. 1 more bunker left. That's not going to be enough med mist to really do too much at all.
There's another team sneaking in now.
Here
Trashy
comes
pump.
Trashy.
The cannon loaded.
Through the door. Ooh.
He snuck it in. Blaster punished as well because of it. And that's quite unfortunate there from that team, right? Because they just sort of were pushing in to close out the fight. Then Trashy and Pump come through and third party. So MPen will be actually able to use it to just get away, create some separation, get some time. Noah's stuck in the storm. He's going to have to think about how to get back Blaster's card.
Trippin actually going completely down too. As NM7 comes out on top. Cannon from so far away. I'm not sure, almost. I think NM7 and CalGamer are just slightly out of the reach of that flare gun. Vert and Quinn are still trying for it though. That angle is not going to be enough to be able to land hits from this side. But they're just trying to control the right in general. Yeah, they're just a bit too far away. Have one vehicle, use a lot of their meds. This is just an impossible challenge, but while the ammunition is on cooldown from that Cybertron cannon, Cal and NM7 might have a way to get around.
Squeeze and Andelex not playing together on opposite sides.
True. That's so odd.
But very much in the same vicinity of each other. Bad sniper. He hears the vehicle, and so they'll know, but they don't actually want to engage with each other at all.
NM7 is just popping off right now still. I mean, this is the replay of their previous fight. I just looked into the feed real quick. They took out Cease. They're still moving. I'm not even sure if they have a cannon, so we'll have to tune in with them in just a sec. Nikov and Alex. Thought it was going to be peaceful, but this is just petty. Shooting the car as well.
Yeah, it's not petty, man. That's big competition for you.
It's true. Actually, that's true.
Do.
Acting like there's not millions on the line.
Yeah.
My sorry.
They got to make sure that even if they can't have one, nobody else can.
Mm-hmm.
And Bad Snap and XP slowly creeping in closer and closer to Andelex and Nikov. We'll see if the Frenchies can collide.
Kenzo just have to go and find some heals along the way. Kenzo with a med kit. We've seen errors sometimes where some people are like 9 HP, they don't click it fast enough. For 10 HP, and then we're wasting time rezzing, but not the case here for Kenzo. These guys also just held up inside Rumble Ruins. I mean, there's so many ways for people to be able to move around on this side. Would you live inside Rumble Ruins if given the chance?
No.
Really?
It's a ruin. Why would anybody choose to live in a ruin?
The cultural significance, you know, there's like a lot of hieroglyphics and cool doors. It's like a Mesopotamian, like.
I'll take my apartment in Mega City. I'm good.
I'll take a time machine at Paradise Palms.
Ooh, you're cooking now.
Yeah.
You are cooking.
Give me that rift.
Well, look, I'm sure Andelex and Nikov would hope they could take a time machine back to where they could just have a nice position, because right now they're moving through the ruins and there's so many different players and better spots around them that could be a real problem for them. The flare gun comes in there from Reason and Amar, who will now be aware of exactly where they are, and they'll trade one back. So, again, knowledge on all sides of just who's around them.
Oh, some mishmash on the south side. And that Rift Island is not going to speed anything up at all.
It's almost as many players in the storm as there is in the zone.
This is the difference between people that arrive on time and people that are late. I can relate to the people in the storm.
I guess we'd be in the storm.
We'd definitely be in the storm.
Let's take a look at some of the action happening in the storm. Suns and Alex.
Healing. Vert and Quinn. Fighting. Both teams. I like the synchronization. Quinn and Vert really just bullying right now, but gotta get away. If Andelex and Nikov did have a time machine, what is like Nikov's 100% POI that he owned at a certain time?
You're asking me to go back too many chapters here, mate. That's a long time ago.
I think Opt would not want to have a time machine at all. He want to stay here. Maybe not in this spot because it's just a little bit too much in general. Too much action. Sizz and Degen. They push off.
Well, I like this, right? They're cutting through up the left side of that hill. There's a couple teams down to the bottom right, and they'll sort of just get past it actually scot-free, even though there's a lot of people in this area. They kind of move in without having to use much there.
And this is the side that was not congested just a moment ago. 36 teams still left in the equation.
Oof.
Sun's not making it out of the storm. Andelex also down. Alex gone. So a lot of the teams on that south side having trouble. Now the north side's just, or the side from the east on the right is just getting a bit too much for certain players. This is the last leg of the rotation from Degen that we've been tuning in with. We will not see the conclusion as Fluger and Opt are in the business. They're in. It's good, but there's so many teams still. And now they have to go south again. And this is where cannons start to come out. Degen taking so much damage, and we know how important eliminations are in this situation. It's NF7 again that's targeting team after team.
Yeah, and they had to use a bunch of bunkers just to get to that spot, and presumably to get out of it, they'll have to use the remaining ones they have left. Look at Vert in the middle of that, by the way, in the middle of that shot. With like no HP. Oh man, I would not want to be him right now. Degen, Sizzluck, he's still trying to battle their way out of this one though, and doing a decent job. Vanyak will pick up Dukes, and so they're going to continue to put some suppressor fire in the direction of Clicks and hope that somebody else picks him up. That's going to create the pathway for them to get out, and even more so, some shots onto Source aren't too bad. Thomas and Malabuka find themselves stuck underneath their bunkers right now. And you have to be careful because Sam's going to start running through, running over. I'm sure Thomas will hear that above him.
Sizz and DJ not seeing a bunker thrown down at all just yet. No, that Clicks is in trouble, but he just kind of walks away. They need something though. Thomas HD found out, had no chance to really go up by any means.
And it's our best Middle Eastern duo. Gentle, Dark, rolling through some of the best players in this competition. And to be quite honest, they have been some of the best players in this competition so far. Day one went fantastically for them. I think of all the players on Falcon, you probably wouldn't have predicted that Gentle be the one doing the best out of all of them. Yet he's here, showing up when it matters. Clicks, he's lost Duke. And so now a solo performance going to be needed. And I spoke to him yesterday, he said, look, Zero Build ain't my mode. He doesn't enjoy it as much, he's not as good at it, but right now he's gonna have to activate his peak form all alone in such a stacked lobby.
He's got 12 games to learn. Hero and Fahad have had actually 6 more than everyone else too, so they should be locked in. Ziani Refsguard can jump on top. It'll be Bloomy, who we know does not hesitate when he has a game plan. Shockwave back, and you saw it in his hands. Other bunker down, so Ziani has some options. That sends Refsguard flying away. He actually builds all the way up. Ooh. Bloomy could land one more. He does have it in his hands again, but what's the option here? They have to actually go towards Ziandi. Ziandi's blocking off where the next zone is, so Bloomy's looking for something. Meanwhile, the experience turning into points for Hero and Fahad. They find Reciprocal on the left. They're looking towards the right. A pickup for 2 overall, and they're still finding more, as the fact that Ziandi has now just absolutely lit a blaze. Gets a lot of third parties involved. Hero's shots. Clicks finds Tax again. That's 2 eliminations as him just as a solo player. Anas and then Tax.
He's picked up. He's looking to pick up more.
Here comes Fahad with a flare. And now they have their sights set on Clicks, so who can move past this? Hero really wants it. It's a 1v1. Wants to take Clicks down. Vino and Queasy at the bottom, not going to be targeted like Thomas HD. And Hero fights Clicks air to air, and he wins.
He saw his prey, and he hunted him down. Hero really being aggressive right now. He's not even considering where Fahad is. He's just trying to take fights, and fights will come to him. It's Lardo, it's Bloomy. They're the ones in their faces, and they're the ones that come out on top.
Bloom with 9 HP, so many heals, but does he have the time? Resurrection here will be huge. Putting a bunker down might spell that there's trouble though, so he has to be careful! Cannon shot blank, that's the last thing he does, and will it affect the outcome of this game because Queasy just lost so much HP.
Queasy, Vino, so impressive in yesterday's tournament, and still performing at such a high level.
In this spot too, you might be wondering, why are they on this side of this mountain? There's nowhere left to go. It's actually pulling past it. It just depends on how this zone moves. They're trying to see if they can edge forward from the left side. Vino going right just in case it's not the case. Bloomy has gotten back alive, has full HP, and has the power. Spots a king from his throne on top of this hill and finds a big shot. Meanwhile though, a few usurpers moving through the sight lines at the bottom of the map. Aegis in the backside, no siphon there for you, my friend, and he can't land the mist. He will go down. Bloomy up top is still just raining absolute fire from the backside. Queasy Vino make themselves known. And ERR from the backside too, as Lardo's trying to do anything to make sure this is possible. Steals the Vander, run away, and now these guys are forced to shockwave out. Queasy from the bottom side is then pushed out of his bush. It's chaos on all sides.
Bloomy, Lardo in the prime position, and Queasy and Vino had something to say about it, but they returned fire, they returned the answer, and now it's Wox, who had his teammate taken away from him by Bloomy and Lardo, now trying to fight to stay alive, but he runs out of steam, and still somehow Gentle is able to win against Bloomy and Lardo. It's the duo from the Middle East that has been rocking the worlds of everybody in this lobby, and they win game number 7.
A pacifist for every single elimination except the last one. Gentle and Dark stay silent until they win. A big reversal onto Queasy, a big fight that they watch and then claim victory afterwards. That's a clean game 1.
There is nothing gentle about their approach to that end game, I'll tell you that much. These guys have been on a tear, surprising so many people with how well they've been, and you saw it in that winning moment for them, how ecstatic they are. They've worked incredibly hard, and it's paying off for them here.
All the confidence from every player, though, thinking that you have the game 1, you are the king of the hill, but the hill has sides. Vino and Queasy, what a nice try. Basically a hype retake, right? Like a 0 build. That's the only equivalent we have to something like that, but there were so many duos just in the trees watching, and Gentle just has to be the best one in that situation. That was very good calls overall from the duo.
Yeah, look, they said, you know, talked about their strategy, they talked about how important it is to be here in a home situation. The fans there, they can hear them cheering. This is a beautiful moment to be Gentle, right? You're a Falcon player, the Falcon fans are cheering you on, making noise. That's a beautiful feeling that you just can't create that, you can't replicate that just happens.
Even Dark's feeling it, he knows exactly what's going down. Both players ecstatic after that game, and we saw a few words from them yesterday. Everything was looking good. Confidence, adaptability was the name of the game overall. Now they'll be looking in and seeing exactly what they can do overall and keep this up for the rest of the day.
Really nicely done from these guys. Unfortunately, for the rest of the competitors in that lobby, they could not match up with just how impressive they were, but there were some great plays all throughout that game. Brilliantly done. We're going to send it to a break and come back with even more action for you.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back to Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Day 2 here is kicked off fantastically with a brilliant Game 7 there on my personal preference. It's one of my favorite games of the last 2 days, actually. All our analysis is brought to you by STC. I'm back with Kelly and with Minimine on the desk. Let's talk first and foremost about our winners. Fantastic work. We talked about them just before we actually kicked off the opening ceremony. Would you believe it? We were spot on.
Yeah, they were really confident going into this weekend, and they are proving why, because these guys are playing exceptionally well. They're playing really solidly in terms of elimination. It's something we talked about earlier on. They need to amp that up a little bit, and they just have.
I mean, it's not just us enjoying it here on the desk or in the green room, but the audience was losing it. Dark and Gentle, the hometown heroes, representing the Middle East region and doing it so well. Congratulations to them.
Absolutely massive. What is it that happened in that particular game? I think one thing we all noticed straight off the bat there was the pace of it, comparatively to yesterday, where games could be quite frenetic at the beginning. It seemed like, I think even from the 5th zone, we still had 75 players left in the lobby there. So it was a lot, I guess, more slower than usual, which we weren't really expecting on Game 7.
Yeah, we weren't expecting it, but I think we almost should have, because we see that teams go back, they VOD review, they look at where they went wrong, how can we improve, how can we develop, and everyone was almost too perfect in that game for a lot of those zones. I think it was zone 2, we had no players down, which was kind of crazy for a lobby of this caliber. We know how good these players are, but I think a lot of teams that are contested maybe splitting their drop a little bit better and doing things a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, and by zone 4, I think there was only 9 players down by that point, and we had, at zone 5, 15 teams in Storm, which clearly it works out for them in the early to mid game, but then we saw how crazy things got once there was that worry of storm sickness and teams did start to converge. There's less of an opportunity for players to do that dead side rotation because they're staying so long in storm. So yes, it works out for them as far as getting more loot, but then it becomes such a riskier play making it towards that mid game, late game into the zone.
And to add on to that, we of course saw the zone all the way up on that northwest side of the map. And of course we see that zone pulling and pulling and pulling, but then that 7th zone actually pulls back towards the congested side, which just turned that whole zone into a complete mess. We saw bunkers everywhere, people flying about. It was crazy because everyone was on that side.
It was a complete mess. You heard it right there. That's a quote there from Miniminer.
It was.
Interesting as well, I didn't see it in the elimination feed. We'll see some highlights here of the last matchup too. Didn't see it in the feed there, but we didn't really see much of Cammy there, or Yapko towards the end there. But one team we did see was Queasy and Veno once more, making sure that they were in consideration for that victory royale and getting a serious amount of points as well.
Yeah, perfect stuff from this duo. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. These guys perform under any zone conditions, and this was almost a nightmare zone for them. This couldn't have been too much further away from their drop spot of Kenjutsu Crossing, but you highlighted it earlier, Kelly. The way that they rotate in the storm is so perfect, and they got themselves to the best position.
I love how, they use the rotations with the vehicle, and they were even doing that towards the very end there. Vito jumping in the truck in the final moments. And you know what? Yes, it does put a target on your back. Players know exactly where you're going to be moving, but it also gives you a little bit of protection.
Yeah, it does. And even towards those latter stages, we saw, of course, that massive mountain in the middle of the zone. Everyone else was going towards the right side of that hill and thought, yeah, we'll rotate around that way. Queasy Veno, they're different. They went round the other way, and I'm sure we'll see it very soon because they think differently.
Especially if you're talking about that zone right there. Bloomy did a good job claiming up that high ground where that little tower was, which did give them a little bit of an advantage and a little bit more view while all the other players were kind of rotating around the hill right there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert that into a victory royale, but placement is the name of the game, and by putting yourself in an advantageous position, that's going to be it. There we have it. The team cheering on Falcon. Baby. How could you not?
Love to see Blake and Cease there utilizing the shockwaves. Also fantastic to get some highlights there of Hero having a 1v1 versus Clix there. Clix managing to survive Duke going down, surviving, I think, 40 players left in the lobby, getting to the last 12 or so, but Hero was on the prowl and ensured he won that 1v1.
Yeah, it was good to see Clix surviving to that late game as well. Of course, Hero did such a great job in that sort of situation. But, of course, highlighting S-Dark and Gentle, this is a duo that we talked about at the beginning of the show, and I'm excited to see if they can continue this momentum because they have all the confidence, and now the question of how many eliminations can they get has been answered. So they should be an unstoppable force for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be taking them up the leaderboard, especially because we did see our first place team not really in the end game right there. But you guys were talking about Clix as a solo. I also want to talk about Booga, one of our favorite players to talk about here in Fortnite. Also a solo player making it towards the end game right there. And I mean, Malibuga and Thomas HD, no, they didn't make it towards the end game, but they did grab 5 eliminations towards the middle game. So clearly they're doing a good job off of drop and rotations. They just, I don't know. What do they have to do to make it to the end game?
Well, right there, we saw them, as you mentioned, they had so many of those eliminations, which meant they had so many bunkers. And in that 7th zone, they just used all of them. They just thought, I'll just chuck every single one of them down, which almost turned them into like a whole temple area. area, a mansion for them, and so many teams then saw that as an opportunity to actually jump into their domain, and then they just kind of got lost in their own house, and that's where things went wrong for them.
And talking about bunkers, I saw it at least twice and a few times yesterday that these players are doing this double bunker strat. One where we saw it, oh my gosh, who was it? It was Andy,
yes,
who not only did one bunker and then he placed another one on top, getting double height there. Obviously, height wins games, but some other players doing a different double bunker strat where they make it into the zone early, where they place one in front of them and then they place one behind, creating this box around them. I love the utilization of these bunkers because typically you throw one down and then if you start getting distracted, you throw another. But players are starting to kind of adjust which one of the most powerful items in the game right now for zero builds, and that's what you need to see in this competition.
Yeah, I saw the Cybertron cannon being used to full effect there as well, causing absolute chaos as we expect from that particular inventory item as well. We're looking forward to seeing the points here because we know things have changed today. Obviously 125% earned yesterday, and we'll see the official leaderboard after the very first match of today as well and see how things are currently standing, because it is going to be interesting. We saw our top team there, 355 points off one game there. That can propel you massively at the leaderboard. They wouldn't settle for any less than top 3, and you can see here right now after this game, this is not the full leaderboard, this is just the game 7 leaderboard here, but 355 points there. I mean, they only play zero builds, and you can see that it's paying off right now, Kelly.
Well, 355 points, that is 1/4 of our top team from yesterday, which played a full 6 games and only counted for 5 of the games. Yeah. So with 355 points, dropping their lowest point game right now, they have already effectively gotten half of what they need to be able to put themselves forward.
Yeah, they're absolutely crazy. I mean, this is a duo that we've seen a lot of. We haven't seen them absolutely dominating, but they've just sort of been sneaking around, hiding away, and they're landing, of course, at the Rumble Ruins area, which meant, of course, they had that mythic MK rifle, and that was what was dealing the damage during that end game. They were doing so good at that, as we get to see the rest of our leaderboard, of course, from that game.
Yeah,
some good pop-offs.
Well, I'm seeing that we saw in the 12th position there, Source and Knack there with 6 eliminations to them. Fantastic to see as we make our way through 21st through 30th here as well. We can see some players, Pink and Nas, not scoring as well as perhaps yesterday, but still, this being one of the formats where 6 games, your top 5 scores go towards your final score. So you can have a game where things don't really work out for you, but even towards the latter half of the table, you can see in 32nd place, we have Cal there, 3 eliminations, Baka 2, still scoring points, and that's what matters.
Well, I'm looking at these right now, and I'm looking at the placements for everyone. I'm like, oh, I can't believe they got eliminated off drop. No. This is like Zone 4, Zone 5, where we're seeing these teams being dropped right now. And again, it's just game 1 of day 2, so game 7 overall. There's still a lot of opportunities. We haven't even reached the halfway point yet for these players to change up their strategy. What we were talking about at the start of the game was that there was a possibility of some teams changing up their drop spot, especially to where we see those NPCs in North Slappy, in Frenzy Fields, or in Kenjutsu Crossing, but we didn't see that.
We didn't see it. I think a lot of teams would have gone away, looked at VODs and thought, let's just stick to our game plan. And this is a real good test for them. Jumped back in the mix, seeing how it goes. And this is now where I think we're going to see a few changes, because they've got to experience how everyone else has made their changes. How can they adapt? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think Game 7 is actually a really interesting one as well. I think for any spectator, any fan watching right now, be you new or old, it was a great one because so many teams being left towards the end there just ensured that it could have gone any way, which really makes it entertaining for us because the leaderboard then rapidly changes. We're not used to seeing it. So many in the same space, the same vicinity, and you've got to really watch out because with that many players left, everywhere you go is going to be difficult to make it through to that end game.
Yeah, it is, and that's difficult when you're, of course, on the south side of the map when we're having these north zones. When you're having those unfavorable zones like we've seen from Queasy and Venno, you have to have the answers to those questions, because if you're not making it to that end game, you're not going to be able to pick up the bonus points that we're going to be seeing from the sort of the placements and, of course, those eliminations as well.
Oh, yeah, and of course, we got to pick the MVP for today, and we have 5 more games to figure that out.
Always thinking about these merit awards as well, don't forget here. Speaking of a real merit to the team here, we have the almighty Mr. Barney Banks on stage with us, who's got something very interesting for you guys at home. Let's head on over and see what's up.
Thank you so much, Adam. You guys are looking absolutely fantastic in the studio. It's very exciting to see all the energy levels going up. Everyone's looking great. And I tell you what, the main stage is looking pretty great too. I had an opportunity to quickly catch up with Fancy after his interview with Gentle and S-Dark after that first victory royale. Absolutely incredible place. We can already see the momentum start to shift in other directions. Now, obviously, the primary thing that we wanted to know is, to Gentle, in fact, your org turned up and then they were shouting your name during that that match, and suddenly you got a victory royale. What's that about? And he just said, yeah, you know what? I did it for them. You know, we found our groove. They didn't really want to give away too many strats. Fancy, in fact, asked S-Dark, you know, what was your strats? Did you change anything up from yesterday? He came across and said, you know what? I don't want to give anything away. We changed something. We've shifted gears. We've done something different. So maybe it's the job of the casters, you know, have a quick look and see if you can spot any changes from day one's approach from that duo in particular. They also asked about the aggression. You know, people are starting to talk a lot about, are we going to play a bit more passively to try and just survive until end game so that we can claim a bigger chunk of that 250 points for the victory royale? And you know, they just said, we're actually going to do the complete opposite. We're going to get more aggressive. We're going to try and claim even more of those eliminations that are worth 15 points apiece, because you know what, even if we don't make it to the end game, at least we've accumulated enough points to try and keep us in contention. So that's about it from that interview right there, and we cannot wait to see what happens in the second map from today. Back to you guys in the studio.
Fabulous recap there from Banks. Thanks, mate. I mean, that's interesting to hear, actually. Aggressive play is definitely on players' minds here, and good to hear from our winners there at the last game that it has paid off.
Yeah, it has, and it's something we spoke about earlier. They actually managed to get 4 eliminations max yesterday. So today, 7 eliminations in game number 1.
Pretty
so
good.
It's a good start. Let's see if they can keep it going, because I'm sure other teams will have a few answers to the questions they're posing right now.
I think also with now the Storm Surge being viable once again, because yesterday we saw Storm Surge maybe once or twice, but now with so many teams playing more passively, I think that they're going to have to worry a little bit about Storm Surge being a factor in the game.
Interesting. All right, we have got ourselves another game coming your way here. It is game number 8 of our competition. There we go. There's 18 in total. You can lose track very easily. It's game 8 coming your way here, where it is still very much open. Who is going to go all the way? You can let us know online there. Use the socials available to you right now. But our players are descending upon the map. Let's head over to the casters and see what happens next.
We are here for game number 8 of Gamers 8.
Oh,
a special game. This should be the game where just everything changes, stakes set for the rest of the competition. Let's forget the fact that there's still like 10 more games left to go. And let's say this is the Gamers 8. This is the game.
New format. You win this game, you win everything. It's crazy. I didn't say that.
I don't think you got the power to miss changes, my friend. But look, a big game on the horizon. The first game of the day was a very, very fun one to end things off, and I think we'll see very much the same, but will it be a similar setup? And that's where the early and mid games come in. This is different to what we were watching yesterday. Of course, yesterday just 2 teams here at Brutal Bastion. Now it looks like we have 3.
It'll be that much harder to have your loot in peace. And the 300-point lead that we saw before is turning into a 400 one for Cami and Yapko. All these teams are trying to get towards that first place slot, but the difference between the people in first place and them is that they're kind of even fighting each other off spawn, so it's going to be that much tougher. But Smikey's going to every single chest he can find, picking up what he can. Some people getting dropped off in the parking lot for the next game, Subs being one of them.
Yeah, Reason and Amar. Looks like they're trying to put in some work. Don't mind if they do. Reason historically has not been the most impressive zero build player, and I think he's definitely hoping he can start to prove people wrong, turn his fortunes around. Of course, playing with Amar, who, you know, we know Amar for his content. Like, if I'm looking for top level competitive Fortnite, I'm not going to Amar, to be honest, but always providing us with the entertainment. And I think with Reason paired with him, there's always hope that they could light up the server a bit.
Absolutely. I feel like by now he's played with Reason so much in some of these tournaments, and no build is just like halfway enough too competitive and a little bit of casual that he has some firepower now.
You know what, yeah, honestly speaking, Amar and Reason probably have better chemistry than like half the teams in
yeah.
They are very, very well acquainted and have played with each other a bunch, like you say, so we'll see whether or not they can cook anything up. Gentle and Dark, of course, will be feeling on top of the world after their win, but also very much locked in and looking to continue their reign of dominance.
Comeback needed for Bevies and Pablo Wingu, who have made some adjustments overall to how they're playing the game. Switch some biomes up. But the points need to come in, right? Yeah. It's the one friend you have who says he has these great plans, he has so much he wants to do, but then the points never come in.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, these guys are more than talented enough for the points to be able to come in, right? And so I want to see things work out for them. But again, still many more games to play. Many more games.
10 more games?
That's a lot of games. That is a lot of games. See, Andy and Refsguard going to be trying to capture the flag here at Shady Stilts. Someone's rifted. I'll keep their eye on that.
It's going all the way up. Yeah, no one ever really contests these guys. Alpha Spawner even interrupts what they're doing, so they should be good for now. In that last game, unfortunately, I mean, just that zone, the way it was pulling, too much congestion for ZND Ref's guard. Too many cannons as well. I feel like I saw even more cannons than usual on Game 7. Everybody just getting absolutely boomed. Source and knock. Right in the complete edge of the entire island, not just the circle. Closest team to him is just Mr. Savage, who's watching Queasy, so you can see this link. This little red dot we're following outside in.
Over to Canada and Ages now, who are looting up the creaky compound. And they're not going to have too much trouble initially here. Cammy and Japco though.
Whoa.
What's going on here? Dexafight and Draftel might be in for a world of hurt because it looks like Japco has woken up on the right side of the bed again. Hitting some nice shots. And they pick up one here. That's Dexafight down. So it's going to be up to them to find Draftel. You can see them just shooting out these flares. They think he's run away. He's actually still right on them.
I like that decision from Japco though. They know exactly where one of the players is, so they fire the flare even further than exactly where he's at, knowing they'll get a double scan, but yeah, Dexafight's brain is just way too big. Sometimes the best course of action is to do nothing. Just wait.
Yeah, we'll see if Draftel stays alive.
Nice, I'm getting just switched around.
It's fine, it's fine. Look, you know, either way.
Nah, it's all you now. It's done for me.
I'll be solo casting the rest of this game. Vert, he's gonna
solo play the rest of the game because Quinn's down.
Yeah,
I'm back.
You're right back in.
I couldn't stay away. The Dubs accept a lot of confidence. They realize, I was talking to them before the competition started. Realize they're not, they don't have the most chemistry together as a duo compared to some of the players that are rocking in, but they do have a few events under their belt together. When it comes to DreamHack, now they're seeing exactly what they can do. Malibuca as well is just in a position where there's some synergy. In this POI though, I don't know why they're waiting so long for this. Big one, trap play onto Malibuca though. A cannon of their own. Slammed right back in the face, and he's not going to be safe up top on the slab either. He has to get to a spot where no one can really see him, and I like the fact that he flares forward and then sees if it's safe, immediately scans Dubs and accept, has to move back. Thomas HG's like not even near him. This man's like just freaking out the whole time.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder there.
Oh, they just have bandages too. It's nothing too crazy to get him all the way up. Ooh, shots from Flugel onto Quanti.
Tripper not going to be happy about that. And they see Trippin in the distance. He's cool, just running out in the open. Trippin, my friend. He was getting shot from someone else as well. That's Baka that picks him up. Even further behind, yeah. And Flugo and Opto are sort of aware. They're like, hold on a minute, where are the guys that got their limb? That's tough. He was like trying to run away from Baka, but he's like running into the open into Flugo and Opto. It was just, he was going down regardless there. But that's a shame.
The no man's land in this entire middle side, and yeah, they're just caught in it. Cheers still there. That's the first time we've seen a duo go down that early in this game. A lot of the times everyone's just up.
Yeah.
Surfing. Waves crashed.
I think nobody wants to overcommit, overextend. Everybody wants to make sure they can just stay in the game. Seeing some reboots happening here and there, right, when players do go down. It's interesting though, right, that we're seeing a lot of like players get into fights, and then like even if one gets knocked, you know, we can just get away, you know, and so just let it happen. It's hard to chase people down, especially if someone's gonna just use all their shockwaves to get away. You're like, do I really want to waste all my shockwaves here?
Yeah.
I'd rather just save them for later in the game. Okay, we'll let them get away. Why not?
Seriously. When it's going good, it's going great. You feel like a superhero with the wind in your back. But then when it's bad, it's awful, you know?
It's looking awful. Conti and Trippin, of course, we saw them go down. Here's a replay of that. Cammy and Japco still lurking around, and it's Duke and Clicks that they have their eyes set on. Flare popped. And a retreat past the bush here from Cammy. Clearly not in a position where they want to just outright take the fight.
So this might be one of the times where their game plan is slightly just run awry. We saw in the last game, Frenzy Fields was just them in this barn. No one else really around. Queasy and Vito tried to come from the side that Duke and Clicks are at right now, but they successfully just held them off. You can still hear the support. You can see what's going on as well. Everyone just waiting for that zone to close down. Don't even having an opportunity to challenge each other. Malibuka sliding on the vines. Oh, what happened here?
He's gonna ride. Clicks is down.
3 elims on Japco and Cammy.
Wow. Yeah, they picked up 2 extra now. They had 1 each, now they have 2 each. So Clicks and Duke down. And again, they're sort of just warding people off. Look, Frenzy Fields is out. Don't, you know, play around. Do not be mistaken. This is our POI.
15 points of elims already rocked in. Actually 12. Actually a lot more. It's 12 points in total overall. I've been doing like some crazy decisive math. 36? That's 36 actually. 15 points per elim now. So it was 15 the whole time per actually. So it's actually 45. We're chilling.
Good maths, man. Good maths. I'm proud. I knew you'd get there eventually, you know. You'd get there eventually. This is why I just don't do maths on the broadcast, you know. Rather not have that mistake. Make no mistake, though. Gentle and Dark are going to continue to be a force in that game.
Where's it going? The zone?
Like middle, but like middle leftish.
I'm saying middle right.
So like towards the west.
Ooh. Safe bet, safe bet.
I've seen this movie 100 times. I know where it's headed.
Who wins?
The whole tournament or just this game?
Just this game.
That's a tough question.
3 teams. Give me 3 teams. Any one of those 3 in the top 2, you win.
Cammy and Japco.
Okay, nice.
The other team is going to be. Let me look at the leaderboard here. I'm gonna go for Frets and Booga.
Okay, I'm liking this.
I don't even know if they're still up in this game. They could be like downs already.
I think it's honestly just Quanti and Tripper that are down right now because that's a 4th reboot I just heard.
Yeah.
Second one I've seen with my eyes.
Only 2
teams ago. One of them's paper, I guess.
We're in the 4th zone. Only 2 teams have gone down. We're in the 4th zone. Okay.
This is one of the more impressive teams in the latter half of day number 1. NPen and Zemi. Big wins. Fun times. Actually, I say latter half. They started off the competition strong.
Yeah. Yeah. They had that crazy pop-off game in game 1. NPen was going ballistic. Winning fights we didn't think he should win.
We talked about in game 7 of today, Epic and Acorn need to start to continue the pop-offs, not just have them on 1/3 of the day. There's a cost to what shot was that actually? Was that an ERR to the head? That man just went down, shot a flare, full shield, knocked, Source in trouble. Knock way back in the zone. I think Acorn might just hunt for this because he knows he'll be back for the reboot.
Source unfortunately down. And you know, it's not been the best of tournaments for this duo. Again, you almost sort of like are crossing your fingers hoping they can start to figure things out or maybe just make a drastic change at a certain point throughout this tournament. I think the cool thing about the dynamic of having 3 days and 18 games is that oftentimes, right, the point in which we see people sort of go, okay, we're at the point of no return, like I can't finish first or top 3, right? It's quite, you know, late in that.
Yes.
And then we see drastic changes, whereas like with more games, in theory, it makes it like harder to come back. So it's like tomorrow, like game 2, someone might just go like, look, it's wraps for me. Like I'm going crazy. Like I'm just gonna land, I'm gonna just roulette, hot drop every bus, you know, like it might get to that level at a certain point.
Gray weapons only.
You know, just start doing some wacky challenges or something. You know, spice it up a bit.
But the content as we move towards the left, mid-right.
Back towards the east we go, Rumble Ruins and Creaky Compound.
And Austin Pink playing it just a lot more tactical this time, but really confirming any of the advantages that they can. ERR through the bush and Bully gets hit. Must picked up, and that's a nice ROI for the fight. Anas trays out the flare that's basically used up for that big cannon.
Yeah, I want to see more from those guys. Booga and Frets. Ooh, this is not good for me. These are 2 teams I said I wanted first and second this game. And they're battling it out right now. Oh dear, Japco needs a bit of cover, has to plop down the bunker. Well, not before allowing Frets, the aim demon himself, absolutely lasering through Japco. Wow, we know Frets is known for his aim. We always hype it up, but right now really showcasing what he does with that mouse in hand. And Cammy now left in a very, very sticky situation. He's running right into Bully. Oh dear. He's gonna have to shockwave out, and Bully's thinking, now this is my perfect opportunity to fight back into this game. And now Cammy's down to 65 HP. Of course, the ice cream comes through without getting back up. And a med miss found. Oh, not med miss, med
Has
hit,
to skip, yeah.
Yeah, just skips it. He's getting chased down. Bully's just still going. Bully's going all for it. Oh! Yeah, but that might just cost Bully. If Cammy can connect with something significant here, Bully's gonna get sent back to the lobby. Oh, dearie me. Muzz and Bully down and out. Cammy should just not be winning that, but it's Cammy. That's what he does.
We'll have the Argentinians right behind him in just a second, so he has a little bit of a timer on his feet to move.
I understand it from Bully. You know, your teammate's just gone down. You're like, I just have to make a play.
Yeah.
I have to make a play. He just spots a pained, injured Cammy in the wilderness, you know, dancing through the fields, and he's like, this is my shot. I am going to give everything for this elim. And unfortunately, his everything was just not enough.
Sad bunker. Bully had nothing left in the tank. He had to use so much to run away from his enemies before. I think that was all orchestrated by Japco and Cammy already. They're the ones who got that first elim, right? No, not at all. True.
It was Pink and Anas that picked up.
True, yes, they pushed him back. Anytime I see Fiddlefields, I just feel like Cammy is the one in control. There's so many people still inside the zone here, though. Strategy, you want to convert as a solo as well. It's another solo you've tagged up. Gasker. Driving that car for a bit too long. It's both him and Reciprocal going down. Zandy Rescue just playing this a lot more safer to get towards the next portion of the game. Blake actually getting taken out by Satam. Yom's also gone. NM7 and Cal in this mid game pick up so many players over and over again. I'm just trying to wonder how many eliminations they had on that first day too. Get that checked out in a minute. Alabuka senses there's something free about. Ooh, X-Squeeze with a dodge. And another one, Zandy can't even track him.
But he does want him. And Bad Sniper's not going to stop fighting. Big cannon shot snuck in there.
Rocks the truck's HP down to half too, so you guys have to be careful. Can only really tank one more cannon shot if they're on the move with that thing. Zone's starting to tick hard too, and that's a med miss that's basically just left for Ref's guard. I think Cammy's still playing duos. He's got Remedy by his side.
That's good then. That's good.
Said he's not gonna make it. Okay, Bad Sniper. Ooh. Shoot anyone you see. Pablo Ingo, you can't do anything at the moment.
Oh no.
Is that Surge taking him out? That's a double for Bad Sniper.
And look, with nobody really fighting for like the first 10 minutes of this game, Storm Surge was always going to be a problem. And we're seeing it affecting teams here. That sniper ain't got to worry though, way above the threshold and getting some limbs. Pink's fallen here, and Anas has as well. Wow. Snuffed out of the lobby in the blink of an eye. Acorn and Epic Whale will take the credit for that one. Acorn's going crazy right now. 4 limbs in this game.
5 total for the team, and they have so many more bunkers to use. This team's really good at actually basing up and doing a lot of damage and then going for returns after the fact. So much loot here. That's 7 slurps in total. 2 big stacks on the ground, 2 in his inventory, and 1 more on the sides. You guys will be having HP for days. Can take their time coming in from the storm. Fluger opted a little bit of trouble in Paradise. They had an icy vacation. As soon as they got to the jungle, the heat was just a bit too much, and Opt is down. The zone will come around, and Fluger has to run away.
This brother is in a world of hurt. Like, somebody looks at like there was like, I appreciate the drop of the bunker, like, yeah, give me something to help me, but like, it was just not happening there. If it wasn't the zone, he would have got in the zone, he would have got in the safe zone. It was like 40. Like, it was over.
Not a chance in the world. And if I'm on a hill, I'm Thomas HD, there's not a chance for anyone below me either. Still people gonna live. Malibuka's like, you need some help? I got a shot. Let's do it.
Ooh.
Oh my god, NM7.
And Cow Gamer.
Magnetic.
Unreal right now. They're like fighting teams and just cleaning up the fight so quickly.
They're worth 2 Cybertron cannons just alone. As players, it looks like. Up top, Thomas HD doesn't have any powerful weapons, but
wow,
has his aim.
What a save. Malibuka was struggling, was about to go down. Thomas from way above just drops down and saves his duo.
Was this part of the game plan though, because these guys had that height, not sure when they wanted to give it up. They could go from tree to tree. Now they're stuck inside the green.
Epic Well trying to eliminate all of the green that isn't his, using that cannon. Anything that anybody can use to hide behind and escape his wrath, he'll look to eliminate. Kami and Vanyak patiently waiting in their bunker there.
Definitely not on purpose. That's an awkward bunker.
Yeah.
Everyone moving now. Epic Well slightly towards the left. The first people to actually lock in and sit inside the new zone. Dark, another big pickup. Him and Gentle trying for the back-to-back. They go for the loot. They need some type of refresh here.
Oh my,
on rails, basically. Still tracking it, 41 to the head. Oh my goodness, one more shot was needed. And they're trying to grab open bunkers, but they get cracked themselves. Malibuka from the sidelines, from a different earth entirely, lands huge shots and sends the Middle Eastern duo into absolute disarray.
The cannons, you always have to be on the lookout for the cannons. Acorn, Epic Will, playing an aim trainer right now of all these different players, glide through the skies. Can't really connect with anything, but what will connect with them for a moment was a cannon we fought. Gentle, still alive somehow, even after all the pain they went through.
Oh no.
But how much longer will he stay alive? You saw where he was moving to. Thomas going for a revive. Such a dangerous time to do it, but it's his only hope in this game.
Yeah, it's Malibuka who has the big loot. Epic Will has the big position though, and they're actually exhausted, fatigued. They have no Cybertron cannon ammo. Acorn looking for the clutch shockwave, and it hits! Actually sends a few people flying. Booga on the back lines, finds a few more shots, and now it calms down.
Booga and Frets looking good. Frets has been on absolute tear this game. And he's going to continue, but Epic Will might have something to say about it.
Give Epic Will a sliver, he'll give you 80 damage, and they repurpose and structure up their bases again up top. It's Booga coming in close, and they get bumped out. Now everyone has no control inside. Sun's low HP. They have the best spot on the hill, but no damage to do it. Getting stuck up on Thomas HG might not be his space, but he still lands shots. AD tries to dodge, not even a chance. Gentle from the top rope has one more shot to take. It jumps, and it hits. And now he's got Cybertron. He's got some space to work with, but I feel like there's a duo in front of him. It's Acorn on the bottom side. It's beaming him as he drops down. The big shot over to the left, and he bobs, weaves. Acorn wins 7 elims, and Epic Will pops off 2.
Another victory for that team. 2 now for this duo, and you can see just how happy they are. What a game from Acorn. So much stick goes to this guy. People saying he ain't got enough firepower. How about that for some firepower?
Not even a sliver of damage on the man as Epic took the fray of the pressure. He was just left to clutch an absolute area of a ruin. No one happy being last alive. Him smiling, beaming as he takes the win.
The cannon in the hand of Epic Well, just knocking everything out of the way, and Acorn with the AR in hand, picking off everyone's heads. A beautiful combination that we've seen so much of. We saw them win a game this way, and they've done it here again in game number 8. The Gamers8, right? You talked about it being a special game, and some special players have won it.
Very, very special. One of the fastest elims we've seen on the day so far overall at the start of the game. And big spotlight on Acorn and Epic Will. You can see him very happy on screen. Who started that endgame kerfuffle? Booga up top rope, Shockwave down, sending everyone into the zone. And you called how good Threats was in terms of how the endgame was going. So Elim spread around so many different players from NA in that last endgame.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance from our team. And we still have much more to see from them. We're going to send it to a quick break. But when we're back, more Gamers8 action on the line for you.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, man? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Welcome back into Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Gamers8 Game 8 was one not to forget. It was epic. It was a whale of a game. And we'll have to summarize it in the size of an acorn very, very quickly. It was something else. I mean, the second victory royale for this duo of the tournament thus far, and it was done with such great work from the beginning to the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they got the first victory out of the whole event in day number 1, game number 1. They've rekindled some of that success in that game. Really solid stuff from them. They didn't really have too much of a crazy time on screen. We kind of saw them flew under the radar a little bit. We didn't see like loads of action from them, but popped off where it mattered most and managed to capitalize on those solos.
I mean, there were so many pop-off games there from players that we hadn't really seen too much in day 1, such as Booga and Threats grabbing such a crazy amount of eliminations. Definitely going to be putting themselves up into our top 10 as an assumption. Again, math is hard for me, guys. I'm so sorry. But again, top teams going down a little early, but big names coming up on top.
14 eliminations Booger and Threats had in that game.
Wild.
14 eliminations. How do you even do that? How do you find that many players?
Dare I say that that's more eliminations than they had in the competition the whole of yesterday
Possibly,
together,
yeah.
right?
Maybe.
I think that could be a thing. We're going to find out very soon on the official leaderboard there. But, I mean, the end game as well, we saw, obviously, Epic Whale and Acorn taking the Victory Royale. But right behind them, of course, Dark and Gentle again proving why they want to be in contention for a top 3 spot, because they had another pop-off, great elimination once again, points coming everywhere thick and fast.
Yeah, they're doing crazy. I mean, we talked to them, of course, or Barney talked to them in between game number 1 and game number 2. Not revealing any strats. They're not telling us how they're doing it, but somehow it's working.
Good, because clearly some players have been doing some VOD reviewing and, you know, giving away a bit of the strats to other players. And Dark and Gentle do not want to be one of those teams that gives away their strats right now. But, I mean, it wasn't just the end game that we saw, which was absolutely chaotic. Booga throwing a shockwave grenade, sending everyone in every direction. But all the way from the early game with Cammy running away and Threats chasing him, Bully chasing him down. But we'll break that down in just a few moments.
Yeah, we certainly will. There was so much that we actually had to compartmentalize all this very, very quickly, because there was so much action. Again, the game's starting a bit slower than it was yesterday. We're seeing a lot of players still there towards the end here, but this is that fabulous clip here. Mini walk us through, because it was something else, the ice cream cone coming into full effect.
Yeah, we saw, of course, Threats taking out Japko, which meant that Cammy had to go on the run, and he was down to 60 HP, but of course he had that Little Whip special serve that he was able to use that, of course, gain instantly 100 shield and 100 health. And at this moment here, I thought, oh no, our leaders, they could be down. But look at this from Cammy. Claps back with a slight miss shot, but carries on with that MK7 to take out Bully. What a fantastic elimination.
And a lot of it was the positioning, not just with the bunker, but positioning him against that player and getting the right shots, being able to dip down into that protective cover. And then once he did fail that shot and miss a little bit, just backing off a little bit. A lot of these players will just go on the aggressive and kind of W key, but he played that so smart, and that's why he was able to come out on top.
Yeah, you know what I think happened there? I think Bully actually ran out of ammo as he got to the box. I think he used so much of it trying to chase Cammy down. He got into the box and he realized, hang on a sec, I haven't got anything to eliminate him with. And he just stood there like a sitting duck.
Sitting ducks around there, absolutely right. I think the leaderboard as well. Obviously, all our analysis is brought to you by STC. We're going to really overanalyze the leaderboard shortly as well, because we're fascinated about exactly how things stand here overall. And you can see here that things are, I mean, very tight, particularly in that top 5 or 6 race here with Epic Whale Acorn winning that last match and going into 6th position there. You can see Cammy and Yapko still in the top spot, but after 2 games, only a few eliminations to their name.
But what I'm seeing, though, is Dark and Gentle jumping up into our 2nd place spot right now. Yes, there is a 300+ point difference between 1st and 2nd place, which is quite surprising, seeing how relatively early Cammy and Japko went down. But that shows that they are not infallible, and that there's a lot of opportunity for some of these teams to get that $500,000. But I do want to speak on Epic Whale and Acorn, as well as Malibuca and Thomas HD. A lot of these teams that towards the end of day 1 were like, wow, I can't believe these top teams. Look at them now. Look at how they are slowly climbing up that leaderboard.
Well, out of absolutely nowhere as well. We didn't really mention them too much yesterday, but at 14 eliminations, these points today, Booger and Threats hop up into 4th position in 1,420 points. That was almost Cammy and Yappo's score coming into today to start with. So you can see how one game makes a massive difference.
Yeah, it really does. 14 eliminations for this team. As we sort of imagined, as we sort of guessed, almost half of their total eliminations overall. So they've got almost all of their eliminations in that one game. Of course, going into today, they had 12th place on the leaderboard. So they've moved themselves up really well, of course, as well. Another team that I'm looking at right here as well, Cease and Blake. They've been having a solid day so far. Bloomy, of course, as well, and his teammate doing very well. And now some Pink moving their way up too.
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, we got some big names. We have, you know, Clicks and Duke right here in 28th place right now. 13 eliminations. In fact, we actually have a lot of eliminations on this board, which just showcases that, yes, elims are great, but it's all about those placement points and that consistency. And it's so hard to be consistent when so many people in the lobby are just not engaging and not fighting you. A lot of these players are so used to the FNCS format that they think that it's going to be a specific way, and then, oh, this is zero builds. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, and one team, of course, we saw doing crazy well in that game was Thomas HD and Malibuka. I think Thomas HD had all of the eliminations for that team. I think it was 7 or 8 eliminations total, so really good stuff from that team. Couldn't quite match it with the placement, but still a good keeping on the momentum for those guys.
I mean, one team obviously keep up momentum massively from yesterday is, of course, Acorn and Epic Whale, our winners of game number 8. Let's check in with them and see how they're feeling right now.
A second victory royale on the board for Epic Whale and Acorn coming into day 2. Really exciting to see you guys. I mean, I saw the reaction where you guys were sat. It meant so much to you. Epic Whale, I'm going to come over to you first. Were there any existing nerves coming into day 2? Because, you know, you guys have been playing really well. What kind of was there to improve on coming into today?
I mean, I can't really leak our strats, you know. We hit the VODs, we learned from our mistakes day 1, and yeah, no leaks though.
Speaking of strats, you know, we saw a lot of interesting ones yesterday at Acorn. We saw, you know, a lot of usage of like the medic NPC, all the different NPCs, you know, that were assisting around the map. Do you feel like that's something that a lot more people are going to go for now, or is it something that they think everyone's going to go for, so they're going to avoid it? Bit of a weird one, I know.
No, definitely people are going to use the NPCs, especially after yesterday. Everyone's looking around the map trying to see if they have one. I know we did, we don't, but yeah, everyone's going to use them.
Okay, so you feel like you're just going to stick to the strats that you kind of have already logged in. There's no point in adapting because, you know, you're taking home the victory royales. It's great. You've got a lot of points on the board right now. What are your thoughts going forward? You don't want to leak any strats, of course, but, you know, how confident are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, you know. Like I said, we hit the VODs from day 1, and we learned a lot. I'm feeling good for the rest of the tourney.
That's what we like to hear. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining here on the main stage, and it's back to you guys in the studio to break everything down before our third map of the day.
You know, reviewing their VODs there and, you know, kind of doing all their homework. I mean, they are feeling confident. Look at them. I mean, you could get that before the competition even starts. Acorn, Epic, well, they've been there, they've done it, they've been on the big stage before, and you can see currently 9 eliminations today, 385 points in that last matchup, that last game number 8 there, and they're feeling good. I mean, their loadout as well was really important part of that, wasn't it, Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to feel good when you have 2 legendary weapons and a ton of heals by Zone 7 right there, and that's actually also part of the reason that Gentle and Dark had such a successful in-game right there. They, of course, had that mythic MK Alpha, one of the strongest weapons in the game, and it showed how well that can be in the end game.
Yeah, of course, Dark and Gentle landing at that Rumble Ruins area. They get that mythic assault rifle every single game, and we saw them doing some crazy damage with it. Here it is right now, S-Dark using that so well. Look at this damage here. This is why they're doing well, and unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out at this current moment. They both weren't able to stay alive, but of course, a great clutch from Gentle in that game.
What I'm noticing too there is that they still had a slurp juice by Zone 8, which is not the most common thing that you see, as well as having utility through shockwaves and bunkers. They're able to stay alive for so long and being able to take such advantageous fights in the mid game that they're able to have their loadout all the way to the very end, whereas you look at a lot of other players, they're just down to 2 weapons and that's it.
And a big part of that, of course, was that end game zone was right on their drop spot. It was right in their back garden. I think that just highlights how impressive it was for Epic Whale and Acorn to save some of their heals and save some of their loot going into that, because that zone wasn't in their drop spot. Of course, they're landing at Mega City. That's quite a hefty rotate for them to make. So them being able to get in that position with all that loot and find a victory, great stuff from them.
What do you think has been the biggest fundamental differences to yesterday? Obviously, we've talked a little bit about, you know, how players are being more passive, want to get those standings points, because obviously the points buff today makes a massive difference to scores. We've seen that already in the leaderboards. But what have been some of the kind of more foundational things that have changed that you've seen that might be slightly changed from yesterday?
I think we're seeing a lot of teams trying to employ the Cammy and Japco strategy. I'm seeing a lot of teams in the storm, particularly around that sort of 5th and 4th zone. Everyone is waiting until late to rotate in. We talked about it earlier, how vital that can be, but I think everyone's hit the VODs and is trying to become Cammy Japco V2, because, I mean, why not?
Yeah, I really think that it's the rotations that we're seeing a major difference from. We're starting to see Storm Surge, which we haven't really seen before. So we're seeing teams that are having eliminations kind of in the early game, but this mid game, it is absolutely chaos because so many people are staying in the storm. And then once they do have to worry about that storm sickness, it converges into this very dense, hectic fight that a lot of players don't really have to have the solution to handle yet.
Yeah, the players loving the work of the Polish Panthers from yesterday. That's a thing I've just coined, by the way. That's a thing now, the Polish Panther. We talked about this. Obviously, but I mean, one interesting thing as well, like, I want to really keep tabs on some of these teams that are starting to really ascend that leaderboard. I didn't expect it from Booger and Threats. You know, we thought it was going to be, you know, yesterday we were thinking, okay, you know, I think with the 3-day competition format that we're in, it is very different. We're not kind of used to it. Used to kind of 2 days, 12 games usually, but a team makes a massive difference to things.
It does. And talking about, of course, Epic Well and Acorn having a difficult rotate, Booger and Threats had an even more difficult rotate, and that's why we saw them being very aggressive in that Frenzy Fields area, of course, taking out Japco, and of course, getting all of that loot. They did a really, really nice dead side rotate, which enabled them to get into that late game, which we haven't seen too much from them so far.
I do want to speak, though. We talk about Cammy and Japco getting a little, going a little early there. They still were able to grab 5 eliminations, I believe, holding strong on Frenzy Fields. It looks like a lot of players are starting to try and encroach on their territory, and they held off for a very long time.
Yeah, and of course, that's all down to Cammy, of course, solo clutching right there, having that ice cream, of course, to heal his way up, and not panicking in that situation. I think so many people will just try and shockwave. They'll be bouncing around the place, even when someone's chasing. We see it on screen right now. Such a difficult task for Cammy, but he just showed his experience when it comes to these in-person events. He may have had a little bit of a whiff, but he knew how to recover exceptionally well, and I think that's just what sets some of these more experienced players apart. Not just playing on LAN, but playing on LAN in first place when everyone else is looking at you and you are the target. I think that's a real great it's a great sign for this duo.
It really is, and the adaptability as well. We've thoroughly enjoyed watching the ice cream cone play because it's kind of new for us. It's a new thing that's been added only recently, so we're not used to kind of seeing plays like that. But we were all up our seats, loving every single second of it. Thomas HD, Malabuka. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, but Thomas HD there, 6 eliminations and managing to really clutch up those points because they're worth so much more. 15 apiece today.
Yeah, and this is one of those duos that can frag out when it matters most. I'm not nervous about this duo. I know they are quite feeling a little bit more confident going into today. I'm sure they would have had a little bit of a few VOD reviewing sessions, a few maybe sad moments when it comes to their performance yesterday. But if there's any duo that can pick up a lot of eliminations and pair that with placement, it's these guys. And this is only the start to what they can do, I think.
And you're totally right, but I do want to talk about Acorn and Epic Whale and how hyped they were in that end game. And that's something that we really only get to see during these in-person events. So I'm so happy that we get to have it back. The synergy, the communication is just so much more when you get to be in person and you get to share that hype with each other.
I could not agree more. I love seeing the reactions. I love seeing it. It makes it all to life for us, doesn't it? The live audience there as well. Everyone's having a great time. I hope you guys are too. We're going to take a short break here on Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, but there is plenty more coming your way, as after the break we have game 9 of our competition. Then after that we will be exactly halfway through this 3-day zero builds format with $2 million on the line. Do not go anywhere. Loads more coming your way in just a few minutes time.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
time is here again for Gamers8 as we get ready for match number 3 of the day. Of course, you already know you got Life with Panda and Ben K in the house here for these players as we prep the BR stage for another round of great Fortnite action. Ben, my man, how you feeling today?
Gotta be feeling good. Seen some solid competition so far and some big new competitors working their way up the leaderboard. Popping off here in the early game. We've seen, I mean, of course, we saw a Middle East team already picking up a VR in this competition today, which we love to see. Then on top of that, right, we see it. It's going to be Epic Whale, Acorn coming out with another VR, their second one so far in the competition. So I have to say, with Epic Whale and Acorn being our prediction on the day to do very well, so feeling pretty good.
Look, you and I, we sat down and we talked, and of course a lot of the talent talked as well. It's who we thought was going to come out on top of the day. Of course, we saw a lot of Kami Japkos. We saw some other predictions, but Ben and I, we looked at each other, and we were like, you know what? Epic Whale, Acorn, they got something special coming into day 2, and of course, already popping off here in great fashion. But let's get straight into the action as players are jumping off the bus here in match number 3.
We'll see it cutting the map down in half here. We'll see Naughty Nuts through the Citadel as everyone will drop on in. And again, we talked about contestation and people looking to switch up their drop spots here as we move from day number 1 to day number 2. But for the most part, people seem to be sticking to their guts. I mean, we'd even possibly speculated maybe even Kami and Kami getting contested at Frenzy Field, but it seems like this time around, people are going to stick to it.
Yeah, they definitely could stick to it, but we'll have to wait and see. As we see the spread here, it does look like we're seeing XFs and Dubs doing what they can, finding some success there in the distance. You see that just south of Lonely Labs, that's going to be the XF and Dubs duo. This is a team that has found some pretty consistent success on the day, not necessarily breaking into the top 5, not really standing out in a big way there for them, but still staying consistent enough to be in the conversation. And of course, Cease and Blake, the boys, of course, have to hype them up as they have been winning the off-spawn battle of Brutal Bastion so far. And going into the day, we saw them in the top 15. Doesn't look like that may be the case, though, as this fight could end up changing quite a bit here.
A rough start to the day, to say the least. But again, you're landing at a POI that's triple contested, so I mean, there's always going to be some faults there in that aspect. But Smikey and Satam have made it work for the time being. DGen and Sizz Lucky also the ones trying to take this north side of Brutal Bastion. We saw them trying to switch up the drop spot at the beginning of competition yesterday, but defaulting back to Brutal Bastion and finding a little bit of success, looking to try and make a big comeback here in day number 2. But Cease and Blake consistently seem to have a game plan that works for them. They're just trying to stick to it and improve as they go along.
Doing what they can here to keep this fight going is Epic Whale and Acorn. Of course, you already know, 1-2 games out of the games that have been played so far, so they're feeling really good about their performance in this one. But Kami, Vanyak need to make a statement, need to tell the people why Become Legends came to them and signed them in a big way here at Mega City. But we'll see as this continues to play out. Kami Vanyak, though, going to go ahead and opt to just separate from the action there with Epic Whale and Acorn, and that seems to be a pretty consistent trend here for the duo as Acorn and Epic Whale find a lot of success early and then essentially dissuade them from fighting. But no, Tayson with a bit of a misplay on the Cybertron cannon, wasting the shot there as he takes tons of damage from afar. Fortunately, it did look like he had a cone to heal immediately back up into the fold, but except in Dubs here, looking to take the fight. Need to be careful. They are on the low ground, and unfortunately, it does look like Dubs may be getting caught out here. Steady's going to go ahead and push. He's dropping down into the fold. Can he get a big shot there? And now he could convert that into an elimination. And so far, there it is. The knock comes through. XF needs to do something. He's got the high ground now. He's got the Cybertron cannon now. But no, Steady says, I don't care what you have. I'm taking the fight straight to you, as XF just tries to get away, and it doesn't work out.
Burns the utility at the last moment there. You saw him take the high ground and look with the Cybertron cannon, just not able to connect. Took some shots from another direction, giving Tayson and Seti the moment they needed to take flight and take them out. This is Dubs and Xcep's drop spot just nearby, down near the beach. So this is their home turf. Seti and Tayson took it to them and took them out. 2 eliminations there as they send some shots over towards Brutal Bastion. But we have to check in. We talked about players being contested, and Clix, Duke, Muzz, and Bully have been butting heads, to say the least, in the first day of competition, continuing that here in day number 2. Not a lot of loot to go around here near Steamy Springs. Seem to be making it work for the time being, finding themselves a vehicle. Now moving towards this next zone, keeping their eyes out. They know that they are close by as Bully stays within the bush, just looking out, trying to scout, get an idea of what the surrounding area entails for them, as he finds a little bit of an upgrade there. An MK in inventory. Muzz, the Cybertron cannon, still that crucial part to any player's loadout.
Now looking here, Clix and Duke gonna go ahead and use the vehicle to just try and rotate around. Interestingly enough, we do see some teams in the storm a little early. I do believe Queasy Venom may be one of those teams.
Yeah.
But it's this zone where we really start seeing people use that storm strat, spending a lot more time in the storm, using whether it be NPCs or existing heals to just stay alive here in these crucial moments. So I'll be keeping an eye out for that as things continue on, though. It is going to be some of the big heavy hitters in the lobby. We saw Cammy and Japko there just moments ago. We saw Carmi and Banyak still in this one too. Despite that fight going on, they still seem to survive here, which is a good sign, as the Battle of Mega City may be over now.
We'll get a little bit of flashback here towards that fight. And I mean, played well from Xcep to try and reposition up towards the high ground, but Seti and Tayson not missing a shot, not to mention the third party from Bastion. Just left Xcep with little to no options here. Tried to put on a bunker in the last second, but not able to make something of it. So Seti and Tayson will clean them up. Talk about flashbacks, though. A little flashback to yesterday. I mean, the big changes we've seen between games 1 and 2 is the pace that we're seeing this lobby take. Players are playing much slower than they did in day number 1, as players seem to not be dropping. We've been getting to 5th zone or so with only a couple of teams being sent back.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a change of pace for sure, as these teams are looking to survive. But this has actually been a very different game here, Ben. We saw the first 2 where teams just were not going down, but now we're down to 39 teams in Zone 2. Last game, it took until Zone 4 to see the same result. Actually, I think there are still more teams up in Zone 4. Nevertheless, though, we got to talk about Kanata and Agers. The first duo out in the walkouts, of course, as we've seen in both day 1 and day 2. Not finding a lot of success there on day 1, but coming back strong here as they clean up Dukes. It does look like Mixon, though, was actually able to get clicks. So not going to be able to convert on both eliminations in that duo, as Blacha, Mixon have a different plan there for them. And I do love these tree plays here and the new POIs. These new jungle biomes provide a lot of additional cover that typically you just don't find across the map. So for Zero Build specifically, this is one of those spots that has a lot of pros, but does have some cons as well.
Takes a lot of practice to get used to this new spot, which, of course, Clix and Duke, we just saw them get taken out, but this is nowhere close to their drop spot. They really tried to invest to move towards this side of zone for positioning and also to try and find some extra loot, and they just ended up getting punished for it. But Fluger and Opt, they like to play a little bit of a ridge close to their drop spot this time around, investing, trying to find this elevated tower position above Brutal Bastion itself, knowing that it's a contested POI. It could give them some opportunities to find some eliminations from third parties, but at the same time, there's another team positioned atop the mountain to the north. Sizlucky and D-Gen holding down the spot. They've been having some trouble, Panda, throughout this competition at this spot, so it's good to see them find some success here.
Well, the big thing we need to talk about here for Fluger and Opt is Opt said they need to be more aggressive here in day number 2, and this is the first sign of that aggression as they position themselves there just above the team in Brutal. Like you mentioned, though, there are a couple other teams not too far away, so they need to be mindful of that as these fights continue on. Though you do see quite a few players stacking themselves in a way that could lean towards them spending some time in the storm. We'll see how that plays out. Queasy and Veno caught out in a tough position as Kame and King are looking to take advantage. You see them from above, looking to connect some shots down below. No one quite giving up a shot yet, but no, the shockwave comes out. This is a misplay if I've ever seen one, as unfortunately Venno is going to be caught out into the water. That's going to be Quanti there in the distance too. The Cybertron cannon is out, and unfortunately it is not looking good here for Venno and Queasy as he goes down.
Small missteps with the shockwaves will send them out into an awkward position, but you see the double Cybertron. It's going to be Notch and Source from above. Panda, we talked about him before the show started tonight, so it's cool to see them here now showing out against some of the best that they have to offer here in this competition. Source and Notch already finding one knocked. King's low HP, so they have to be careful though. A lot of third parties and teams located close by as they try and spot him out. King will slide down the hill, finds a moment to pop this big pot, get some HP back. Notch and Source though just trying to slow things down. Look around, they do have an NPC following them, but they're going to go ahead and sit on top of this tower. King just kind of stuck down below with not really any options. And again, this Cybertron cannon, the bush is the obvious position, and he'll be spot out.
Yeah, even though he got spotted out, though, it was not able to connect there from Notch. As Source going to go ahead and try to take a shot, and nothing really converting into any kind of damage, but does see a vehicle there in the distance. Going to go ahead and connect some shots there, as now they're forced to rotate here out of the storm. And looking at Notch and Source's inventory, they don't have a lot of heals to work with, so they are going to have to avoid this storm as much as possible. And Nas and Pink still in this one, though. One of those teams that obviously high expectations going into this competition. Gamers8 champion Pink going to fall here. And Nas left as a solo, just trying to slip away.
Thomas and Malibuka in hot pursuit, looking to try and take out the Gamers8 champions from 2022. But Anas has something to say about it, using these shockwaves down in the mud, quite literally sliding around, trying to make a speedy recovery to somewhere a little bit more safe. But there's so many teams close by just on the other side. It's going to be Gentle taking shots, and that's Dark. It takes him out of the air just like that. Anas will exit this game and send back to the lobby.
It's going to be a tough go there for Dark, and or for the other team, as Dark and Gentle easily cleaning that one up. And Andalex and Nikov now traveling not too far away. This could be a problem for them, but we'll see how it plays out. Now that we have a majority of the lobby hanging out in Brutal Bastion, I don't even know what's going on. Was there a party we were not invited to?
Apparently not.
If so, Levin's probably thrown it, because the man doesn't invite me to anything.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Just going to air him out. Just like that. He's not even here to defend himself.
You know, I can't lie. That was a lie. Levin is actually the best. He invites me to everything.
Not wrong.
He actually bought me dinner the other night. Great dude. Great dude. But now let's focus on Kanata and Adris, as they're going to go ahead and go for the island. This is a big play for them. If they're the first ones up there, of course, they are most likely to capture that point, get those slurp juices, and make a fight out of it. But now we're going to get to see Brutal Bastion as the island appears. Of course, Fluger Ops still up there. Sizz Lucky DJ haven't moved. Blake C's haven't moved. But you got Carmi and Vanyak, Kinzo and Kika, and now Quinn and Vert all joining the fold here at Brutal. What once was a 2, maybe 3-team fight now seems to be a good portion of the lobby.
Big representation here. That's Kenzo and Kika. Now clashing heads with Quinn and Vert, and Kenzo will be left on low HP, now gliding through the air, trying to connect on the last couple of shots to take them out. It looks like Kenzo will finally be now knocked, so Kika has to look to try and recover with one shockwave, but getting pressured from the island. Not really any options there, so has to be forced to play as a solo, and Blake and Cease have not moved from this building since dropping. I feel like these guys will hang out here as long as physically possible until they start to get storm sickness.
Well, I mean, look, it's nice to see the zone start to pull north, but not so nice to see as Trashy and Pump are getting eliminated here on the north side. But that's going to be Bloomy and Lardle. Remember, just outside, not too far outside the top 10 going into the day is them, but Thomas HD taking a ton of damage with Booga on a tear. This has been a huge change of events on the day here, folks. As Booga and Threats didn't necessarily have the best day one, they came back here in day 2 very, very strong. We'll have to continue to tune in with them and see how they can continue to take these fights and trend right up into the top of the leaderboard.
And if I'm not mistaken, Bugha Threats, ranked #1 on the day, but ranked #4 on the cumulative leaderboard as it currently stands. So they're in a good spot. They can definitely make some big gains here if they continue this kind of momentum. And this is what we talked about, right? All these teams get that mental reset, that 25% point increase between day to day. So that's the type of teams that you'll see make massive gains. But still, we'll check back in. Brutal Bastion, so many teams still here. The ones that aren't forced away will just try and hang out as much as they possibly can. Quinn and Vert included in that. Kika and Kenzo back in the mix, though. Looks like Kenzo was able to be revived, so this team will hold down a position out over near the low ground as we get a look at the next zone here with majority of the lobby positioned in the storm. Couple in Slappy Shores. A few near Creaky Compound, but again, now we'll get a look and it'll pull. Brutal Bastion still going to be in this one.
Clearly, it wasn't an invite to a party. It was an invite to the future as to what was going to happen. And that's why all these teams have positioned themselves in Brutal Bastion. But no, Bugha has gone down in the storm. That may be Moo and Tax cleaning that one. Threats, though, it looked like he was going to be able to slip away. But no, he is going to be down and out, as it does look like Moo and Tax are going to be able to finish this one strong. I don't think Moo is aware that Threats may have gone down there to the storm. But nevertheless, we see Quanti, Triprin still in this one. But of course, the heroes of day 2, the unsung heroes, I should say, of day 2, Source and Notch having one of the biggest comebacks here so far. And one of the biggest comebacks we haven't talked about yet. Because obviously, you could talk about Malibu, Thomas HD finding a lot of success here day 2. You could talk about Bugha and Threats finding more success here on day 2. But Notch and Source is one of those teams that we haven't discussed as much, and they have had an exceptional performance day 2 compared to day 1.
I mean, absolutely, right? You go ahead and hit the VODs the night before, whatever you got to do. Watch back the stream. Make those revisions, come in with your head held high, knowing that you can fix those mistakes with 2 more days left. So we'll continue to keep up with their story. Moo and Tax, another one of those teams looking to improve here, as we'll see Moo get knocked up there in the elimination feed confirmed as well. They've made massive gains as well, just breaking into the top 10. Another team to continue to watch their journey as X-Squeeze and Bad Sniper making their way into the zone. Not a lot of cover nearby here because we are out in the snow, so a couple of icebergs to hide behind, but other than that, not really many options. But seems like a lot of the teams here left in this game want to try and stay in the storm instead.
Do you blame them?
No, not at all.
I mean, you
not at all.
You look at what Kami and Jabko did yesterday, and it was just like, okay, well, if it worked for them, maybe it'll work for us, especially for the teams that may or may not have found success there in day 1. This is the day to really adjust the game plan and perfect it before day 3. So we're seeing a lot of teams do that, including Nikov and Andalex, who a strong fight there for them, taking out Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze very, very quickly. Love to see the speed and urgency in that fight. For them, it was a huge refresh too. You see the Breacher shotgun now in hand, the Cybertron cannons ready to go, and it's just a matter of time before we see Nikov and Andalex go for another challenge. But of course, another unsung hero in Gentle and Dark. This team is just, the best way to put it is they are on the up and up.
Oh yeah.
They showed us some stuff there in day 1, but day 2 they said, Panda Ben, Lev and Shio, Kelly and the crew, we're going to turn it up even further. And that's what they've been doing so far. So curious to see how they finish this one out, as Quanti and Tripper are now going to be pushing Source and Notch in the storm. This is going to be a tough fight for both teams to take here, as Tripper going to go ahead and use the shockwave to get in. Source is going to be able to pick up.
Wow.
No. It actually all went down so fast. What a tough loss there for them, but good pickups for Quanti and Triprin.
And good comms to be able to use that shockwave. Such a great call. Yep. That's how you know you've done your homework. You know that that's going to be the play here. It's like, hey, they're stuck in this bunker. They're stacked up together. Let's go ahead and catch them off guard here. Break things up. Try and hit a shotgun shot maybe as you travel through with great precision. But Jabko and Kami continuing in this, 2 eliminations. Trying to spot out the solo. Good colors just underneath Blaster. Taken out. They'll keep rotating through. No vehicle this time around. No NPC, so they're going to be caught out on foot. An early exit in last game, but still atop the leaderboard by something close to, say, 300 points. So they got to be feeling good. Cal Gamer, Nema, again inside this bunker. Just outside of Edge, but they're going to get double Cybertron cannon. Tripper and Kanata take them out in an instant.
Wow, and obviously that's not even planned too. It was just perfect timing there from those players. And now Cammy and Japko are the next ones focused by the Cybertron cannon. Lots of damage there to their bunker, but still going to stay alive. As also Vanyak and Karmi just trying to hold on to the edge here. They are very, very close to the zone, but now need to make their way around. It does look like Fluger and Ops still in this one in the distance, as well as Rizandy and Refsguard. This duo, of course, confident going into day one, confident going into day two. And so I fully expect to see a big, big game come out of them here in the near future.
Something I have to mention, Thomas and Malabuka just being taken out in this game, but Rezon in a hairy situation. Amar as well confirmed, as Cammy will find that. They have 3 at this point, hiding behind a little bit of a wood ramp. Ruins of the bunker that once was. Rizandy and Refsguard, a team not overlooked. Very talented duo. Expected to do very well. High up on my top 5 list for sure. But we'll get a little bit of replay here. Quanti and Tripper, and again, that play to bust through the bunker, just catch them completely off guard. They didn't even have time to get a single shot off. Just like that, they'll find them. But Cammy caught out. Japko is a solo here with no shield to his name.
It's a tough loss here for Japko, but Japko,
oh no,
I was about to say can find success, but as I was going to say it, Quanti and Tripper end up collecting that elimination, and that could be the lowest performance we've seen from Cammy and Japko so far in this competition.
Which isn't even bad. 20th is not even bad compared to some performances we've seen. And these two, again, just have to stick with the game plan. It's been rough for them. Obviously not going to plan, but Quanti, again, looking to try and make what he has work here. Kika will be taken out. Kenzo taken out as well. That duo will be done for now. Quanti just looking to try and hold a line of sight. That bunker not going the way they want. Just trying to get some health back to it and really not left with any options but to take the gunfight. Kanata and Agers claiming the island earlier on. Rocking these mythic drum guns, which a lot of times are overlooked. It has a little bit of a longer range potential to most other shotguns in the loot pool right now. So it's definitely an interesting change in the way you have to take fights. But these two definitely have the experience to adapt on the fly, as they'll look with their cannons to try and bust one of these bunkers up. Still on the outside of the Hall of Whispers. Rizandy losing rest guard in the process down here on the low ground. Just brawling. Really nothing left but left in shambles.
Yeah, while it is a shambles situation, Blake and Cease are going to go ahead and find Rizandy there mid-air to clean that one up. But now the fight continues on as Suns and Alex still in the game. They are the OCE duo and the only OCE duo hanging out here. Of course, Muzz made his way from OCE to NA, but he's an NA player now.
Absolutely. He is through and through. Blake and Cease, though, got out here. Epic Whale and Acorn, the ones that do it on low HP, but now Epic Whale's knocked Acorn alone. Looking towards Baka and Pars. We're putting the pressure on, connecting with the Cybertron cannon. Gonna be looking for the opportunity for the res. But again, grabbing the heals he can. Axe Force and Vortexers looking to force Suns and Alex out of a comfortable position. They have the mythic drum guns as well. Acorn trying to grab any extra utility before he has to hit the little left foot, right foot to rotate into this next zone. Suns and Alex will fall to Casker. Still inside of these buildings, trying to hold on to any sort of natural cover they can. Optifluger still in this game. Top 7, looking for a solid performance as they're trying to find some more eliminations. They have 3 in total. Putting out shots with the MK, Vortexers and Axe Force, backside of zone, trying to make something happen here, but it's gonna be Hero, the one to take them out. Unsuspecting shots from the backside of zone.
Now here it is, Fluger and Opt in a healthy spot here to finish this game strong. But no, if anybody has anything to say about it, it's of course Dark and Gentle yet again in the end game. And it's going to be a tough situation for him as Axe Force is going to go down, and Fluger does end up picking that one up. But no, he's going to go down to Casker. That's going to leave Opt as a solo.
And just like that, we're into the final moments of this game. S-Dark and Gentle looking to try and go for the 2-time on the day. Opt back in zone, connecting on the shots with the Maven. And S-Dark and Gentle, 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale.
What an insane back-to-back performance. Of course, not back-to-back, let me be clear. Won multiple games on the day.
Absolutely.
And just honestly insane, incredible there to see them. They just keep finding their way to the end game. Yeah, I don't know. Look, this is what Cammy and Japko were doing yesterday, right? Where we saw first, second. Like we saw all these great placements. We're seeing that now repeated here by Gentle and Dark. This is a good day for them, but we'll have to wait and see how the day finishes off, as that is only match number 3 of 6 for day number 2.
Halfway through day number 2, that's going to mark the halfway point of this entire competition, Panda. And this is the exact thing that we talked about, right? The difference between day 1 and day 2, right? Cammy and Japko, so consistent on day number 1, but we said, does it really matter? Because if you can be more consistent on day number 2, you could shake things up. And Gentle and S-Dark, this kind of consistency on day number 2 with the point increase, some real big changes on this leaderboard.
And look, you already know, they said, you know what, we're seasoned. We know how these interviews work. We're already up out of our chairs, ready to go. Like, we're professionals at this point. But honestly, the recap here from this game was insane. So many big names that we hadn't seen in the end games, like Kanata and Agers making their way too, and of course Vaniac and Karmi also finding some success there. But honestly, these final moments were telling, right? Yeah. What I thought was all Fluger and Opt to win the game came down to Gentle and Dark sneaking just above them, forcing them to take uncomfortable fights and ultimately leading them into a win. But now it's time. We got to go to a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
It's going down. It's going down, down. It's going It's going down.
Welcome back to Gamers8 featuring Fortnite and to Carton Emad as well. We're bringing down all the action, breaking it all down for you right now. That was something else. Dare I suggest this? Could a Middle Eastern duo win this competition? To Carter, it's looking like it could be on right now.
Look, it can most definitely happen, Adam. First place, second place, first place. They're looking as consistent, if not more, than Cammy and Japco yesterday. They are starting off incredibly strong.
And don't forget about their elimination points. The elimination points are more today, and so are the placement points, so they can potentially catch up and take that first place from Cammy.
Indeed. I mean, dare I say, let's go Falcons! I'm seeing that lows as well, which is awesome to see. Everyone's going absolutely wild in the crowd right now. How are they ensuring they always make it into either first, second, or first spot again? I mean, how are they doing this?
Look, I want to do like an in-depth breakdown. I need to see from start to end what's going on, but what I do know is they are landing Rumble Ruins. That has a boss NPC, which does grant you a mythic MK, so I'm sure they're landing their shots. That's where those high eliminations are coming from, but they are just playing incredibly consistent in terms of always getting to the late game. We constantly see them there, constantly positioning themselves correctly, and they're just doing a great job.
Yeah, and as you were speaking about the MK, every single person is carrying an MK, carrying some sort of shotgun, most likely, mainly the Havoc, because the Havoc you could shoot really quickly, and then they're carrying either a cannon, a porta bunker, and then some sort of heals, and hopefully shockwaves if they can find any.
Yeah, so there's like a meta to what you need in the end game. The inventory, incredibly important, as are the points in this competition. I think we have an official leaderboard for you as well, and it has gone super tight within 130 or so points now between first and second position, with Cammy and Yapko still up there, but right behind them on their tails, Dark and Gentle move up into that second spot with 1,929 points. Boy, this is getting juicy.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. 1929, you said it yourself, closer and closer to taking that throne from Cammy and Japco in that first place spot right now. And Ziandi Refscard holding on strong to the third place spot, but you can also see it's a very small difference from even fifth place. They're all in those 1,500 point range. It is getting close.
Yeah, there's like a big gap from second and third. You can see like that huge, just point gap. I think placements plays a huge part today, and you saw everybody. There's storm surge happening today. We didn't see too much of that yesterday. And storm sickness plays a huge part because everybody's playing in storm, so they got to be careful.
Yeah, we see the eliminations buff to points as well playing a huge part, because Cammy and Yapko only getting around 10 eliminations today across 3 games comparatively to yesterday, and that's the difference. Now you can see other teams as well really starting to fly up the leaderboard, and even in likes of 17th position, we watched Bad Sniper and Xweez as well getting a lot of eliminations, 30 to their names right now. 1 point separating them from 16th position Blacker and Mixon, and the rest of the leaderboard is looking very tight in the middle. Remember, there's $500,000 for top spot, but $2 million in total in this prize pool, so every place counts for a significant amount of money.
We are witnessing history, the largest prize pool for a zero-build Fortnite event in history of FN competitive. We can see here on the third page, Mr. Savage Fadil trying to hold on strong. A reminder that today is 25% increase in both placement and elimination points compared to yesterday, and it's going to be an even other 25% increase tomorrow as well, so the stakes keep getting higher and higher.
Yeah, and we got to speak about the players that didn't do too well yesterday, but they're actually popping off today. I saw Threats and Booga in 12th place yesterday, and now they're in 6th places in 2 games. Like, so it's anybody's game. They got to stay consistent. As Cammy said yesterday in the interview, consistency is key.
It really is one of those keywords we use a lot: consistency, adaptability, and I think the one's experience. Those are the 3 words we tend to use a lot here. And just look at the prize pool we saw a second ago there, $500,000 for top, but even in 5th position, still $100,000, which is a huge amount of money to take away with you. But we're only halfway through this competition. We're officially halfway now. We've had 9 games of our 18. You've obviously been watching behind the scenes here. What have you kind of noticed today, which is kind of maybe slightly different to yesterday? Obviously, you know, the highlight yesterday, the spotlight was always on Cammy and Yapko. Today hasn't, I mean, it's still been a good day, but not as good. Has that been due to the lobby changing the way they've strategically gone about business, or is it been a case of them just not being able to with the storm and such, be able to access those eliminations and standing points as much as yesterday?
Yeah, so there's a lot to break down. I mean, Epic Whale and Acorn said it themselves after that first day. All all of the duos that are competing here today have been putting in that work behind the scenes, checking the VOD, checking what they should be doing differently, what they should be changing up on their route. And they also got to see what that #1 duo, Cammy and Jepko, have been doing, making use of that NPC that uses chug splashes to heal them. So I'm sure if, you know, they're seeing a vehicle driving around getting healed by chug splashes, the lobby is a lot more focused on dealing damage to them. So there could be a lot of factors to what is happening, but it's all about the duos that have now had a whole night to kind of prepare and make those adjustments.
Yeah, as you said, looking at other players, but also looking at themselves and see what the mistakes they did yesterday and how to correct them. How do we get eliminated there? How do we prevent it? And how do we become better tomorrow? That's what they did last night, and I actually heard some conversations last night of the VOD reviewing. They're like, all right, we have to do this, we have to do that. So it's just very interesting to see how players are mixing it up and how players are actually doing so well today rather than yesterday.
Well, you've both been chatting to players a lot as well here in the complex, all the players are staying. What have you kind of gauged from them in general? I guess a bit of an inside scoop here for you guys watching at home. What have you kind of learned from the players? What's been surprising for you? What's been interesting? What's been the biggest thing that's really stood out?
Look, I've noticed a lot of confidence. I actually had dinner with Refsgard before he arrived here, and then he, coming from Sweden, dominating the current meta, especially in Zero build alongside Z Andy, told me, you know, I'm feeling good. This could be the tournament. And now being in 3rd place, I saw him again this morning. He was going to the gym. He was feeling ready, feeling hyped up. And, you know, I think confidence is very important, especially in Fortnite competitive, and a lot of the duos have that today.
Yeah, I feel like they actually, one thing I want to emphasize is they're not losing hope, especially because the 25% increase today and then the 50% increase tomorrow. They're not losing hope. I was having breakfast today with some of the players that weren't doing too well, and they were just like, nah, we got this. We're going in with a different mindset today. We're going on top of the leaderboards, and it's going to happen. And when you manifest it, it usually ends up happening.
I just love in-person events so much more because you can actually spend time with players and get to know the inside and out of what they're thinking, their mindset going into these things as well. It's absolutely fantastic. Speaking of getting to know players, I'm finding out a bit more about them. Fancy is standing by, and I believe he caught up with our match 9 winners.
من جديد نرجع في المسرح أعزائي المشاهدين مع جنتل وإسك دارك يقدروا انه يجيبون ثاني باتل او ثاني فيكتوري رويال اليوم بطريقه جدا جدا عظيمه صراحه. هنيهم على المستوى، على اللعبه، على الاداء اللي قاعدين يسوونه، ودنا نسولف معهم شوي عن كيف يقدرون يفوزون في الجيم هذا. اول شيء ودي اسالك جنتل، الف مبروك الفوز الثاني، ولازم نعرف وش قصه البلاي ستايل حقكم. ما كنتم تبون تعطونا اسرار، لكن بنفس الوقت كنتم تقولون، أو يعني احنا لاحظنا مع المعلقين انه الاشياء اللي كانوا يسوونها كامي وجابكو في الجيم بالامس مشابهه اللي قاعدين يسوونه الان بتركيزكم على الروتيشنز وكيف طريقتها. هل هذا الشيء ذا صحيح؟
صراحه شو اسمه، امس ما نمت كثير عشان اشوف اغلاطنا، ويعني عدلت اشياء كثيره عن اليوم، والحمد لله هذا الشيء فاد معنا، والاستراتيجيات حقتنا نجحت وفزنا جيمين وزي ما انت شايف. الحمد لله.
We just asked Gentle about the similarities between his gameplay and his duo with what Jabko and Kami were doing yesterday in yesterday's game. So basically, he didn't even get enough sleep today just so he can get enough information about their play style and try to improve it and upgrade on it. And it's working wonderfully right now by them winning 2 victory royales. It's doing greatly, and we're going to see how they're going to do next. حبيبي اسكار، اول شيء ودي اقول لك اياه انه يعني العلاقه ما بينك وبين جنتل كدوو مره عظيمه، والكل قاعد يتكلم عنها انه بينكم سينرجي ما تخيل قد ايش. حدثني شوي عن الكوميونيكيشن اللي يصير بينك وبين داخل المباراه.
والله الصراحه هو عليه كل شيء ما شاء الله عليه، يسوي كل شيء ويعطينا افكار، كل افكار عنده انا بس الحقه واروح معاه، والحمد لله قاعد متوافقين وقاعدين نفوز الحمد لله رب العالمين. إذا ضابطة معكم ليش تغيرها صح؟ فعلا. لكن الحين ودنا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه في نهاية الانترفيو هذه، لكن يعطيكم الف عافية أعزائنا المشاهدين، ودنا نروح على طول لمسير التحليل نتكلم أكثر. And by the way, I just asked Eskdark about what they did inside the game when it comes to communications, because mainly Gentle is the IGL for this duo, and I asked them, what do you guys do in order for you to get the wins? And all Eskdark said is that I just focus on following Gentle's lead, and I just, wherever he goes, I just go with him. All the ideas are his, and I'm just here to support him. And this is the dynamic that got them to win 2 victory royales. So best of luck to them, and best of luck to the rest of the teams. Let's go back to the studio to talk more about what's happening in the next match.
Thank you, Fancy. Great insight there from our winning team there, probably second in the leaderboard. The fact that they've been studying VODs all night long and didn't even get that much sleep, and managing to ultimately study Cammy and Yapka, what they've done thus far, and putting it into great effect today.
Yeah, no, the IGL, as he was talking about, I just follow Gentle, I do what he says, and I just focus on eliminating other players. So whenever he sees anybody, he's just focusing on eliminating. Look at Dark getting that elimination. He's just always focused on eliminations, and whatever he hears in his ear from Gentle, go here, go there, he marks it, he follows, and he just does his part.
Yeah, it's like what we saw yesterday from Thomas HD and Malabuka when they kind of took those 50-50 engagements on the Rift Island. Thomas HD following Malabuka's calls, as Malabuka is the IGL of that duo. But, you know, what's important is just making sure you're on the same wavelength, have the same ideas, and able to execute that as most efficiently as possible. But here, checking out some of the highlights from Dark, Gentle, the match overall, and so far, you know, they have had such an incredible start that I hope they can continue to push that momentum forwards, but it looks like there's nothing slowing them down right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'd be interesting as well, seeing that players like DJ and Sizlucky, not a great first day yesterday. They changed up that POI. It started to affect the way that they managed to kind of start to get some points now, eliminations. They start to challenge for placement as well, which is great to see from some of our teams.
Yeah, and something else I've noticed is players are using vehicles much more often. Rather, they're saving all their shockwaves. They're using those vehicles. They're actually sitting in the back seat, like acting like the vehicle's not being used. I've noticed some of the strats that they're using. They sit in the back, the vehicle, the engine's not started. They're just sitting there waiting for zone to come, and everyone's like, you know, I don't have to shoot at that vehicle because nobody's in there, but somebody's actually hiding in the back seat, and it's usually the duo just chilling there.
You love to see it. Love to see it. I mean, I also absolutely love seeing the crowd. I mean, we've talked about this before. Yeah. We're obviously in Saudi Arabia right now, in Riyadh, having the time of our lives, and you can see the crowd. There's a real buzz in the air, and particularly we have Middle Eastern teams proving on the grand stage here against some of the best duos in the world internationally, holding their own and actually excelling, so many of them as well. It really puts this region on the map, and it's great for an international coming together of talent here. It's a fantastic part of that, and it's great for the game moving forward as well.
Yeah, and I feel like it motivates the players on the stage as well. You hear, "Let's go Falcons," as Gentle and Dark get the victory royale, and you know you can hear that cheering when they're in the last moments, and it kind of gives them that energy, you know, that focus in those last moments to hit their shots and do what they need to do to get that VR.
Yeah, the crowd is definitely passionate, very, very passionate about the region, and that's what makes it amazing. They're just so passionate. Look at them just cheering on, so excited. Look at the flags as well. They're so
the flags
excited.
Around,
really.
everyone's kind of singing, dancing. There is a part. There's a party atmosphere here. Derek asked production here right now. Can we get some Falcons jerseys? I think we need these. I want to join in. I want to join in there. Obviously, we've got ourselves a bit of an extended break now with the players, a bit of a chance to catch up with each other and have some food, some sustenance before coming back into the next matchup. You know, question we kind of posed to you guys yesterday as well about, you know, what kind of tends to happen in this situation. Obviously, both competing professionally and a lot. What do you kind of tend to talk about in your duos in this kind of instant? What do you think the kind of conversations will be like here? Because halfway through the competition, it's not like yesterday where it was just a day one. It's actually halfway through, 9 games left in this 18-game format. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Fortnite's about constant adaptation, and now the players have to adapt overnight, going from day 1 to day 2 of the tournament, but also now with the halftime, you get a bit of a longer break, and as all the other opponents in your surroundings have adapted, now it's time to adapt once again, figure out what they changed as long as what you changed, but now you have to make those other micro adjustments to see what you can do to maximize your gameplay in the last 3 matches of the day.
Yeah, as you said, it's all about adjustments. So if you're doing well, you don't want to adjust too much. But if you're not doing well today, I know they're talking about what are we doing wrong, how can we fix it, and how can we do better. So it's all about the adjustments, as you said, and that's definitely what they're talking about while they're eating. You know, just getting a refresh, and that's really good about Gamers8. They're really taking care of everybody. They're just making sure that the players are doing well, they're feeling well, and they're playing well.
Absolutely right. I mean, talking of adjustments, my tummy's saying the same thing. It's like, feed me now. What we're going to do is we are going to take ourselves a very short break here on the show for ourselves to get some time out, kind of a reconvene before coming back in a short while's time. When we do, you are going to have the remaining 3 games of the day, so you do not want to miss those. Come back and join us again for more Gamers8 featuring Fortnite in a short while. We cannot wait to see how this unfolds and what happens next. We'll see you after the break.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I think we got it. I would say it's more like. This is a little
bit faster, yeah.
I don't know how to do that one.
Oh, wait, actually.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's like an automatic pistol, I guess. But.
Oh, no. I don't, yeah.
No, I didn't get that one.
I'm so
I'll go
confused.
first. I'll go first. It's like.
Oh, the bus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's like when you jump
that,
out.
yeah.
That's more like, I think that's when you jump out.
Yeah, when you get out the bus, yeah.
Yeah.
I should have done the side. That's pretty good. Okay. A little more monotone.
Yeah.
Is that Surge or Storm? It's both. Like, I know the OG Fortnite one. I don't know this one now. Oh, wait, is that not the same? Wait, it doesn't shoot that fast, but. That's fast. That's good. Here it goes. And then it goes. Is that what it does? I don't know. Hold on, wait. It's like it's like boom, and then it's like woo. Yeah, no, it goes. It's like woo. It does something weird. Yeah, it's that noise.
Shing, 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 shing.
Just from the Mongrel clip, I remember. Shing, shing. That's it. I don't know.
That pickaxe is not. Dude, I don't know. Boom. Bro, I don't know. How do you do like the steps out? But you can't say that though. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible.
I need to hear it.
It's like I remember the sound.
Yeah, same, but
I can't like. How are you gonna say that? You try. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's like.
Yeah, this was better. What's the melody? Something like that.
I don't know.
It's like loud and then it goes like quiet. I knew the loud to quiet, but I couldn't do like the sound.
Shield Bubble. Hasted Bishi Shogun. Brutal Bastion. Real Money. MK Alpha. Fight of Spawn. Cybertron Cannon. Tilted Towers.
Shield Bubble. Hasted British Shotgun. Brutal Bastion. Real Money. Red Eye. Fight of Spawn. Cybertron Cannon. Tilted Tower.
yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution.
Here we have it, folks. We prepare for match number 4 after a brief break for our players. They are re-energized and ready to go. Of course, it's Panda and Ben K here to break down the next game. And just like you see here for Vino, stakes are high, just like his hair. High up in the sky as we prepare here for the remainder of these games on the day. And the leaderboard is beginning to shift a little bit. I've had a little insight to look at how things are going, and of course you already know Dark and Gentle just coming out strong here on the day. Great sign here for them, but Ben, can they keep it going?
And that's the question here, right? Consistency throughout the rest of these games. We're halfway through the total competition now with 9 games remaining, 3 left on the day, so we'll have to wait and see how things stack up, because it is going to go ahead and go up 25% in format as far as points go for elimination and placement as we move over to day 3. But this leaderboard is getting closer and closer towards the top. But as we kind of work our way down that top 10, it is starting to space out just a little bit. So if players want to make a run for a spot inside these top 3, they're going to have to make changes quickly.
That they are, and it looks like they're going to be preparing for the game. Of course, you see some drop maps there located off to the side, and it's the big strategy here for the players playing in person. Because remember, for competitive integrity, you cannot have a bunch of extra applications open on your computer. You can check out the stream when you're down, but otherwise, you are all on your own, and that's why you see those paper printed out drop maps for these players to make sure they know exactly which point they pull that umbrella and make their way over to the POI. But now it's time. It does look like everybody's getting those codes in, getting ready to go. That's Source having a phenomenal first few games here on the day. Love to see the comeback here from Source and Notch, and hope that that continues here in the second half of games. But
yep,
we'll see as we prepare. Remember, folks at home, this is an incredible opportunity, and actually the halfway mark of this incredible festival here featuring Fortnite.
Yep.
We are at the exact halfway mark. Ben, of course, you've been here since the start. How are you feeling?
You gotta feel good, right? I mean, we're here, beautiful Riyadh, have to say. It has been nothing but spectacular here at Gamers8 on the Boulevard, of course. Beautiful venue, have to say. I mean, it's been nothing but spectacular to see the levels being up between 2022 to 2023. It's been surprising that they were able to up the levels from last year, just been continuing to elevate.
And remember, this is just the first week here, folks. This is going on for many, many weeks to come with several game titles. I believe the PUBG Mobile peeps are already in the house getting ready for the next set of games. So it is pretty incredible what is going on here in Riyadh, in the Boulevard. Of course, this Gamers8 event starting last year just continues to elevate the standards. I mean, if you haven't checked out, there's actually a versus stage going on throughout this week as well. And we've been able to watch Tekken unfold there, Tekken 7. And so lots of great stuff going on over there. If you get a chance to check out that stream, you have to do it, folks. I mean, it has been awesome. We had a chance to kind of walk over, check out the stage, check out some of the gameplay, and genuinely, it's like, man, I've never played Tekken before, but I think I could now. But now, of course, love Cecil Blake showing off. Showing off the setup, getting ready, and it does look like the codes are going in. People are getting ready to load into this lobby as everyone gets locked and loaded. Of course, Fluger and Opt right there, the dark horses of this competition. I've been saying it since before we even started, that they are the ones that realistically are getting set up to make a showing that I don't think anybody's anticipating. So you've had a lot of experience with this duo, of course, especially Fluger. What is your take on their performance so far, and what are some things that they can do to improve here in the second half of the day?
I mean, Fluger Opt is one of these duos that are zero build specific. I believe the only zero build specific duo in this competition today, minus maybe some of the Middle East qualifiers coming out. Not as much background information, but Fluger and Opt specifically like to target zero build competitions, and these two have put in so much time to prepare for this, because to them, this is it. This is their FNCS. This is everything to them. This is what they really want to make and kind of show out to the world, that they're here to compete on the biggest of stages, and they put so much time in. They've switched up the drop spot last minute to something a little more central located, and so far it's been working out really well for them. The only difference is, of course, going from day 1 to day 2, we talked to them, right? They wanted to up the aggression, and we saw that just this last game. Normally, they like to play a little bit of a ridge just outside of their drop spot. This time around, moving towards Brutal Bastion to try and prioritize some eliminations. Zone pulled back towards their drop, but still paid off really well. They're able to secure a top 2 in this last match.
So, from your opinion, after seeing what they were able to do in the last game, do you think they repeat that and make their way over to that tower north of Brutal Bastion? Or do you think they just kind of play like towards the ridge they were originally playing? What are you thinking? Do you think they change things up, keep things the same?
I mean, when you look at their strategy and their drop itself, right, they have a lot of space to cover to grab all the loot, right? So they need to take some time and wait. And by the time they finish looting up, most of the time, first zone is already popped, and from there they can start to try and adjust, right? If it looks like it's going to pull a little bit further south, maybe they choose a different position, but if it looks like it's going north like we saw in the last game, I see no reason why they shouldn't be moving towards Brutal Bastion, because it's a triple contested POI with a lot of teams that like to rotate in. That gives you a big opportunity to maybe third party a fight, pick up an elimination, maybe find a solo that's lurking around trying to clutch up for a reboot. So realistically, if you're looking for a yield of opportunity, Brutal Bastion seems to be a hot spot.
I can see that. That's a good take. I like that for sure. But of course, we got to talk about Vidil, Mr. Savage. Vidil, exceptional player, did end up breaking his chair yesterday, but of course, it is set up for success today. He said, "You know what? Listen, my energy, I know it's too powerful. These chairs can't contain me, and I'm going to come back here in the second half as Amar just grooving and moving here on the stage in preparation for this next match." You love it, Amar. Look, talk to chat. Let them know, Amar.
Got to keep the vibes high, you know? It doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard. You got to make sure you come in with a strong mental attitude, because we still have a lot of games to go, a lot of space and time to go, as we'll keep looking to try and get into this game, in this match. It's the back half, of course. I want to give these players a little bit of an opportunity here to start to think things through, right? Because now they have a solid number of matches under their belt. So they really have to decide. I mean, if you're not making big changes in your strategy at this point, you're going to have a really rough time trying to breach into the top echelon of this leaderboard.
I agree, as we continue to prepare for this next match and thinking about things that have transpired so far. Obviously, Dark Gentle having a phenomenal day 2.
Incredible.
Very similar to what we saw day 1 for Japko and Cammy.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they can continue that, similar to what Cammy and Japko did yesterday. Otherwise, though, of course, you have Hero and Fahad, one of our Middle East qualifiers, making it through there. That team is another one that's a bit of a dark horse going on, but you know as well as I do, we're in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia here in the Boulevard, and of course lots of great stuff going on. Got what looked like some like an anime competition, more or less. I don't know who's the winner. I think that guy might be the winner, Ben.
It's a big weapon he's got on his shoulder there.
That's a big shoulder he's got on that weapon there.
That's one way to put it. In fact, but of course, I mean, the Boulevard, we can look at footage through a camera all day long. It just doesn't do it justice. I mean, we got the opportunity yesterday to do a little bit of a walk around, and it is absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful area. You can see the beautiful fountains. There's so many people outside enjoying the festivities. And just like we mentioned, right? I mean, Fortnite going on today, right here and now, but there's so much more going on here at Gamers8.
There is a lot going on here for these situations. Of course, you got to come check it out yourself. If you haven't been out to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, it is one of the most beautiful places on the earth. No question. Just incredibly kind people all around. And, of course, beautiful things like the Boulevard, as well as some of the malls here. Can I just say this? Like, I love going to a good mall and walking around.
Of course, who doesn't?
And sometimes window shopping, otherwise really shopping.
Yeah.
Shout out to some of those local malls here. But they have been some of the most breathtaking, architecturally designed shopping centers here in the area, not only here on the Boulevard, but of course in the local area too for malls. So it's really cool to see what the scale of everything here. I think that's genuinely what it is. It's like you go home and you're like, oh cool, I got this mall, like it's great, it's got everything I need. And then you come here and you're like, oh, they got a mall? And it's like,
oh no, they got a mall.
Yeah, it's so different. So super cool to continue to be able to explore out here, and super thankful. Obviously, I know us as talent, we're thankful, and of course the players as well. I hear stories as we sit back and get to chat with them in the mornings, and these players getting to experience things like this for the first time. I know even for Source, for example, this is the first major event he's been able to be a part of it.
Yeah.
And to see him get to explore the area, get to hang out, of course, with his friends and be here in person for such a major event has been an awesome experience for him and so many other players. So we continue to get to check out what that looks like here for them. But what has been your number one thing so far in Riyadh that you have enjoyed, Ben?
Oh, I'll tell you straight up. I mean, without hesitation, it's got to be the food.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
We went to a chicken place, KFC. You already know. Shout out KFC as one of our sponsors as well. We got to check out KFC, and it was actually so good. And it's like,
it's different here. It's delicious.
It's like I have KFC at home. Why would I prefer KFC all the way away from home now? I'm gonna be like, listen, DoorDash, can you stop in Riyadh and pick up food for me? That would be great. Thank you. So no, honestly, it's been a really cool experience. So you're gonna say food, right? I'm gonna say the culture, right?
Fair.
Culturally, it has been one of the coolest that I've been able to experience in recent years, and I could call myself a traveler, right? But I never really spent too much time internationally traveling until the more recent years, and so far, culturally, this has been one of the coolest that I've been able to experience. I got to go to some museums last year and check out some things and get to learn so much about the local area. And, of course, learn about the fans as well. Passionate fans in the crowd. Shout out to the Falcon team, of course, getting represented in a big, big way here. They've taken up a nice little chunk of the stadium. If you don't know what the audience looks like, well, that's a good portion of it right there. So great to see. But experiencing all these different things here in Riyadh has been honestly great. And I wouldn't exchange anything for the world. But Moo, we got to talk about him. Moo and Tax.
Yeah.
Hot and cold. I don't understand what's going on here. It's like one game they're taking out Malibu and Thomas HD. They're rotating around, finding success into the end game. And then other times they're not quite finding the same success, going down a little bit earlier, but we have seen them fluctuate in and out of the top 10, currently in 14th place as of right now. So definitely going to be another dark horse team. They are a little bit more zero build focused. While Moo isn't solely zero build focused, they definitely have a little bit more focus than some of these other teams into zero build. Could explain why they're finding some success here on the day, but of course, you know, it is almost time, folks. We see these players getting loaded into the pre-loading island, and that means match number 4 is just moments away.
And we'll get into the action here in just a moment as everyone is here. We're loaded in, we're ready to go. Got to make sure we're all set up. Rearing up to be one to remember as we'll go ahead and start these back half of games. Not only 9 left to go for these players, but this will be match number 4 on the day. You can see everyone here in the stadium ready to go into this match. And we'll have to watch. We've seen a lot of consistent fights off spawn, but at this point, if you're going to make the change to try and push for something that has more loot, you need to do it now. Otherwise, you're not going to have much more of an option. You're going to be fighting for some of those lower spots rather than something within the top 10 or top 15.
Yeah, definitely one of those things that a lot of these teams are kind of eyeing up here in day number 2 is, of course, you do have more points that you can put on the board here in day 3, but day 2 still needs to be relatively consistent. They still need to be doing some things here in preparation for it, but now, though, look at that, getting some energy in. Of course, it is important to keep the players hydrated, ready to go at a moment's notice, because these games are impactful, right? On your mental, your physical, because this is as much a sport as any other sport. Now, listen, Fortnite is a lot at times, and that's why we love to give the players a break here to breathe and be able to just re-energize. And that's what they're doing here before match 4, 5, and 6 commences. And of course, with only 3 more left in the day, this could go relatively quick, but you love to see it. Players from all over the world coming down here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for what is the biggest zero build competition ever.
It really is. It's absolutely massive. $2 million up for grabs in these games over the next 2 days. Say day and a half more like. We have 9 games left, but these players coming from all over the world. We have NA, EU, we have Middle East. So many teams from all over the place really coming from all strokes of life to try and make a run for some of this prize money and glory here on the Gamers8 stage. So we'll have to see as we're slowly getting in. Duke's here. Again, one of those players who needs to make some changes during these back half of games. Click's paired along with him, so definitely a powerful duo. They just need to make some small changes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Clicks and Duke, one of those teams that realistically have found some success, but nothing that they can truly capitalize on in a way that will be impactful on the leaderboard. But it's time. We actually have a content piece that we're going to throw to here right before the match starts. Give you a little bit more context into what's going on.
Not bad. They were pretty close. And so it's like pretty good, pretty good. And then it's definitely me. Definitely one again. Like me. And so I'd be like, okay. He wasn't close.
Dude, it's not like add some hands, like damn,
There
bro.
you go.
Wow,
That was perfect. That was perfect.
It, I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it. What's a running noise, bro?
Yeah, you can't make that noise. You can't make that noise. No, it's like, it's something like that, bro.
I told you, bro.
I think that's the best one. That's the best we're gonna get. That's the best we're gonna get for that one.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, That was crazy.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
Nice with it. Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? All right, go.
It's like a. What?
What the hell was that?
Give yours.
What was that, bro?
I tried. I tried.
No, he just ruined that. Yeah, he ruined that.
Was that not crazy?
No, maybe he might have been.
I just cooked.
Maybe he might have.
Honestly, I think the highlight of that piece is Clix trying to swing a pickaxe. I'm not even gonna lie. The way he like kept his arms tucked and he's just like side swinging like. Obviously, you all at home can't see me trying to replicate what Clix is doing there, but Ben's loving it. As we prepare, as match number 4 is almost underway, we saw of the bus path kind of present itself there on Fluger's screen, so we may have an insight as to what's about to happen here in match number 4. Let's go ahead and get loaded in as the players are dropping off the battle bus right now, and there you go. Okay, this is actually going to favor teams like Fluger, like Cease and Blake. They're going to go ahead and get to their drop relatively early, giving them a little bit more time to loot up.
And that's what we're looking for, right? These teams like Fluger and Opt, these split drops, the faster they're able to get on the ground, the faster they're able to loot on up and then continue to look for these early to mid-game eliminations. Because we're used to seeing, especially here in day number 2, these games being drawn out for a long period of time before we see the action in those 7th, 8th zones. But if you can get a couple elims before you get to that point, make sure you have every bit of utility that you would like to have. It's the most ideal situation. But Zemi and Pent now gliding up and over. Bevies and Pablo Wingu finding some success here. Congestion off spawn, taking out Yamzo and Paper.
This is a turn here for them. Remember, in day number 1, Pablo Wingu and Bevies ended in the bottom 5, I believe, of the leaderboard, and they were really struggling off spawn there in day 1. It looks like that's no longer the case here as they take out Yamzo and Paper. So a bit of a turn here for them, and that's going to be a quick few eliminations. Remember here, folks, the first few games we watched today, there really weren't any elims. The games were very, very slow to start, and it was because these players are all just trying to survive to the end game, but looks like the confidence level is raising for some as eliminations are starting to drop into the fold.
Malibuca, Thomas HG, I'd like to get a look at their off spawn here. They've been landing here for all of the qualifiers in DreamHacks. And again, in the finals, still sticking to their guns and what they know best. It's a great spot. Find some high-level loot very quickly. On top of that, you have the slurp truck and vehicles, so you see a lot of the times this exact same rotation coming out from them. They like to quick push over towards the tower because there is a vault located just beneath, so if they're able to either take a fight with them or look for a third party, it's usually a good option. You could see them now taking some shots back and forth. Pablo Wingu, the one to pop the tire on the vehicle, so it looks like they're just going to try and turn head back towards the tower, secure it for now, wait for the zone to pop, and then they can go for the vault.
I like the play from them here. I think it's very, very calculated. They knew that there was going to be that fight just north of them. They loaded up, got a great loadout, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
And then immediately pushed into Pablo Wingu and Bevies. But Pablo Wingu and Bevies seem to have already kind of pre-planned that. They understood that that was probably going to be the case. So they got a vehicle of their own and just dipped.
Whoa. And immediately moving back. Kind of a little bit of a switcheroo here. Traded drop spots. Malibuca, Tom, and HC returning to their home and returning fire towards Bevies and Pablo Wingu, who are now just trying to go on a little bit of a joyride to avoid any sort of pressure being sent their way. Turning back towards the drop spot once again. A little bit of ring around the rosy for these two teams. As Bevies secures both those eliminations off spawn onto Paper and Yamzo. That's what we speculated would happen, though, as we move into these back half of the games. Those surprise contestations on teams who strategy coming into the competition have not been working, so they have to change something.
What could they change, though, to be honest? I mean, a lot of these teams kind of need to ask this question, right? And it is, what can I change to turn this around in the second half of the competition? Because we are at the exact halfway mark of the entire competition, which means for these teams that haven't quite found success yet, there's still some time to go, because obviously the 25% increase today, another 25% increase coming tomorrow, means that the points will continue to shift in a way that will allow for big comebacks depending on how the top 10 and top 15 do. So you're never down and out of this one as this game continues on.
Acorn and Epic Whale hanging out still at Mega City. They'll move to the top of one of these buildings so they can look for some pop shots on teams scattered around. It seems to be the general consensus for most of the teams landing here at Mega City is loot up down below. Maybe you take a little bit of a close quarters battle, but then immediately you want to try and make your way towards the top of these buildings because so many teams, if zone pulls away from you, are forced to rotate in the surrounding areas. So those might yield some free eliminations if you can position yourself properly. Just like this, we'll see Malabuka, Thomas HG finally connecting the shots and closing the distance. Bevies and Pablo Wingu taken out by Malabuka.
Wow. That is... I mean, honestly, this is the Malabuka I was expecting to see earlier in the competition. So good to see him turn the volume up here in the second half of the competition. And definitely having a much better day. Of course, remember, they still finished 9th coming into day number 2. So it's not like it was a poor performance, but of course the expectations were high. When you win 2 back-to-back DreamHack Zero Build events and 2 separate metas, and you win convincingly, everybody's going to come into this competition thinking, yep, you know what, Malabuka and Thomas HG, they're him.
They're him. I mean, that's what everyone really thought, right? 2 first-place finishes at 2 of the different DreamHack qualifiers. Everyone thought they were going to come in swinging and absolutely dominate the competition, but that just hasn't been the story so far. But of course, we still have a lot more to go. Pink and Anas finding Muzz. Bully looking to rotate away and stay in this one. The clutch factor is real here as they'll continue to try and hunt to find them. Pink just moving over these zip lines. It's kind of a scary area, a lot of untold angles here. As you can see that 1v2 here with Malabuka taking out the player up top, and then you see it, Bevy's trying to close the distance with the shockwaves. You just can't beat the Flapjack at that kind of a range.
No, you cannot. I mean, even at a decent medium range, the Flapjack is
so good. It's so good.
Again, we talked about it day 1, actually the Middle East qualifiers, I should say, and we talked about how underrated the Flapjack is. I still feel that way. I don't feel like enough people are opting to use it, so we'll see if that changes here as the competition continues. But Clix and Duke staying alive here. This is a bit of a change. Remember, they've been dealing with a lot of off-spawn beef amongst other teams and really not finding a ton of success throughout, but now Clix and Duke making their way into Mega City.
Whoa.
This is a good change, as they're just going to try to survive here in these moments.
I like it. This is where they thrive, right? These close quarters shotgun battles. This is where that standard BR experience can start to shine through a little bit, hit those shots when they really matter off the right-hand peaks. So we'll have to watch and see how things go. Japco finding elimination on Draft Hell and the Confirm. Cammy, the teammate in Dexafite. So they're still in this one. Bloomer and Lardle, a very strong day so far. We've seen them with a couple of top 10 finishes on the competition here in day number 2. Refsguard and Ziandi, though. The story of these two has been, I don't want to say rocky, but I feel like a lot of people expect them to do a little bit better than they are so far.
Especially with the confidence they had coming into this. Again, I still think Ziandi and Refsguard are one of the teams that could win it all. Very much so. Like, despite where they're at in the leaderboard now, it's too early to say, hey, Refsguard, Ziandi, you're out of this one, because they are just so extremely talented, especially when it comes to having to turn up the heat and get aggressive. They're some of the best fighters in the lobby right now. But they were in a tough spot there. You saw Quinn and Vert launching on one side, Fluger and Opt on the other. Realistically, they could have went down there, but they opted to move away. And honestly, the reason they did so successfully is because Fluger and Opt were not really pressuring them. They weren't causing any kind of issues for them, so they're able to freely get away from this one. But now we switch our focus over to Lonely Labs, as Noah and Blaster have been landing here for this competition, so they haven't had to move far here as Zone 3 is presenting itself, but they're going to have to start moving soon.
You see a little look-see here on this far right side of the map near Slappy Shores. A couple of teams spread out, Noah being one of them. Blaster, Cammy, and Japco still atop this leaderboard, holding things down strong. Epic Well and Acorn, same situation here. Figuratively above these players, the Vanyak and Karmi sneaking in, trying to grab a little bit of this refresh. Bloomer now is a solo, flipping around, trying to get an idea of the landscape, what's going on in the surrounding area. Vaniak and Karmi hand in hand, though. Not trying to get caught out. Because it comes to zero build, if you are alone, that's how you can really send your game down in a bad direction if you find yourself as a solo, just like Bloomer is here. Granted, if anybody is going to be able to make something happen, Bloomer definitely up there on that list.
I agree, and speaking with him, it's so funny. His ideology about this tournament has been interesting. Obviously, he was not one of the originally qualified or invited players. He actually competed in the Middle East qualifiers just the day before day one here in the 3-day competition. And so he ended up qualifying through that spot. And that was a huge win for him. Now he's here in day number 2. And he's going to have to continue that success. And hopefully him and his teammate will be able to do just that as they continue to find some things to work out in their favor. But Fluger and Opt potentially running into Gentle and Dark yet again. That would be a tough fight. We saw them actually first and second place in the last game, and could see that fight ensue a little bit earlier than last time.
Looking to possibly try and seek some revenge, but Gentle and S-Dark, Opt and Fluger, seeming like more than anything, Opt may opt to opt out, you could say. A little bit of a tongue twister there, but I mean, this duo looking solid for the time being. You know, they have some rifts, some temple rifts close by. They're very familiar with this kind of an area. Same as Hero and Fahad, who have had some bright showings in the competition, looking to try and make some bigger ones. Here in the back half, Reciprocal and Casker receiving into some of that pressure. Again, they have these same temple rifts so they can hang out in zone for as long as possible before rotating in late.
You know, listen, this competition is heating up, but so many competitions heating up here at Gamers8. Remember, there's multiple things going on here throughout these competitions. Tekken also happening simultaneously on the Versus stage. I feel like I can hear their energy from here. It is so electrifying over on the stage. Make sure to go check that stuff out as well. It's Gamers8 GG Versus. But now we focus back in on the competition at hand as Dark and Gentle are starting to heat up, getting potentially one knock onto a player. No, it does not look like they were able to convert on that as Fahad and Hero coming up behind. Gentle preparing for this team to come over the ridge. But Mu and Tax here also waiting. Lots of teams here on this side of Storm, and this could be a problem. Remember, as soon as one starts shooting, everyone's starting to look in that direction.
And pressure is on for Mu and Tax as they have changed things up here as we go into day number 2, and really paid off for them as they're sitting just outside the top 10. Again, they'll need to consider any extra changes, but so far it seems they have at least upped the aggression coming out from them, picking up more eliminations as the competition goes on. Creaky Compound, the edge POI where most of the action is going to be taking place here as teams rotate through. Gentle, again, doing so well in this competition. Top of the leaderboard on the day. No surprise, they're racking up over 1,000 points in day 2 alone in just the first 3 games.
I mean, honestly, this is, I keep saying this, but it really is the best comparison. It is what we saw with Cammy and Japko on day 1. Lots of early success there in the first half. It's just a matter if they can keep that going, but teams like Anas and Pink losing Pink early could be tough here for the Gamers8 2022 champion duo. We'll have to wait and see how Anas can fare. But Fluger and Opt now making their way into the racetrack. Definitely one of the top spots, of course, if you didn't know. Malibu Katamas HD, this is their home and native land. We see them probably loot it just about as fast, if not faster, than anybody else on the map. So it's always impressive to see them do their thing. But Epic Well and Acorn, another team that we have to continue to watch closely. Remember, they won a game in day 1. They won a game in day 2. They found a lot of success. They even find themselves, I believe, in the top 5 going into what is the current standings as of right now. So these teams doing very good. And one of the things, of course, that can end it all for some of these players is Gentle going down. Wait a minute. That Cybertron cannon is just something else. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that.
A little bit of a third-party mix-up as well. Mu being kind of stuck between the two, but Vert and Quinn now moving over. They found one of those knocks. They're looking to try and clean things up as it'll be a 2v1 with another third team trying to get a piece of the action. All of them rotating by way of Brutal Bastion. They have those natural launch pads over there. So, again, mobility being the name of the game here as Quinn and Vert find themselves in a sticky situation. Vert with 2 eliminations. Quinn looking for the res, but deciding, you know what, I just want to try and keep us up in this game. We'll look for it later, so I'm going to shockwave away. So many in inventory and the ability to move back towards Brutal Bastion. So tons of loot, I'm sure, left behind.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up taking, what they end up leaving. But, I mean, look, you can't take everything, so you're just going to have to leave some stuff that could otherwise be useful. But no, Dejan not only going to leave some stuff behind, going to leave everything behind as he's been sent back to the lobby by Blaster and Noah. Again, this team has not had to move too much, which, of course, with this zone pulling north as it is definitely playing to their advantage.
And Accept and Dubs, a lot of utility in their inventories trying to hold this team. And Blaster and Noah, the flare guns are coming out. They're located inside the log house, so we'll catch a blaze as they'll hop into the vehicle and try and rotate in. Zemi and Npen, same idea. They're in the truck, though, as Storm Surge will present itself. Accept and Dubs below, in fact, in damage. Still only 36 teams in this game, not really dropping very quickly with 67 players in it. Zemi and Npen finding those tags needed to stay in this one, but Bad Sniper and X-Squeeze. So much pressure being applied. Kanata and Agers doing the damage here, taking down Bad Sniper. The look, possibly a confirm. Maybe they try and reposition themselves. They know there's one player still left. As Bad Sniper drops the heals to the teammate, and they're not going to try and close this distance. And I'm going to be honest with you, Panda. This is Kanata and Agers. This is kind of out of character for them.
This is quite out of character for sure, but of course, you remember, what we're used to seeing out of Kanata and Agers is an aggressive play when they get an advantage in standard BR.
This is true.
Zero build is a different world, and sometimes if they're not fully comfortable in it, they might not take the same risks that they would take in the standard BR. So props to them for being calculated in that moment, but calculations are just going awry here as Pump, Trashy, Quanti, Tripperin, and 2 other players all fighting towards the south side of Slappy Shores. And honestly, I have no clue who's about to win this.
A little bit of switcheroo there. Pump tried to close the distance. Quanti hopping right back into the vehicle and deciding, it's time to rotate. We're just going to move, try and get outside this building, then back up towards the top of it using soaring sprints. So we'll be back with Tripperin. They're hanging out on the roof of the Slappy Shores south side building. As Zone is just inches away, it feels like, but they know there's a team below them. They'll hear them stomping around just beneath. Want to make sure that they don't get caught out or give them the opportunity to take the high ground from them. Adrian Kanata holding this edge of zone, seeming like they were able to find the confirm on the possibly Bad Sniper, whatever it might be. They found a body and a refresh of utility and heals those legendary slurp juices. Bully getting Muzz back into this one.
Interestingly enough, this team is set up for success here against it. There it is.
Wow.
A car doesn't matter when it's weak as Muzz and Bully cleaning this one up quick. And that, wow. That's going to be Fahad going down.
So powerful.
Does look like Hero might be able to slip away and just survive here for a moment more. But with the storm closing in, there's definitely going to be a lot of damage coming their way as Bully and Muzz now going to heal up and try to make their way in. You already know Muzz leading the charge here on the motorcycle. I heard he is one of the better drivers when it comes to this little motorcycle scooter operation. So respect to him making his way in. And now though, the focus is on. Fights taking place. Arrow waiting for the right time to strike and diving in. Big shot onto Reason. Amar though still up as well. Arrow gonna lose his teammate and Arrow gonna go down too. Amar and Reason gonna clean that one up.
Takes the fight to the end and are punished for it here as the pressure is on for this team down on the outside of Mega City. But we'll have to watch the dead side. Flip our attention over to the opposite end where Mr. Savage and Vidil on the low ground at the bottom of the bunker. Holding down here, Agers Kanata, same situation in a great spot in this next zone as it will continue to pull. A lot of elevation changes in this zone. So it's going to be important that you hold on to these bunkers for as long as possible. Acorn Epic Whale finding that confirm. Amar and Rezon exiting this lobby. Acorn and Epic Whale finding the loot.
Good pickup there for them, as they're going to go ahead and try to make something happen. It's Fluger and Walks actually. Looks like they're fighting each other. Opt has gone down here, and it does look like the full elimination may come through here for Agers, but Fluger is going to find that elim onto Walks. That's going to be huge, and the full elimination is going to come through Mixon, but he needs to survive as a solo, and unfortunately it's not going to happen as Fluger goes down there in the feed. Malibu Thomas HD still alive in this one, so this could be the turnaround game they needed. 4 eliminations, and they're not slowing down. Wow. They're taking out clicks, but players from behind now causing some pressure, causing a bit of a disruption as Malibu thought he was safe, but no longer is.
This is the Malibu Thomas HD I feel like we expected coming into this. They're positioned appropriately to try and make a run for the VR here to give themselves some winning condition. They have the utility as well. Have to keep watching them. Cammy and Japko. No surprise here to find them with 7 eliminations and a vehicle still at this point in the game and some shockwaves, so still moving, grooving. The deal, Mr. Savage. Lots of duos left. Not many solos in this one as Acorn, Epic Whale finding another low HP. The bunker will go out. Great timing. Immediate, no hesitation from this team as they'll look to try and pop some heals. The med mist immediately out into hand to spray themselves. Carmi, Vanyak, one is down. Acorn looking to try and identify the body, maybe find a refresh. Spots out the team just below though. Not even gonna look at the loot. It's not gonna be worth.
Yeah, it's not gonna be worth it in that situation, but nevertheless, we do have Epic Whale and Acorn still in this one, which looked a little risky there for a moment, but Cammy and Japko, while they're alive here, they need to stay alive for a little bit longer. That huge lead they had on the day is starting to dwindle away as Dark and his teammate Gentle have just continued to dominate in a big way.
8 eliminations here. Japko, Cammy. Japko still won the MVP on day number 1 for the fact that he could pick up these high number of eliminations consistently and still holding that true here in day number 2 as reciprocal. Casker low. Looking to pre-pop this slurp juice before taking the fight. Malibuka spotting out Epic Whale and Acorn on the low ground. 2 HP. Shockwaves are out. Malibuka trying to weave through here. Finds the knock on the Epic Whale in the moment to pop the med mist. So close to the edge of zone. Not going to blink for a moment though, as they continue to put pressure on. Japko finding another 2 players. 10 eliminations already as we're just into the top 10. 6 teams left, 11 players remain. Reciprocal taking a lot of damage here. Quanti trying to trade the shotgun shot, but goes down.
And here it is, the final moments of this game, and it is all for them as Japko and Cammy making the biggest plays here on day number 2, and it is coming down to this. Vidil, Mr. Savage have the height advantage. Can they continue to control the players down below as everyone just trying to reconvene and collect their thoughts? But Carmi, of course, hanging out in the car, kind of living up to his name there a little bit, Ben.
Making it worthwhile too. Nema knocked, not really interested in trying to make something happen here as Carmi will hang out. Cal Gamer solo low ground on the far side trying to swim their way to victory, but sent back to the lobby. Vidil, Mr. Savage in a great spot. Line of sight cover, no need to invest utility. Japko and Cammy on the low ground. I think it's somehow make a play here to try and close the distance. I'd be very surprised as Vidil and Mr. Savage are geared up here to make something happen and close out the game. They just need to hold on to it. Preserve as much of these AR ammunition as possible. Carmi's still in this game. Deep in zone, trying to use any bit of med mist or chug cannon charges left, but here it is. Here's the move. Vidil and Mr. Savage. Now the fight being brought to them. Japko not able to do it this time, so Cammy has to pick up the slack, but no, Mr. Savage and Vidil deny it. It's another player falls in zone, so there it is. Mr. Savage, Vidil, the victory royale.
The excitement coming from this duo is insane. You love to see the win here for Mr. Savage and Vidil, and what was a picture-perfect finish, right, for this duo. They held the high ground, they kept the players at bay, and of course walked away with the sweet, sweet victory royale here in match number 4 on the day. Great finish there for the team, but we got to talk about it. Cammy and Japko there, 11+ eliminations.
Crazy.
It's going to be pretty significant on the leaderboard.
I mean, still, Savage able to pull out the VR, of course, but Cammy, Japko. That high number of eliminations, you have to imagine, still, the 2nd place finish, 3rd place, whatever it might have been with the timing, that's still a massive game. Again, though, congratulations, Mr. Savage and Vidil. They earned that one. They worked hard. The positioning was pristine. They took the high ground early, invested in themselves. The little bit of shockwaves they had left to move that way just hoping, praying that zone would pull their way, and it paid off.
It did, and of course, you know the first thing they're going to do. They're going to check on the leaderboard, try to figure out where they place there after that one, and props to them because this game was insane. So for them to finish out on top was definitely going to be a big one. And honestly, look, Cammy Japko, they found a lot of success, right? Again, 11 eliminations potentially amongst the duo. Vidil, Mr. Savage, of course, playing this to perfection. Not as many elims, though.
No.
Remember, the impact of elims here is massive. So for them to not necessarily clean up as many has been huge, but it's time. We got to go to a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with more Fortnite action.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Shababu. Breacher. Brutal Bastion. Real Dallas. Red Eye. Rotate Away. Cybertron Cam. Mega City.
Porter Banker. Heist Accelerant Shotgun. Brutal Bastion. Real Money. MK Alpha. Fighter Spawn. Oh, the Cannon. Tilted Towers.
Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite is looking good as game number 10 is taken by Mr. Savage and Vidil there. They land a Naughty Nets. That is exactly where the Storm moved to. The high ground, they know the area so well, and they made sure to capitalize.
Yeah, they definitely practiced their drop before. So the zone ending right where they landed at the beginning of the game, they didn't have to use mobility. Their heals were still, you know, max heals by the end of the game because they didn't have to move. So they just waited patiently, and patience is so important, especially in zero builds, because you have to wait in a safe area. You don't want to use any of your mobility, any of your heals. So that's basically, we got them the win. And of course, their amazing aim as Cammy and them launched straight towards them. They wanted to take the hill from them, but their lasers were impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about amazing eliminations as well, Mr. Savage Fadil secured 5 in that match, but Cammy Japko, I mean, Japko on his own got close to double-digit eliminations in that match. He looked like a monster, just taking out his opponents one by one, and now putting that kind of throne back on his head, maintaining that #1 spot. I mean, we'll have to see how the leaderboard looks, but after that match, I'm sure they're still up there.
Wow. Look at this. Okay. We're still looking at only around, just under 500 points difference between first and second place right now. But you can see Dark and Gentle in second position. On top, Cammy and Yapko. That is 68 eliminations in this competition. 2,470 points even.
That's insane.
Yeah, their eliminations definitely got them that point boost, and the placement as well. They're just overall well-rounded, placement and elimination-wise. We got Gentle and Dark in second place, Acorn and Epic Whale third, Malibuka, Thomas HD not too far in fourth. It's looking really close.
The main separation for Cammy and Japko, though, it's those eliminations. I mean, 68 elims, 30 more elims than second place, which is Dark and Gentle. Not a single duo has broken the 2,000 point threshold other than Cammy and Japko. 4 games down, 2 more to go. It's looking intense.
It's looking really intense here as we move on to the second half of the leaderboard. Of course, all of our analysis brought to you by STC here. So let's analyze some of these eliminations again as we go further down the leaderboard. I can see the likes of 25 there for Pump and Trashy. Fluga and Opti there moving into the 11th with 20 as well. And Blacker and Mixon equally so on 20. Bad Sniper and Xy's on 30 there. I mean, our teams are really getting eliminations. Interestingly, though, as well, you have our top team right now in Cammy and Yakpo, who currently have 68 eliminations, I believe.
68.
The team below them, I think 30 less than them.
Yeah.
So just goes to show when it pops off for them, they really capitalize. When it doesn't go their way, it really affects them, because even though 30 of them is more so than their counterparts around them, there's only 400 points difference.
Yeah, as we look at the other leaderboards as well, like 31st to 40th, there's like a difference. They're either placement based or eliminations based. Like 34th, Clicks and Dukes, they're 14 eliminations, but they're below Rezon and Amar because Rezon and Amar are playing for placement. So even if you have more eliminations, doesn't mean you're on top.
That's true. You got to be able to get the balance of both. And that's exactly why Cammy and Japko, like you said, Adam, capitalize on not only getting to the late game, but getting to the late game with a good amount of eliminations, playing a little more aggressive, or even just putting themselves in a position where they can get those extra eliminations on the players that have ran out of Porter Forts, ran out of Shockwaves, don't have that mobility mobility, don't have that cover, and they do it so well every single time they get there.
Certainly do, yeah. I mean, interesting as well. I actually spoke to Vidil earlier on today, said he was feeling a bit under the weather, but certainly had a second win there, getting the victory royale. And speaking of second wins, having an NPC that can take a lot of damage for you makes a massive difference as well. We've seen it in that last game.
Yeah, it does actually. So I actually saw a clip where the NPC was getting shot at rather than the duo themselves. So it acted like as a third player. And while you're in the mix and there's so much going on, you don't know if that's a real player, if that's an NPC that they hired. So as a trio, having that third person take some shots from you, and then once they realize, wait, that's not a real player, and then they focus on the real players.
Yeah, we may even have a clip here coming at you. You can actually see it for yourselves, just how vital it's been. We talked about NPCs a lot in this competition thus far, be them taking damage, you know, helping with splashes, kind of getting you porta bunkers when necessary as well. And you can see it's happening right here. Exactly, we're taking impact, so it makes that massive difference to Carter.
100%, yeah, we can actually see here, Japco, 10 eliminations, double digits just for Yapko there. Cammy on top, having a bit more. This is what Emad was talking about earlier, about getting that high elevation. High ground is not just crucial in the standard Battle Royale mode, it's just as important in zero build as well. But not only that, the shot Savage was connecting there, he did not miss.
Yeah, no, their aim is impeccable. And they had 5 eliminations ending in that game, but Cammy and Japco, like you said, they're so consistent with the eliminations and the placement. It just gives them that much of a 500-point difference, which is huge. If they can keep it up till tomorrow, they might take first place.
100%. Right. But something that is different with the zero build mode compared to the standard Battle Royale mode, we actually have a video here from the previous match showcasing the map. It's that normally when you go inside of the zone, you have to be careful. Well, actually here we can see what you were talking about, Emad, with the NPC kind of acting as like a trio there. If you got an extra partner, it makes you a little interesting. But what I was talking about is in the standard Battle Royale mode, when you're inside of the zone, you might feel a little safe if you take an engagement outside of the zone, because you say, okay, there's probably not a lot of duos here. But look at this map. The amount of duos who are outside of the zone almost looks like there's more than they're in the zone. And we saw this kind of come into play when Quinn and Vert, I believe, knocked an opponent outside of zone. And, you know, they were pretty happy. They were confident. But then all of a sudden, a third party came in and a fourth party came in. There's so many duos outside of the zone in the zero build game mode that you're never really safe. You can't really even take engagements outside of the zone if you don't know who's in your surroundings. You need at least a flare gun to mark those opponents that are close by.
Yeah, as a player of the Storm myself, I actually lived in the Storm more than out of the Storm. And I know it's
Storm rider.
I'm a Storm bender. So I know the Storm's a safe place for me. I'm like, I can heal up. I can take my time. So like, I got in a fight. We lasted all the way in Storm. There's nobody usually in the Storm. Now it's like half and half. People are in zone. If they have a building, if they have a safe place they can hide in, they stay there. But if not, they're just in the Storm, healing it out, waiting for the end game, waiting for those placement points.
Yeah, well, we saw Kami as well there in that kind of the last kind of phase of the game, also hiding in plain sight in the back of a car, which actually paid dividends when it comes to standing points, because you know it is a legit strat sometimes you have to employ.
Yeah, I was talking about it. I was talking about it before. Like when the engine's off, you don't think anyone's in there, and the windows are pretty small and they're tinted, so you can't really see through the windows. So if you just chill there, don't get anybody's attention, and especially if you're a solo, because you can't really battle out duos, especially in no build. You get those placement points for free, and you know elimination points will come later.
I feel that 100%. I mean, our next game is imminent as well here. We're not too far away from that happening, but for now, let's check in with Levin and Mini, I believe. We're on the Boulevard right now. What's up, boys?
We are here outside in the Boulevard and we are having such a great time, Levin. The vibes are ecstatic. What are they like up there?
It's immaculate up here, right? Everybody's out and about. It's so busy here. I didn't think people would be busy at this time.
It's true. It's everyone's popping, everyone's going crazy, and this is what Gamers8 is all about. But the Fortnite hasn't disappointed you.
It has been a spectacular tournament. Big surprises today. I can't lie. I was not expecting Gentle and Dark to be as dominant as they've been.
Yeah, of course, yesterday we didn't see them picking up too many eliminations, but they've turned that up to 11 today. They're going absolutely crazy, and they're doing exactly what they need to do.
I'm a fan. I'll be honest. I want to see them take the whole thing. A Middle Eastern duo winning Gamers8 here in the Middle East. We've not seen big things in the Middle East Fortnite scene. For them to win this would be massive.
It would be huge. Another team that I want to talk about, Booger and Threats. Those guys are doing incredibly well as well. Amping up the eliminations, going a little bit more risky. It's what we like to see from them.
That's what you want to see from Booger and Threats. My eyes, though, are also on Cammy and Japco. We saw them dominate yesterday. It hasn't hasn't quite been that level. It's not been bad. No. Not been bad, but I want to see them start to pick things up.
I want to see that too, and I hope for them that they can continue their domination, because we know what they can do.
Of course, the competition is still heating up. There's still so many games. Let's get right back into the action.
See, I love a duo like Levin and Mini as well there. What a team they are there. Thank you, fellas, on the boulevard right now outside here at Gamers8, which is obviously an event that goes on for the next 7 weeks as well. Lots of games coming your way, but we are focusing fully on Fortnite right now. We've got a next game coming our way. Match 11 is right around the corner. Don't forget, you can share all your highlights from this competition online as well. Socials, make sure to do that. And let us know. We've got MVPs coming your way, Merit Awards to look forward to, as well as who's going to be the player with the most eliminations today. Obviously, this is day 2 of our competition. There are 18 games in total. We had 6 yesterday, there are 6 today, and of course we have 6 tomorrow as well. And these points are changing all the time. Obviously today, 125% on yesterday's, then 150% tomorrow. That's why this leaderboard is changing so much. So it is all to play for. There are 2 more games left. Let's head over to our casters. They were just here, now they're ready to cast all the action for you. It's Takata and Ema. Let's head on over and see what's up.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Tokata here alongside Emad from the desk to the caster booth. Emad, first time casting together. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to cast the games. I'm going to get really hype. I just want to warn you. There might be some yelling because I'm really passionate and a lot of these players are actually my friends.
That's what you love to see. Look, we need to match the passion from the audience. We've seen their reactions when the Falcons duos were taking it home, when all the players competing here are getting their pop-off games. You can see the energy from the crowd. The players already loaded in. It is game 5, 2 more matches left for the day. Remember, this is a 3-day competition. Yesterday, there was the regular points, 200 points for a VR, 12 for an Elim, but it went up 25% today in day 2. So, you know, the pressure, it's getting higher.
Yeah, 15 points for elims today, so that's really important. And as we saw, Cammy and Japko, 68 eliminations. That's not easy to do. That's not easy. Like 68 eliminations against the best players in the world on the biggest tournament of the biggest event of the year. Like, it's not easy.
It screams consistency, and it's exactly what they need to maintain if they want to continue holding that throne. But it's on their heads right now. Their only duo that has more than 2,000 points currently on the leaderboard is Cammy and Yapko. So you know they're feeling good, but also it kind of puts a bit more pressure on the back to maintain that throne, because you know they're gonna have to go to bed after day 2, wake up day 3. But let me not get ahead of myself. There's still 2 more games to be played out, and the action is still yet to unfold.
Honestly, knowing Cammy and Japko, I don't think the nerves are going to get to them. I've seen how composed they are, and even though like they do have the spot to hold, I think they're just gonna hold it on to day 3, and they might win the entire thing. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. This competition is filled with the best Fortnite players. Literally, like, they are veterans in Fortnite competitive, and they know how to stay composed. Not only in a tournament like this, the largest zero build tournament in Fortnite history, but also in an in-person event format where you have that audience, you have that crowd, everybody cheering. It can be stressful, but these players, they're used to it.
Yeah, they're definitely used to it. That experience that they have from the past, it definitely holds to today. Every single time you play in a tournament, especially in person, it gives you a different type of feel. Rather than playing at home where you're comfortable, you're playing in a different environment. You're playing on the big stage, flashing lights, screaming crowd. It's different. It's different, and sometimes different is scary, or sometimes different is exciting.
See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, people normally would assume when you're playing on stage or playing in person, it can be more difficult, but I feel like it can be the opposite sometimes. You can kind of get even more motivated, even more hyped. Like, when you're getting close to that VR, you're in the late game, you hear the audience roar as you're about to take that last 1v1. It can kind of, you know, motivate you to just do a little bit better. But yeah, we're still loading into the match here. The players continuing to get ready for that 5th match. But, you know, what would you be thinking, Emad, as you also have been a player before and you have that experience when you're going into those last 2 games?
Yeah.
What's kind of your mentality?
For me, I always tell myself, listen, I have nothing to lose and only to gain. I put that in my head and I keep repeating it. Nothing to lose, only to gain. You know, I'm here in a great area, great community. Look at him smiling. Look at Kanata. He's always smiling. That you love to see it. You know, and in this tournament, even if you're last place, you're not losing. You're getting $5,000 each player, so $10,000 as a duo. So if you put that in your mind, like, listen, I have nothing to lose. I'm only gaining from here. If you put those nerves aside, you get that confidence, you get that energy, and you put it towards winning rather than shaking in your seat like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, no, it just depends how you handle it and how you handle it going into the last games especially.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's about. Reminder, $2 million prize pool, the largest prize pool for a zero-build Fortnite event in history. These players are definitely playing for a big prize. First place takes home $500,000. I mean, you said last place. They take 10K. You can sit in a bush all game, get elimed match after match. You're still taking home 10K. That's not bad at all, but $500,000 for first. You know, that first place team, not only the pride, the trophy, they take a good amount of cash as well.
Hey, never underestimate the bushes. There's actually a lot of players utilizing the bushes like during these past games. They're hiding in the bushes, waiting for that team to rotate because they know how the players played yesterday. They know their routes. They definitely VOD reviewed last night. They know their routes. They know they're going to go there at that certain time. If the zone goes here, they'll rotate that way. You know what I mean? So they learn the players around them, their routes, and they set up, wait for them to, you know, walk by and maybe get a free elimination.
Yeah, you can even see it on the screen as well. You have the drop maps printed out, even just the routes, like you can see it on the table right there. They have put in the work, the preparation needed to be ready for an event like this. The thumbs up, the crowd. I want to get into gaming, Matt. I mean, I want to see this happen, but like you were mentioning, it's all about prep. And what I like is this is the first time we've ever seen a format like this, which is 3 days long, 18 total matches in this tournament. So it allows not only preparation after day 1, not only preparation after day 2, you can prepare after day 3, after the halftime when you get that extra break to eat. So these players definitely need to put in that homework, get those micro adjustments going, and make sure that they're playing to the best of their abilities. But we're still loading in here. 2 more games to go for day 2. 125% increase in points compared to day 1. Tomorrow will be 150% increase. So as we load in, the players are definitely getting ready.
Yeah, look at Clicks right there, you know, just chilling, relaxing. You know, he's just no jitters, just relaxing. And that's what you like to see. You don't want to see like anybody like, you know, looking around, twiddling their thumbs, laying back in his chair. He's about to fall asleep. Nah, he's just waiting patiently. He's saving his energy, and that's what you like to see. You got to save your energy, wait until, you know, that end game, because when end game happens and there's so many players in that tiny circle, your adrenaline starts going and it's hard to control your hands. I'm not going to lie, like, it happens so many times. There's so many players in that tiny circle getting lasered from this side, lasered from that side. You got to know what to do and when to do it.
It's stressful, right? You got to adapt. You got to make sure you know how to control all the various situations that can arise from this zero build format. This isn't the standard battle royale mode. This is Fortnite zero build. So you really have to make use of those crucial items like the porta bunker, which you can place on the ground to get a bit of cover. Or if you want mobility, the shockwave grenades. And other than, you know, the standard items, we've seen our #1 duo right now on the leaderboard, Cammy Yapko, make use of the NPCs on the map. Some of them help you, duplicate. Other ones can throw chug splashes and heal you up as you're rotating. But taking a look at Quanti now, it looks like they're getting back onto that battle bus. The engine is thriving, getting ready to launch these players onto the island.
Yeah, I actually like that it's a no-build tournament because they're not used to it. Maybe they played here and there. There are a few players that mainly play zero build, but most of them are builders. Most of them are builders by heart. They've been building since 2018. So having a no-build tournament, it's like everybody's on the same playing field. AIM definitely plays a huge part in it, and AIM, it just transfers over from build to zero build. So let's go. We're launched in the battle bus, dropping in. Let's take a look at the drop map.
Game 5. 2 more games to close out day 2. Looks like a nice mid-map battle bus from east to west. Players evenly split throughout the map. And if we have any similarities to the earlier games throughout the day, the players from the preparation they've done, it's kind of been not as aggressive to start out the match. The players are very, calm, collected, focused on not only their loot path, but their rotations, and they don't end up getting into too many engagements off the drop. I actually see one person who got knocked down, though, already on the minimap, so there might be a bit of action happening. But as we go over to Mega City, Iamzo was actually going to be the first one to get those 2 eliminations. Bevies, Pablo Wingu are going to be taken out here.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of players in Mega City. 4 teams in Mega City landing, and they're all insane players like Epic Whale, Acorn, Carmi.
Oh, Cammy's down!
No,
Cammy's down!
No! Oh, Dexify and Draftel taking Cammy out, and Japko's still up. Oh man, he has a pretty good loadout so far.
This is dangerous, Matt. This is danger for our #1 duo. Right now, the only duo to have more than 2,000 points, almost 500 points ahead of second place on the leaderboard, but going down right off the rip, off spawn, not able to get placement points, not able to get elimination points. This could be devastating for the duo, but Japko might be able to make something happen if he can clutch it up with his solo.
Yeah, if he can grab his reboot card, that'd be amazing. Dexify actually lands south of Cammy and Japko, so you think maybe they're like, all right, we won't mess with each other. Not telling each other, actually, but just telling each other without telling each other, like, hey, we're trying to all get to endgame. But it looks like they just pushed him, and Dexify and Draftel maybe looking to get Japko out as well. They're watching for him, and Japko's playing safe. He's just, he's hiding and being patient. Patience is key in no builds. Casker going down in the kill feed to Axe Force. 43 teams left, only 1 team eliminated so far.
Look, I said there wasn't going to be a lot of action off spawn, but from what we're seeing now, it looks like pure carnage. The loot, though, for Yapko, he's already got his Cybertron cannon. You can see he was also using the flare gun there to mark his opponents.
Is stacked.
He is literally stacked. Like, he is looking good. Has the shockwaves as well if he has to use them, if he gets pushed by Dexify and his duo partner. So he does have that escape if he needs to use it. But looking back at Mega City, Reason, Amar up above on the building, looking down above, or looking down below, see if they can get some tagged on their opponents.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually all about to run into each other, so we might have a fight coming out here. Oh, he's in the bad spot. Arrow.
Oh, no.
Arrow trying to launch.
1 HP!
No!
Goes
man.
down. Vanyak gonna secure that elimination.
Yeah, nah, it's hard to get away, especially... Oh, Japko taking on the duo.
This is not good.
He's running away, 4 HP. He just missed.
Come on, Yapko.
He has to get out of there.
Cybertron cannon. He has no more shockwaves left, no more mobility to use to get out of this situation. Out of heals, out of shield. It's a 1 versus 2. There's a 1% chance he comes out on top here. Is he going to make it happen?
Oh, man, and let...
Oh, Yapko, no! He said, if you... I can't believe it. Yeah. He said, if I'm not getting here alive, you're not getting the elimination. Takes himself out with the flare gun. Yapko, I'm going to pretend my eyes were closed there.
Oh, man, yeah, you can see how disappointed he is on the screen. It's a tough situation to be. Being out of the game early is just
the worst feeling in the world, and I can go off of experience. I've definitely got eliminated off spawn many times before. It's not a good feeling. You just have to sit there. I mean, you can also use that time to talk to your duo, be like, all right, hey, listen, we got eliminated because of that. Let's change it and let's go into the next game with a better intention.
Look, on the contrary, though, they are about 500 points ahead of second place, so it's obviously not good to go down so early, but they have one more match left today, and I'm sure now they can figure out what went wrong in that previous match, and it's going to affect them, but it's also going to make the leaderboard a lot closer now. I'm not sure if someone's going to pass them this game. They would have to really pop off, but they're definitely going to be a bit more on the edge of their seat now.
Yeah, and you see Epic Whale with 4 shockwaves, 4 porta bunkers, 3 bigs. Like, he has some really good loot from Mega City. Mega City is a large POI that, you know, many people can land at. Always shooting at the NPCs. Hopefully, I think they can get some loot from there, actually. Some really viable loot.
Acorn down below with his duo partner Epic Whale from above, kind of scouting it out. You could actually see Malibuka and Thomas HD, who do land at the racetrack north of Mega City. They hear those shots. They're kind of interested in what's going on down below, but not interested enough to take a shot.
The left side of the map is really empty compared to the right and south side. I was surprised that not more people are like landing top left, especially if they're getting eliminated off spawn, getting eliminated early, and it's happening over and over. I would just look at the drop map, be like, all right, there are actually not that many people on the top left. Let's go there instead.
Yeah, I mean, you could see when you looked at the drop map, I mean, the south side was incredibly congested, even around the jungle. There's a lot of the coolers now, so it gives that opportunity to get that little whip special serve, healing you instantly 100 shield and 100 HP. But as we switch over to our early tournament day 2 champions here, Gentle and Dark, with almost back-to-back VRs in the second place there, starting it off. They're close to Clicks and Duke, though. Yeah. So this could be a pretty dangerous engagement.
They gotta be careful. Clicks and Dukes are very aggressive when it comes to pushing people, especially if they have the right loot. They are not afraid to get in the fight. Malibuka and Thomas HD using the vehicle, you know, using the zip lines as well, getting on the high ground. You know, we always been talking about the high ground the past few days. High ground is so important because see, now you just can't get shot at, you can't get lasered, but you can see everybody below and you can determine, hey, I'm gonna look at you, but you can't look at me.
That's what I love so much about the jungle biome. It has so many changes and elevation from the trees to the hills around the map. It really opens up a lot of opportunities to put yourself in an advantageous position against your opponents who are, you know, rotating through the jungle. So you could see Thomas HD Malibuka actually doing exactly that. But as we switch out of the zone, Zemi and his duo partner M-Pen still up in the storm, kind of, you know, taking it a bit slow.
It looks like Reciprocal is maybe waiting to reboot Casker, but he wants to wait for Zemi and Enfen to just get out, because when you hear a reboot, you run towards the reboot. That is basically free elimination points, especially when he spawns in the air right above the reboot. You can easily laser him out of the sky.
You gotta be careful. It's a pro tip from Emad.
Yeah, you gotta wait for everybody to clear the premises, double check, triple check that nobody's around when you reboot. Because listen, I've been rebooted many times. It didn't end so well.
It didn't go too well for you.
Before I even landed.
Learning through experience. Look, on the positive side, there is the flare gun, so you can use it to kind of check your surroundings. So, you know, maybe I can hit a reboot here. Mr. Savage actually already with double Little Whip special serves, so he's going to have more than enough HP and shield to play with as these matches go on. Hopefully, maybe even get that back-to-back VR, as they did take home the previous match.
Yeah, look at Fahed and Hero taking like a good high ground spot, scouting. That's so important in zero builds. Scouting, knowing where everybody is, because listen, it's hard to get around, and when you scout, you know where you can go at what time, because you're on such a high ground, you can see everything around you.
Right, it's all about awareness and knowing what is happening in your surroundings. If you know where the duos who land by you are going to be rotating, then you know how to make your rotation based on that information to have a much more efficient rotate. Zone now is going to be closing more towards the southwest side of the map here. So all those duos in Bastion up northeast are going to have a longer rotate here.
Yeah, there's around 20 players still in the storm. They're just taking their time. They're finding the right loot, and they're just making sure that before they leave the storm, before they leave their drop spot, that they have the right loot to get into endgame. Because if you don't have the right loot in endgame, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well.
Especially at zero build, if you don't have those shockwaves, those porta bunkers, even those instant heals like the slurp juice or the special serves, you gotta be careful. A lot of these duos will try and kind of conserve these very important items for the late game, so you have that cover and that mobility when it comes to it. And if you don't have it, you might even have to take some engagements to try and get those items to kind of up that percentage of success that you'll have if you make it to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the NPC so much. You just saw Seti with a NPC, basically a trio partner. That doesn't really talk too much, you know. He's kind of shy.
You know, he's kind of shy, but might throw some jug splashes as King and Phaser. King representing Argentina now, his duo partner, looking to see if they can make something happen. Speaking about aggression, it looks like that's exactly what they're hunting for here, but look at their loadout, Emad. 3 porta bunkers, has the mobility, so maybe they decided, you know, we do have a bit of loot. We don't really need these eliminations, only heals being mini shields that are one of the lower tier heals for zero build, especially with all the new items added.
I think once they saw Muzz and Bully had a cannon, they're like, let's get as far away as possible. We need to get out of here. And a lot of the times, it's actually better to disengage because you know the players have better loot. And if you don't have the same loot or like even equivalent to it, you just got to get away and maybe eliminate them later down the line.
Ooh, looking like a bit of danger here, though, for Clix, as he has been cracked. This is an engagement that we've seen for lasting a while now, actually, in these Rumble Ruins. Reminder, there is a boss NPC in these Rumble Ruins, which if you end up eliminating, drops a mythic MK assault rifle. So we'll see. I believe it was what Gentle and Dark have been using throughout these matches, but now looks like they've ran out of shields. As Clix has only recuperated about 25 shield. But they do have that Cybertron cannon.
Yeah, it's actually, this is a tough place to fight. There's so many tunnels and it's just hard to keep track. So once you're fighting here, you gotta be careful, especially when the other team has a cannon.
Yeah. Trading Cybertron cannon shots. It's scary. I'm kind of leaning. I tried dodging that in real life. There's the Cybertron cannon. Got shot, but Paper Yamzo now, they do have their vehicle ready to be used once that zone closes and opens up an opportunity for them to rotate. But like it was earlier, so many duos inside the storm here. You can take a look. I mean, it looks like half the lobby almost.
Yeah, no, half the lobby are just chilling. They just want to make it to endgame because that's when the most points are available to get. You know, when you make it to endgame, it's not just easy to get placement points, it's easy to get elimination points. When you get elimination points, the placement points come in even faster. And on the bottom left of the map, it's actually completely empty. And I'm not sure if anybody knows that, but if I were them, I would, you know, scout out the area, make sure there's nobody around, and chill in the bottom left.
Yeah, I mean, especially as the zone is pulling more and more south, almost closing around Shattered Slabs here. But taking a look, Pink and Nos, our previous Gamers8 Zero Build champions, continuing to rotate through. Thomas HD on the feed also taking down Karmi. I'm curious to see now how Alex is going to play this out. Kind of patient. You were saying it yourself, Emad. Patience is key, especially 100%. In the zero build mode.
Yeah, you got to be patient. That's why you see everybody in the storm. They're just waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting to use all their loot right into the last zone. We got Acorn. We got Muzz, Bully, just looking for tags. Bully's chilling in the bush. You always love when you know, seeing the OG bush campers.
You really do, and you can see Acorn there, kind of making use of that. 3 shockwaves, 4 porta bunkers, and a Cybertron cannon.
Yamzo and Paper going down to Duke. The double elimination from Duke. You know, playing in those. Oh, Clix going down as well. Aegis and Kanata cleaning up. Duke and Clix are out for the game.
You're never safe, Emad. You're never safe. The third parties, the fourth parties. Just when you think you've done it, a wild Kanata Aegis in the jungle take you out. Now recuperating all that loot that they were looking for, as Quinn and Vert continuing to play a bit slow in a bush here, might actually be able to pick Opt and Fluger out here.
Oh, they're sneaking up. They're crouching. When you crouch, you can't really hear the footsteps too well. So that's why whenever you... Oh! Okay. They need to relax, because when they have the high ground, no, Quinn, he's making the break for it.
Will he be able to do it here? Quinn trying to escape. The vehicle, though, it's out of HP. It's going to blow up now. Vert Quinn, no more options for rotation other than shockwaves. If they have some in the inventory, as now Fluger Opt continue with the advantage in this engagement, but now they've lost the positional advantage as they're down below. Vert Quinn up above now. as the engagement continues. Vert gets knocked though. It's a 2 versus 1. Now Quinn against both of them, but he gets 160 pumped. He's one shot away, and Fluger ending this engagement swiftly.
Man. Yeah, no, it's a tough. You saw how they had the high ground and they just absolutely lasered them. Zemi going down. NPen trying to 1v2. Oh. No. Andy getting lasered in the back. Refsguard pushing up on NPen. He's launched. He's escaping. He's gone. He's so low.
Flying. NPen, no. Nice try from Zemi.
And they're fighting in Storm too. Like it's like it's normal. Like hey, we're all here, but they don't want to be next to each other.
It's crazy. I mean, you saw the Cybertron cannons going back and forth from NPen Zemi against Refsguard and Z Andy, but they took him out pretty quickly there, I believe.
That zone is not going to play a good part for the players really far in Creaky Compound and Mega City. They got a long way to go, so they got to be careful because there is Storm Sickness in the game. And in Storm Sickness, when you take 600 damage from the Storm, that's when it starts ticking you for even more and more, like to where you could barely survive. So they got to be careful for Storm Sickness, and it doesn't look like they have to look for Storm Surge tags this game because there's 59 players left in the 5th circle. I think they're playing a lot more aggressive. Earlier today, we saw so many players around this time, like 70 players up in the 5th circle.
You can tell the confidence is definitely increasing as the matches go on. We saw in that first game, nobody taking any engagements, and the action is almost not stopping here in Game 5, but Acorn now, we saw him hiding before as he lost Epic Whale. He has those 4 legendary slurp juices, so he's going to be able to stay a long time in zone, but he's still missing his duo partner, trying to find an opportunity to get the reboot. But you can see with so many duos in Storm, you never really know if it's safe, especially without a flare gun to mark those opponents. As we switch back over to Queasy and Vino, though, who are not in the best of situations, but it could be worse.
It's not looking too good. And especially for Acorn, if he's trying to reboot, oh, look at them taking out the vehicle early. That's actually a very smart play. They don't want them to rotate, and they want to catch them while they're rotating on foot rather than the vehicle, because in the vehicle, it's hard to get some tags.
Yeah, thinking ahead as the Cybertron cannons continue to blast all these bunkers away, breaking those metallic pieces bit by bit, as it's Muzz and Bully who are actually getting kind of lasered here by Vino. He's not a fan of any vehicle on the map here, but he does have that NPC.
Yeah, Bully and Muzz not looking too good. Muzz going down. Oh man, King also going down. Yeah, when your car explodes in the middle of the map, that's like a siren. Like, hey, look at me.
Danger.
Oh, he just canned himself. No. Bully and Muzz taken out. Booga going down in the kill feed as well to Dark. Oh man, we got some big names going down. And yeah, like I said, when you have a car, it's good, but you gotta be careful because if it explodes right next to you, that's a siren for everybody. Hey, look at me. My car just exploded. I might be low HP, and that's exactly what happened to Muzz and Bully.
A lot of self-inflicted damage in this match from the start to the end here. So we switch over to the NA West duo, but now on Central, Pars and Baka. But if we look back, Vidil, Mr. Savage, Game 4, victors looking to make something happen. The back-to-back. We got to be careful with so many players around. Threats is a solo close by. That tree not going to last much longer as Mr. Savage and Vidil split in different locations here. So now they're not even together, as Vidil is just trying to outlast the bullets, going tree by tree, using what he can from the environment as Mr. Savage takes shots to cover him.
Yeah, he found Threats and he eliminated him. Threats was a solo and he didn't have any heals anyway, so if I were Threats, I actually wouldn't have shot, but I think he had to because the zone was moving and he just had to get like maybe a refresh and opportunity. He had to take that risk to get any loot that he can find. Baka and Pars actually playing really well this game. They have 2 eliminations and they were waiting on the high ground in a really good position, and they kept their vehicle. So now they just use that vehicle, don't use any rotation. Oh, still getting cannoned.
No more shield. 26, 24, 0 HP left for Vidil. Knocked down all up to Mr. Savage now with his med mist Cybertron cannon. The zone is ticking quickly though.
Yeah, he only has 35 HP on the med mist, so he has to get out of there as fast as he can, or he might be going down to Storm soon.
Queasy Vino continuing though, looking a lot more healthy than Savage and Vidil as they split up a little bit to not hit each other with those shockwaves. You can see how high Queasy went with that soaring sprints augment combined with the shockwave impulse grenade.
Cease and Blake have to get out of there. Oh my! And you cannot be in the open for too long. Vidal going down in the kill feed, or in the elimination feed. We got Andalex going down as well. Man, Blake escaping. Cease knocked, but he's not going back for him.
I believe that was Malabuka as well, hiding down below, trying to be as safe as possible, but without the porta bunkers, without the cover, it's very difficult. For Blake though, 4 shockwaves, 4 bunkers, looking a lot safer.
Yeah, he's just acting like he's not there. He put that bunker down and he's like, please nobody look at me, please. Epic Whale is actually back up. Acorn got him up, he rebooted him.
He got him?
He's looking really healthy, but they don't have any meds, extra meds. Gentle going down in kill feed, or in the elimination feed. Venno also being taken out.
Gotta be careful here. The zone gets smaller and smaller. These last moments, especially in Zero Build, are extremely chaotic. You have to be careful with what your choices are as Kika gets knocked down up above Tax and Moo on that high elevated position, getting that visual awareness on all these opponents close by. Epic Whale, though, no more shield left to work with. He's gonna have to do a very risky rotate here.
Yeah, 36 players left. Man, Amar and Rezon rotating mid-map. Malabuka, as a solo, has no extra meds. Man, Tripper, they have pretty good loot. Quanti, taking out Pars and Baka.
It's looking good as Ziandi here, grouping up with Refsguard. They were looking incredibly strong throughout this whole tournament, staying in that top 3, top 5 as the day goes on. And Malabuka has been up for so long without porta bunkers, without shockwaves, with nothing, but he's still up, just like Epic Whale there, crouched behind the bunker. You really have to be sneaky in this game mode.
Malabuka going down as you were speaking about him.
No, they cast a curse. No. Bloomy though, gonna get in that engagement. 2 versus 2, it's Pink, it's a Nos. As Pink goes down, it's all up to a Nos. Now he hits that 1 pump on Bloomy though. Lardle now, the 1 versus 1. Who is gonna connect more shots here as Lardle does it and Nos goes down, but now
HP.
He has to be careful. 17 HP, edge of zone, just 24 seconds until it starts closing here. But Moo and Tax, they've been holding strong.
Yeah, they're lasering Opt right now, and they're making sure that they do as much damage as they can before. Oh, they're getting caught in a bad spot. 16 players left. Opt going down.
Refsguard, Ziandi, 8 eliminations total, taking those shots with the Cybertron cannon. But you gotta be careful where you aim at Refsguard. Yeah. Losing some HP himself here, but almost a double-digit elims. This could be a huge match for the duo.
He's not even holding a shotgun. He was just holding meds in the cannon and an MK.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. Acorn actually went down, and Epic Whale just chilling, waiting for the placement points.
Tax Moo continuing strong here. 5 eliminations for the duo, looking to rack up a bit more as Hero and Farhad now. 2 total elims, popping that legendary slurp juice to stay in the zone just a bit longer as they continue their rotate. But Refsguard and Ziandi having a nice rotate on the non-congested side of this zone here. Hero with another elimination, takes out Dark. Gentle, I believe, as well.
8 players left. It's looking really good for Fahad and Hero. They just gotta get to zone because it's taking for so much damage. Tax getting tacked for so much. Refsguard, 23 HP. Tax.
Unstoppable. Ziandi, 6, 7 eliminations. Farhad goes down. Mixin, Blotcha still up as a duo. 5 total eliminations. The 2 versus 2 now. 4 players up. Refsguard, Ziandi going against Mixin and Blotcha.
Oh, Andy got him down with a cannon. It's a 2v1 now. Andy versus Blotcha, but Mikeson. Oh, this is intense because Andy has the most HP. It's a 1v1. They're both knocked. Andy throwing the shockwave. Get in the end zone. Going for the elim. Oh my gosh, Andy making a pro play right here. He's taking so much damage to Storm. Andy has to go to zone, but he has to watch behind him because he might get lasered. Mikeson running out of med mist. He has to get the zone. It looks like he's going down to the Storm. Andy about to look back. He found another med mist. It's med mist versus med mist right now. 1v1. Mikeson just staying in the Storm. It's looking good for Andy. I think he's gonna take the win. He's getting shot. 1 HP and Andy with the victory royale. Let's go!
The excitement,
look how hyped they are.
The energy, the hype. Ziandi and Refsguard not only with the victory royale, the double-digit elimination victory royale, total of 14 eliminations for this duo. You can see that excitement. You can see that hype, the screams. They were already top 3 on the leaderboard, but now with that huge victory royale, they're just that much closer to putting that crown on on their head.
They're so excited about that game. I was actually having breakfast with Refscard this morning, and he was like, listen, we're changing up our playstyle just a little bit. We VOD reviewed last night, and we're feeling good about today. And they just got this huge elimination game, which is amazing for them. It's definitely going to affect the leaderboards and change a few places there.
Look, the leaderboards will be shooken, but the job is not done yet. That was just game 5 of day 2. They still have the last match to play out, and not only that, Emad, after that last match, they have a whole other day of action. 6 more matches with even a 25% point increase for both placement and eliminations based on this day.
Man, look at them just embracing each other. That's what you love to see.
We love to see it. Let's check out some highlights here from the match, see what or how this came to be. But Refscard, I mean, Ziandi, you know they're feeling hyped right now. We can see, though, Hero Fahad making use of that cannon. Huge shotgun shots connecting as well.
Yeah, he made sure to charge the cannon. Look at Andy with the huge pumps. Lasering Hero as well. His aim is insane. He had 6 eliminations there, and he didn't end with that. He ended with much more. They had 10 eliminations total. Fahad going down, and this is where the 2v2 was. It was really intense.
That's insane. I mean, hitting shot after shot with the MK, the synergy from the duos, making use of that natural environment. I mean, at the end there, Ziandi, he was running a marathon to try to outrun his opponent inside the zone there. And you can see at the end, once he did it, the excitement, that last elimination.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back to Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite. Look who it is, Level 2K and Shio Wage. Actually, Shio these days arrived in the helicopter. That's how he's rolling now. This is how Shio does it.
It's a new helicopter for each block that I'm traveling, so it's a lot of fuel,
Of course, he's too official now.
He's too official. It's too official. I'm enjoying this fit though, lads. It's great to have you here. We heard you casting the action. Finally, actually get to see you in person as well here. You were here last year, so I mean, how does it feel to be back here? You enjoying your time in Riyadh?
So good. So good, right? I think you look at the competition last year, all the players were like, oh my God, this is so good, best event I've ever been at. You almost think, how can you make it better? How can it get better? And it just got better, like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So surprising.
You're watching a ping pong game, the ball's going back and forth, it speeds up, it gets more intense. We're going back and forth year to year for here in Gamers8 in Riyadh, and it's getting even more intense. More players, Middle East players popping off left, and that's huge.
The Middle East players popping off, like.
Do you know what?
Is that on your bingo card? It wasn't on mine.
It definitely was not on my bingo card, but I am loving what I'm seeing. Yeah. I'm enjoying myself. Obviously, we just saw the last game there as well, which was a fantastic with Refscard, Ziandi. I mean, we kind of felt that they could be runners in this competition to try and get one of the top spots here, and they did remarkably well, saw it out, and they're looking good.
Yeah, that finish was very intense as well, right? Both players running in the zone. You're thinking, oh my goodness, who's going to take it? I think it's good because we've had these guys be very consistent so far this competition. competition, and it was sort of like, finally, they've got their win. Like, it was coming at a certain point, and they finally picked it up.
Yeah, when you watch different duos have a competitive run within a tournament, a lot of the times they have a peak all the way up in placement or a peak in points in a game. So getting that win, they have that under their belt. That being said, 3 days of competition, probably going to need another one. And for these guys, it's tough with how many good duels we have in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely right. Are you ready to see the leaderboard, the official leaderboard, lads? Of course you are. Let's have a look here. This is how it currently stands here. Left, you can see here, Cammy, Japko still in top spot there, 2-4-8-5, but coming up very quickly, Dark and Gentle in second place.
Yeah, I mean, Levin, you're an expert on this. More people in the 2K club right now, 2,000 points. I mean, they're getting close now.
I'll be real. I'm looking at those names in 2K club, and I'm thinking, wow, very well deserved. These are names that we are seeing consistently in these end games. I'm very, very excited. Of course, yesterday you looked at Cammy and Jackpo and you sort of went, is anyone even going to be able to catch up? But I tell you what, some of these guys are really giving them a run for their money now.
Absolutely. Cammy, Japko as well, making a few adjustments of their own, getting a bit more aggressive, playing the same game everyone else is playing. But the most important thing about those four, duos at the top, all playing like duos. There's not too many solo plays at the middle of the game. They're all very good synergistically.
Well, look, in the case of Cammy and Japko, they're having to adapt. They had Draftel and Dexify landing on them last game, right? Like, that's a switch up. And we talked about this on the first day. Each day is going to have its own different meta in itself. Every game is going to be different.
Absolutely, and right now, even if you are playing the meta, you make one small decision, it can rise you way up in the board. Sweats and Booga, one nice game, some good elims already in the top 10.
Well, we saw that bit of a mistake there with the flare gun, which could have cost Cammy and Jackpo. I mean, do you think when you're being landed on like that, not expecting it, you're thinking differently, you have to react to the situation where you just didn't go to plan as they thought it might turn out?
Yeah, 100%. These guys are probably thinking, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't speak much Polish, but I'm sure they weren't saying nice words in Polish. You know what I'm saying? Because it would have been frustrating. You're almost thinking, oh my, surely not us, right? Like, surely not. This is not the right time. But the professionals they are, you have to handle it. And they'll be used to it. Cammy's experienced that in the biggest tournaments he's played in the past. He'll be ready for that moment.
Yeah, the best part about it is that they literally have days of games left, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I've got some of those Polish words in my locker for later as well, Evan. I'll sort you out. Obviously, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights as well coming your way, exactly what happened in the last matchup here. But I mean, you guys have been there. You've been behind the scenes kind of casting the action, being there and kind of embracing it kind of firsthand with the rest of us here. What have you kind of noticed of the last 2 days that's really kind of taken you by surprise, or anything that's really stood out to you?
I think the biggest thing when you look at the actual flow of the games, it's so slow paced through the first couple zones, and then all of a sudden you hit like zone 6, zone 7, and bam, everything goes so fast paced, and it's like if you were sleeping in the previous zones, you would quickly be caught out, like very quickly be caught out and punished. So that's why the teams that are consistent, even more impressive to me to be able to get through that and still succeed.
Absolutely, I was gonna say the same thing. To give that point some imagery, it's a marathon on a very steep cliff that has big drops randomly, and if you're not paying attention, going at the right pace, a lot of these people, Adam, they're tripping up in these games.
They certainly are, but a pair that are not tripping up are our last match winners. Should we hear from? I think we should hear from them. We should do that after this clip. You can see here. We're going to talk to our kind of Refsgard and Ziandi, who have had a fantastic turn in this. But already, like you saw the leaderboard there, Thomas and Malibuka starting to rise the ranks. Now we've seen Booga and Threats kind of pop off today. Let's look at it. It's fun for us as spectators.
Yeah, the maddest thing I think, Adam, is that like I'm looking at the standings now, and I'm looking at the amount of points some of these teams are getting, and I'm going, this is impressive. But the points increase tomorrow as well. So it's only going to get even more drastic tomorrow in terms of just seeing teams fluctuate all over the leaderboard.
And you know how momentum works. Every time it's towards those last games, more teams end up soaking up more points, more elims in general. So records get broken, 6 more games instead of just 2. It's nuts.
Just like you fellas, points are buffed tomorrow, and this is exactly what's coming our way. 150% over the first day, which is going to make a massive difference. We can already see now. I mean, yesterday we were kind of talking about strats earlier on, and Cammy and Jack, whether or not they actually went a bit too early with that strat, whether it was kind of like copied by others as well. But I want to hear exactly what Refsgard and Ziani have to say here. This is what happened. We caught up with them on stage.
The closing stages of day 2 are fast approaching. Just 7 maps left, and $2 million will be distributed amongst our competitors. I'm standing here with Ziandi and Refsgard. Refsgard, how does it feel to hear that $2 million tomorrow?
I don't know. I just want to win. So, I mean, it's nice we get 500 gains if we win, but yeah, it's big money. It's big money.
That's one of the biggest games that we've seen today. 14 eliminations. I mean, Ziandi, I think that was like a 1v2 at the very end. I mean, what was the vibes like? Were you just screaming into the headset, or were you trying to just keep as calm as possible?
It was kind of a messy game because he went down in like just before late game, but I somehow managed to get him up again. And then I don't even know what happened. We just went full crazy. And a duo went to fight us in the last zone. I hit both of them hard, and he killed both, but I died. And then he just 2v1s. I don't know, he's just the best player, I think.
It just becomes a bit of a haze, doesn't it, when that much energy kind of fills you up. Now, I just wanted to ask you quickly, because today you've kind of been chipping away and just climbing the ranks. You've been putting in good numbers. You've been consistent all day. What's your drop zone been like? Has it been pretty hectic, or have you kind of had the ability to, loot up, get a vehicle? What's been the situation?
I mean, it kind of changes from game to game. Sometimes there's players doing some weird stuff, but we are ready for it. We know what to do if someone is trying to make a place on us. And yeah, I don't think we have been playing good today. We were actually very triggered. We keep saying that we need to get one good game and we need to win a game, and then everything's going to change, and that's what we did.
Well, also, for those of you who are watching, Ziandi had such an insane 1v2 at the very end. He was like, dude, I'm shaking. I just want to stand here. I just want to take in the moment, and I just want to enjoy the fact that we got this 14 elim victory royale. So, guys, you've been absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for joining me in your post-match interview. Best of luck in your final game of the day, and we look forward to seeing what you bring to the table on day 3. That's it for us here on the main stage. Back to you guys in the studio.
13 elimination, or 13 elimination, I should say here. First place with 445 points. I mean, they've done the business. They've really put themselves on the leaderboard, and it's looking good for these boys.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? 13 eliminations. I think you look at both of these players and where they come from historically. Refsgod was always a fragger, has made that switch to being a leader in IGL. It's been a tough one for him. He's very open about that a lot of the time, but he's making it work. And of course, Ziandi, we know the kind of firepower Ziandi has. Insane player.
It's a pattern in firepower as well as Ziandi specifically. When he finds that pattern and he knows exactly how the tournament ticks, I feel like this guy just runs away with the competition.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. Well, let's come back to the question we talked about earlier on. Let's have it out here about whether or not strats were employed too early on yesterday from some of our players, and whether obviously VOD reviewing and such as well. Obviously that people are adapting, and it hasn't been as good a day for them today. We saw what happened in the last game as well.
Look, there's a lot of naysayers, a lot of people going, these guys, they should have saved the strat, why did they use it so early? There are no guarantees in this game, I'm telling you, I've seen it before. I bet you, if they don't use that strat, I bet you somebody just tweets on Twitter like the day after, they're like, hey, why is nobody using this NPC here? And then all of a sudden, they don't have a strat to show everybody, right? Like, you can't take your chances. I think it's good to get your lead as early as you can and go from there.
The thing is, though, for this format, only this format, you might be wrong. You might be wrong, because that last day tripled up, like the elim format, the points and everything. There's a little bit of a say to save that strat, get the most points when you can. It's a risk-reward thing.
I totally get that, because you're right. Because ultimately, you're seeing teams catch up to them now. If you look at the games Gentle and Dark have had to be able to catch up in points to what Cammy and Jackko did, it's actually not as much impressive games, but because the points are more, they've caught up. But for me, it's just the hindsight. You can't know whether or not anybody else was going to whip that out, or somebody was going to reveal that was a possibility later down the line. So if you didn't use it, you'd be kicking yourself.
Yeah. We talked about some of the items used. Porter bunkers being utilized here. We've got Cybertron cannons have been absolutely amazing. I mean, we saw kind of what the mistakes you can make. I think Bully as well, self-elimination there, not quite judging the boulder correctly.
I think he wants us to forget that one.
Okay, let's move swiftly on. But talking about the great thing is, though, I mean, with a couple of games left today. One game left today. One more left today, right? Wow, things have gone fast. There's one last opportunity before the points obviously change tomorrow. What are players going into doing on this last game now? How are they changing things up, Shai? What are they going to do differently to ensure they finish in the best way possible today?
We haven't really seen any 3-day formats so far, right? So if it's me, I feel like the game plan you came out at the beginning of the day, stick to that. A lot of the times, if you're not hitting the mark, it's changed a lot, and see what you can improve. But let's go back to the source, see what has improved and what hasn't. Implement it for once this game, because you have another whole day of VOD reviewing. Big changes for the last 6 games. This is the last time we see this point format as well, right, in the tournament.
Yeah, look, if I was a coaching one of these teams, I'm just focusing on the mental.
Yeah.
Stay locked in, because a lot of these players are not used to having to play more than a 12-game tournament. Like, mentally, a lot of them will be like, yeah, it's like done now. Like, we can just go home, right? No. 6 more games and 6 very different games we're going to get tomorrow, because again, people will go home, they're going to VOD review, they're going to see what they can change, and so you just have to be ready for anything mentally.
I mean, $2 million on the line as well, lads. $2 million. I mean, it's a hefty amount of wedge.
You can say that again. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
amount of money. I mean, $500,000 for the top prize as well. I mean, that would change the lives. Whoever wins it, whether you've had the previous accolades, you've done well in other tournaments, and you've had a great career thus far. That kind of money is a life changer, right?
Yeah, I mean, Adam, if you're coaching us and there's $2 million on the line, what are we doing in the last game? Are you changing it up? What's the game plan?
I am going to say no. Stick to your guns for now. We have a bit of a review tonight. We work things through, and then we go back tomorrow. Fresh-faced, bushy-tailed, fresh-faced, fresh-eyed.
Yeah, I think we should just we should play, get them with us. These guys were watching. I don't know.
I'm a hindrance, lads. I am dead weight here, massively. But it's been brilliant having you both on the desk here. I love this. We need more of this. We need more of the Shah and Levin show. This is fantastic. We also have ourselves. That was very formal, awkwardly so, but I loved it. We've also got your helicopter's waiting, I think, here, so you guys going to run in a second as well. We have ourselves standing by as well. Mini and Emad will be casting our last game out of the day here. What exactly is going to happen in game number 12? We are right on the precipice. Let's jump on in and find out exactly what is going to happen next in this competition.
Thank you so much, Adam. We are here. Game number 12, the final game of the day. And as Shia Wager jets off in his helicopter, we are here to enjoy ourselves game number 12. I'm joined alongside the wonderful Emad. I'm hyped, Emad. I'm spamming ones. How about you?
Yeah. I'm also typing one. I'm ready for this game. Mini Miner, you're amazing. I'm ready. I'm ready for game number 12. This is going to be a catastrophic game. This will do, it will just depend on how they do and what their VOD review will be tonight, because as you said in the player interview earlier, the player didn't sleep. He was VOD reviewing, he was doing his homework, and people, kids usually get out of homework, but then if they play Fortnite professionally, they got to go back to homework, so it's going to be exciting.
Homework is very important, whether you like it or not. It determines success tenfold, and that's what we've been seeing today. There's a lot of changes, of course. In that last game, we saw Cammy and Japko getting landed on there, so what do you think their mental is going to be like going into this final game?
I think they're just going to try to avoid any early game fight, because it's just not a good spot to be. Early game, you don't have the right loot. Basically, whoever has the better loot usually ends up winning the fight, unless you have a crazy strat that you just hidden up your sleeve.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more crazy strats coming out in this game. And of course, the battle bus has launched, and all of our players will be launching out of it. We have a nice little northwest to southeast bus, so cutting right through the center of the map. Should be a quite simple one as we get to see the distribution of players. Now, I'm going to be honing in on Frenzy Fields here, Emad. This is the potential fight, I should say, that we could see going down.
Yeah, I think Mega City actually has a lot of action early on, because they have 4 teams landing there, and it is a big POI, but it can only be so big for so many teams. 8 people in 1 POI, they're bound to run into each other sooner or later.
Yeah, and of course we do have the extra points tomorrow as well, so the teams that haven't quite done as well today, they've got one more day, one more chance for it to happen. And I'm looking over at Frenzy Fields right now. It looks as though there is 2 teams landing in that vicinity, so if my name's Cammy and or Japko, I'll be very, very worried about what's going on there. But of course, a place that is no stranger to action this weekend has been Brutal Bastion. So now we have 3 teams here.
Yeah,
Samsung Smicky, of course.
Yamzo and Paper going down early as the first duo down. You don't like to see it. And already action in Mega City. Epic Whale looking for the push. They're pushing Arrow in 500k. They're going in 500k, 1 HP. Oh, he got him knocked. Arrow holding the right hand peak. Acorn has to be careful. He doesn't have HP. He doesn't have any extra shields, but he does know where Arrow is because of the flare gun that gives off his position. And he went all the way up. If they take that zipline, will he? Oh, we got Arrow all the way on height. And his teammate is already down. Pablo going down as well in the kill, in the feed as well. Whale, Arrow being chased by Epic Whale, and he's out of there. He took the shockwave and he's gone.
Yeah, we've seen how aggressive Epic Whale has been here at Mega City. It's his home, his place that he likes to reside, and his place that he likes to own. Of course, we saw the aggression with Reet in the previous seasons of FNCS, and with Acorn, it's absolutely no different, picking up an early elimination and looking for more as well. They want to try and claim as much of this loot as humanly possible. As you can see them now making their way through all of the buildings, and we spoke about it on the desk a little bit earlier on. These guys are able just to carry so much loot into that late game, and I think a lot of it is down to this drop spot here.
Yeah,
here we go.
We have a review on Thomas HD, getting the Elim on Bevs, Malabuka, and they have really good loot so far with a car as well.
That is important. That's really important.
Really great stuff right there from Thomas HG and Malibuka. They actually did that to win DreamHack Summer in that exact same way. But Vert and Quinn, they're getting aggressive right now as it's Smicky and Saturn. Unfortunately now down to just Smicky as he managed to escape just about with his life. As we know the aim of Vert and Quinn, we know how solid these guys can be when it comes to those sort of area. And this is what I wanted to hone in on. Cammy and Japko alive, healthy, well for now, as Kika and his teammate are off in the distance. And it looks as though it's a little bit of a different change of pace for Cammy and Japko, contrary to that game 5 or game 11 that we just saw last.
Yeah, it looks like they don't want to engage the fight. They just want to, you know, throw off a few shots. They don't want to, you know, just take that 50-50 off the spawn. So they're just backing up the drone shots. They're like, hey, do not come near us. We're not afraid to fight, but we would rather not fight. You know, we want to save our loot for end game rather than use it early game. Maybe get third partied. It's just not a good spot to fight early game.
Yeah, it's so open there as well. So Kika and company, they retreat back to the safety of this building, dropping that DMR. I was quite confused as to why he was carrying that DMR because it's not the best weapon in the game. I think I won't be the first to say that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has ever used that already in the tournament so far. But, you know, when you don't have any loot, you might as well carry it. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Another team that we've been talking about a lot over the weekend. It's Queasy and Veno. It's all one of the early stages of the game. We haven't got to see this too much from them. And every single aspect of their game is perfected down to a T. They know timings, they know where to be, and that's why they're so confident to be split from each other. They're not standing hip to hip, worried about who can rotate in on them because they know what's around. And Wox and Robab right now, around them is another team that's just trying to make their way away with the Shockwave. Oh, Wox trying to close in as well. This is one of those teams that are so aggressive when it comes to fighting. Wox particularly one of the best fighters on the European region, and the Swedes do it best when it comes to fighting, it seems, as we head over to Mega City. As Acorn and Epic Whale, they're still on the hunt for Arrow, and he's still somehow survived.
Yeah, I don't know how he got away, but they've been non-stop chasing him since the beginning of the match. He's trying to get out of there. Ooh. He's getting in the car. Broken shields. It looks like they're going to take the car out, but Arrow taking the advantage of the of the terrain. You know you can't shoot through those walls, and Epic Whale can't get through the window. But we got Ennis and Pink on the high ground, also shooting at Arrow. Arrow is just like, please, everyone leave me alone. Can I just breathe for 1 second?
Yeah, he can't catch a break, can he? But I like this position from Pink and Anas as we see the next zone reveal itself down towards that southeast side of the map. So a lot of the teams that will be playing the Storm sort of area, of course, we know the Vortex and Axe Force will be all the way up there in Breakwater Bay. I'm sure they're no stranger to a far zone. And Arrow, how are you still in the game?
He's literally been running for so long. Please. Oh no, not the launch pad. Acorn about to hit his shots. Arrow spinning in circles.
Oh my goodness.
He is untouchable. Another team looking at him as no. And
so
Arrow
close.
finally goes down. Man, Threat's getting his first elimination of the game. That was hilarious. He's been running for so long, and I feel bad because I was rooting for him. I just wanted him to get away. I always Zemi going down in the feed as well. Man, bad sniper. Sweeze looking at Bloomer and Lard just chilling. They're about to 3-2-1 them. This is when they count down. When the duo is waiting for their opponent to be in the open spot, they say 3-2-1, and then at 1 they both spray at the same time, and he usually gets elimination right away. It's a really good tactic that pro players use all the time.
Yeah, it really is. And for Bloomy and Lada, these guys haven't quite had the best day compared to yesterday. They've only had the 6th place as their best game overall. Maybe the 2nd place as well from one of their games is not going to be too bad, but yeah, this is one of those teams that can have pop-up potential. I think not enough people talk about the mental side of Bloomy. He's such a fantastic zero-build IGL. He knows the game so well. And I was actually speaking to Ben K in the back. He was actually playing with Reddish recently in one of the DreamHack Zero Build events, and he said that Bloomy actually came over and helped coach them. Oh, what? And Ben was like, this guy is an absolute genius. He said, rotate here, rotate there, rotate over there. And he did it every time. He listened, and it pulled off for them. So excited to see Bloomy in action, of course, throughout this weekend.
It looks like Duke and Clicks got an elimination in Mega City. How did they get here? Blanca being on Duke's shoulder, and this is what pros usually do. When they get a knock, they take the loot to a safer spot. You see, now they're in an enclosed space. They can take their time. They can take their time to loot, and maybe even come back later for extra meds that was like on the loot that they just got the elimination from.
What's the vehicle doing inside of the building there? That's quite an interesting one. It's a little bit of a...
Actually, they usually hide, especially in zero builds, they hide the vehicle inside of the building.
I like it.
Just so it doesn't get tagged, because pro players, they actually plan ahead. They actually shoot at the vehicles before, if they know they're not going to use it themselves, they always get rid of it. They want it to be as hard as possible for other players to take that vehicle and rotate in zone.
Cybertron cannons going crazy as well. We're seeing so many teams using those throughout the weekend, and it's something that I expect to see even more of in this game as we get to take a little look at where the next zone will be heading. It's another southeast pole, so even more bad news for those that have that longer rotation. But fantastic news for the likes of Queasy, Venno, of course, Mr. Savage, Vadil, who do find themselves on that less congested side. And that's such an important aspect, isn't it, Eman? When you talk about rotations into zone, in zero build, is that almost amplified, being on that less congested, that dead side of zone?
Yeah, it's one of the greatest things that can happen to you, because we actually saw them win one of the matches today, and the zone ended naughty, right where they landed. So when the zone ends there, they don't have to use mobility, they don't get sprayed at in the car running away. You know, they can just take their time, they be patient, they wait for the zones, they have the best spot possible, and try to get as elevated as you can on the high ground, and then when it's endgame, that's when they use all their loot and all their mobility.
Beautiful. It's exactly what we want to see. Teams making their way into the zone. Of course, Vortex X-Force, they had an extra long rotate, made even longer by the next pollers. Opt and Fluger making their way in using these rifts, of course, as well. The sort of new area the map has plenty of them, so they're making the most of those, or as much of the use as they can without getting beamed out of the air.
Yeah.
This is what you're talking about here, just hiding away the vehicle, making sure that nobody knows where it is. And especially when you have these chonkers tires on it, as we can see that Sizzlucky and Degen in front of them also do, it just allows you to traverse the map so much quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, especially going through like the muddy parts and in the grass fields. It's hard with regular tires, so if you got a vehicle with those monster truck tires, it's much easier to get around, and it's definitely a lot bouncier, so it's gonna be harder to aim. But oh, Degen and Sizzlucky getting caught in a bad position here. Agers and Kanata, they're definitely an aggressive duo. They gotta be careful, and they have the explosive repeater rifle. He's trying to use it to his advantage. They launched out of there, and they got away successfully. I don't think they're gonna chase. It's a little bit too far for them now. Sizzlucky coming back though. Ooh. Wait. Oh, he's going for the slurp truck. He's taking the risk. I don't think that was a good thing to do, but he has more shockwaves. He's getting out of there, and he's gone.
And he's gone, but I'm sure Agers and Kanata will not be letting them go without a fight as Degen tries to reposition, re-angle, and get another shot from afar. As now this is where Degen and his teammate Sizzlucky are split, but Cease and Blake say goodbye to their last game of the day as Trippin and Quanti take them out all the way down here at Slappy Shores. So great stuff from this team. Quanti getting both of the credit for those, and Tayson and Seti, they'll be lurking. They would have heard those audio cues. There's fighting going on the south side. Let's go on through. As we get to see some of the crowd in attendance as well. Lots of Falcon fans that were cheering earlier on, of course, as well. It's always great to see.
Yeah, it's great to see them, you know, talking to each other, smiling, cheering on, making it more intense for the players. And as you saw Tripper, as soon as Tripper got the elimination, he actually didn't go to loot. He actually threw out the flare gun to see if there was anybody rushing them, because after eliminations, people usually come up to clean up and take all the loot.
Yeah,
but Gentle,
big fight.
Yeah, Gentle in a bad spot here. Dark getting pushed right now by Squeeze and Bad Sniper.
Big fights right now as Gentle and Dark. This is one of our top teams on the day, of course. Second place going into this game, so this is such an important fight for them. Crucial moments going into this. So absolutely vital stuff. I think they may have even been closer towards the first place spot, so it's one of those teams that have to make it happen. And Japco and Cammy, another one, of course. Bloomy going down to Japco.
Yeah.
So these guys have all the answers, of course. The first place team in Cammy and Japco, we know how important this game is to them. And if Dark and his teammate Gentle can clutch up, then they should be okay.
Yeah, no, it looks like they're going to win this 2v2. And they did. Lardle and Bloomer down to Japco and Cammy. Japco's aim is just out of this world. I haven't seen him miss a shot yet. It's really impressive. Yeah. He's insane. Opt going down as well. It looks like people are going to fight a lot more here. I thought they were going to play more passive for the last game of the day, but it looks like they want to get those elimination points, and maybe they're just running into each other at a bad time and they have no choice but to fight.
Yeah, why not? You know, you have the last game of the day. Tomorrow the points are going to go up by another considerable amount. So I'm excited to see how our teams progress throughout the rest of the 6 games tomorrow. But of course now we have Mr. Savage and Vidil just making the most of that higher elevation, as Anas and Pink are also down low. So they're feeling pretty good right now. They have that vehicle, and it seems that this vehicle, the speedy one, seems to be the one that's going to be most preferred. But actually say, you know what? We're going to go the old-fashioned way, running, on foot.
Yeah, so the speedy ones, the ones that look like they don't have the big tires on, it's hard to rotate through the grass, and on the hills you rotate so slow that it's actually easy to get caught in a bad position. So usually if it's not the truck with the monster tires, they just leave the car and rather go on foot. So because the vehicles are loud and it does attract a lot of attention.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Dejan and Sizlucky just evading the attention of Canada and Aegis for now. But no, it's a game of chess. They're both waiting. Who's going to make the first move? Who's going to go first? Because whoever does might be able to find themselves eliminated.
Yeah.
The team in the back will look to spray that a little 3-2-1 as you talked about. It's so important in zero build, particularly when you have that gold MK assault rifle. This is packing a punch.
Yeah, no, they're actually in a way better position than Sizlucky and Degen. Unless Degen and Sizlucky can use that semi-truck, but it does cause a lot of commotion. I actually just saw a truck next to them. I'm not sure if they've seen it themselves, but Aegis and Kanata have mobility and are ready to rotate. And you definitely don't want to take that motorbike because you are exposed and you do not want to be lasered right away. So I think they know that they're being waited out, so they're just waiting and they're just playing the patience game to see who moves first.
Who's going to move first? Who's going to make the first mistake? That's what zero build is all about. As we have a little look at what happened with Anas and Pink earlier on, and of course Anas picking up that elimination onto none other than Gentle. So that's a huge elimination in the race for that first place. Now Dark has it all to do. Of course we saw Gentle clutching up so well as a solo earlier on, and now the shoe's on the other foot.
Yeah, it's really important. First place taking out second place. That is making the gap even more for the leaderboard. So it's really important, and it's a huge. I wouldn't be surprised if they saw it was Gentle. They got him knocked. They're like, we have to push him. They're right under us. We don't want them to take first place from us.
Now we see Anderlecht now down as a solo. They played so well in DreamHack Sweden, picking up multiple victorials, and Wox gets beamed out of the air. It's Pink and Anas picking up another knock, which is going to turn into, hopefully for them, another elimination, as Robab has it all to do. Pink using that slurp juice inside of the storm just to try and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. They're going straight for the loot though, of course. They want to make sure they can get as much of this as possible. Looking quite good, and these are the sort of times when you need to be picking up eliminations if you're not set up for the end game, Emad, because once you pick up that refresh, once you pick up that loot, that's when you could be on for a winner.
Yeah, and as you said, he was popping the slurp before he actually went for the loot because he doesn't know if there are other people around. And pre-popping slurps is a huge strat. Oh, Quanti, do not walk towards this bush. Zandy doing really well last game, and they were just absolutely hype after the match, which you'd love to see. But Quanti and Tripper have to be careful here because they are crouching around. You can see Refscard just waiting for them to come out of the zone. They're waiting for them. They're just waiting for the right time to take a double pump and get one of them down. And once they do, they're about to run into each other. Oh, they noticed. Oh.
Plays Ziandi getting inside, but of course Refscard now going down. Now Rizandi is all the way down to 1 HP, and unfortunately for him, he can't quite make it happen. Trippin, of course, getting knocked, but that was just a little bit of a difficult play for our game number 11 winners. Not ideal at all. You saw them get hyped after the game. Maybe it was a sloppy decision, a flash decision from these guys to jump on in there. They didn't have to. They had enough loot to win out the game, but as we get to see the map yet again, so many teams inside of the storm. Very much what we've seen before, and the zone pulls back towards the north, so not many teams are in the storm or in the zone already. So for those teams that are inside of the storm on that north side, a nice rotate for them.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting that they went for the elims. Even though they had enough loot, I think they just wanted to see if they can get those 30 extra points, because 15 points per elimination is huge. But it didn't end up going their way, and they got knocked out early. Trashy going down to Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage making a comeback really well. Like these past few games, he's been getting a lot of eliminations.
I like this from Tayson and Seti. A little bit of Cammy and Japko-esque play. Of course, we've seen them sort of realize that this NPC also heals you up with those chunk splashes. So these guys are no longer a duo, they are in fact a trio. I'm excited to see how they can do. And wow, we see Gentle and S-Dot back together as a duo. Pink and Anas say, hang on a sec, why are they back together? We took one of those out earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he got him up in the storm somewhere, and you know, that's you can use a storm to your advantage, and sometimes it doesn't work out because there are other people just waiting there. But it looks like Gentle and them found a lot of heals, so they actually found a lot of med mist and the med kits as well, so they can live in storm for a lot longer. They have to be aware of the storm sickness though.
Absolutely huge. They've had such a great day today, and I'd argue that this is probably the most difficult position they've been in all day. And so far, they have had all of those questions answered. Now, this is going to be one of the biggest questions in the final game of the day. Can they pop off? We will have to wait and see as Pink and Anas actually make their way into the dead side of zone, which is really nice for them. Not seeing bunkers on Anas, but it looks as though Pink has got himself covered with that. And this is a great job from them.
Yeah, and we've seen Clix and Duke actually just waiting in the same building, Mega City, the entire time. And Epic Whale barely moved as well. They're just waiting there, waiting for the storm to close in and then use all their loot later. Endelec's going down, Sun's going down as well as Tax. This is a crucial zone. You want to stay alive here because this is when all the placement points. Oh, Epic Whale getting lasered and going down.
Huge moments right there. Epic Whale just overstayed his welcome there, you could say, inside of Mega City. Some people realize where he was, and now Alex also has to clutch up as a solo running on fumes right now. Barely got anything left in the inventory as Clix now gets some great shots onto S-Dog. Unfortunately for him, he can't quite close out that elimination. Clix with 0 right now, but Jukes, of course, we saw him picking up 2 earlier on, so they're looking pretty good, and they're just about inside of the zone. And these Mega City zones, they're chaotic, and we're seeing the chaos go down. It's Cal Gamer jumping straight into the box. NM7, his teammate, nowhere to be seen. He has to try and clutch up here, but no, he's a sitting duck out in the open.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. Look at that cluster on the bottom right. So many people in the same area. Everybody on the south side of zone. And there's Dark just chilling on the building, just waiting for zone. There's 6 people right now on one building. Gentle also just chilling behind the bush. He doesn't look like he has too much loot. Only 6 shotgun shells.
We've seen it so often today. Duos turning into trios. Now it's duos turning into solos. They're playing almost separate from each other. Gentle and Dark, they're having to say, you play your life, you play yourself. I'm going to sort myself out, and we'll see if it works. Pars and Baka all the way up on the height, as well as Bully and Muzz getting their way into this end game as well. So Pink and Nasa very much out in the middle of the open right now. We've seen this strategy work when it comes to playing the zone in the center, but we've also seen it turn into disaster as Thomas HD and Malabuka make their way in as well. Hopefully unscathed for them, but unfortunately for Cammy and Japko, their car is very much not unscathed as they use that beautiful shockwave rotation. That's what we like to see. Thomas HD getting a huge elimination onto Bully, and now they claim the prime position on the entire map, Emet.
Yeah, no, they're in a really good spot on this hill. It looks like Pink and NS actually have the best spot there, all the way up there, and they just have overlook on every single player. So anybody that tries to sneak up on them, he actually knocked himself off of the mountain, and Pink is solo. He has to hold off until NS comes back up. Malabuka thinking about taking them out of the high ground, and he's launching them.
What a play. Thomas HD shockwaves up, uses another one to shockwave them out, and now says, I am the king of the hill. You're not the king, I am the king. And he says, see you later.
Yeah.
And just completely beams them off of the mountain. He says, you are banned from the mountain.
Yeah, it looks like that cannon from NS actually knocked him off, and they noticed it. So they're like, all right, he's just solo up there. Let's just go up there. Let's take the high ground. Let's take the risk, because when you risk it and it works out for you, that's usually when you end up winning the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas HD and Malabuka, if the zone goes towards them, it looks like it's a guarantee win.
Just shows how quickly things can turn from peachy to rotten tomatoes for Anas and Pink.
Yeah.
As Thomas HD now claims the prime position. This is a duo we talked about all weekend. Haven't quite performed to their best, but unfortunately they're going to be tested to the very end of the day, as of course this is a really difficult pole for them, as Malabuka does take out Pink in the feed right there. We see him picking up that finish as well. Hasn't got anything in the name of rotation. Unfortunately, that is his demise. Thomas HD with the ice cream, still playing the storm as well, trying to claim as many of those placement points as possible. Huge moments for Thomas HD, but of course Dubs and Xep in this end game as well. 6 eliminations for them.
Wow, yeah, it's 7 eliminations now.
Wow.
It looks like this is their game to make a comeback, and it's never over, because tomorrow there's a 50% increase from day 1. So 18 eliminations points for tomorrow. So every elimination is 18 points, but today it's still only 15.
Look at this for whom Cammy and Japko are actually going inside of the vault. They know no one's going to be inside there. This was just a place that was inside of the storm just now, but they have to be very, very careful. What are they going to find in there? Because there's only one way in and there's only one way out. So they have to be careful to not get trapped. For Hero right now, he's out in the car.
Yeah, as I was talking about earlier, Hero is just relaxing in the back of a car and nobody's looking at him. He's acting like he's not there, and it's actually working out for him.
Beautiful stuff. Japko getting inside of the area of Trippin, and he seeks him out. It's a game of hide and seek, and Japko has won as Trippin says hello to the lobby. As Cammy, of course, now has to make his rotation in. I like this play from them, just playing a little bit more underneath. They're not trying to claim power positions because they know that they just need a good game to keep them on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, look at Mikeson on high ground. He actually has the best position right now, but he has to be careful because Storm is moving, and he has to move ahead if he wants to keep high ground.
I like this from Mixon. He might actually get Shockwave onto that helipad, very much Shio Wager-esque with the helipad. As we see him all the way up on top. Can he do that? I think he's going to make his way in as Age is now trying to clutch up as a solo. 1 elimination for him, 3 total for the team. As now Cammy and Nikov and Hero are all inside of the same vehicle. This is 3 different teams, 3 individuals all taking a taxi ride together.
Yeah, I don't think he noticed he was in the backseat just relaxing. And when it's endgame, it's hectic. Mike's still chilling on high ground. He's marking the next zone as well. He's planning.
I like this from Mixon, though. He's looking to try and use this Shockwave to his advantage. Is he going to use those zip lines? Of course, maybe not, but Anaz literally on 1 HP, having to traverse his way through. His Hero now inside of the box, having to get his way out, of course, as well. This is huge moments for him. He's taking on Dukes and Klitsch as a solo. Can Klitsch clutch up? It could happen, but now we hop over to Anaz, who is trying to sneak through the gap, but it's not quite happening. As Mixon, he's the king of the hill right now.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh! And that's taking down Pars as well. It's a 2v1. Clicks and Duke versus Mikeson. Oh, and the 2v1. Clicks and Duke take the win.
Beautiful stuff. Clicks and Duke, they've had it difficult all weekend, and finally they've managed to come out with a victory royale, which is so good for them. I'm sure they'll be very happy with it, and I'm sure there are plenty of Clicks fans out there that are equally as hyped.
Yeah, no, we saw them earlier in Mega City just chilling there, and they were aggressive, and they took a spot, and they just were there the entire time. But Mixon actually had the high ground, so it wasn't sure that they were going to win, because when you have the high ground, you have the advantage to peak. But they ended up clutching up and taking the win for the day.
Yeah, just Duke and Clicks. They were the lobby bosses right there at the end. It seemed though everyone wanted to have a go at taking them on. Every single solo that was in the area tried their very best to take them on. But of course, there's only one team that came out on top in the end. And of course, it's Clicks and Dukes. What a fantastic performance from them. And as you mentioned, we have to give our flowers to Mixon, of course, as well. All the way up on top of those buildings. He claimed that position really early, and he held it really well.
Yeah, he was a solo for a while, so being up there and just being patient and only getting tags but not over peaking was really important, because when you over peak, you might get lasered, and when you get lasered, you usually get pushed, and that's when you get eliminated. So him being patient, getting second place, it's still huge points.
Yeah, what a fantastic way to close out game number 12. That is what Gamers8 is all about. The hype, the excitement is really real right now. And I really want to see what these highlights look like from that last game, because Emad, there was plenty.
Yeah, Agers, we can see him taking them out. Fed in the end game, 16 players left, and Cammy and Japko with the one pump on Tripper. It was definitely a tough position for him. And Agers getting caught in zone. Japko taking out Japko as well. It was just chaos. Mega City in endgame, it's hard to get around because there's so many unbreakable structures that if you're caught in a bad spot, you're just stuck there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Mega City is such a difficult place to fight, and we saw such a crazy endgame going on there. Of course, Clicks and Dukes once again, your game number 12 winners, and that's huge for their confidence, Emad, going into the last game. Beautiful stuff from them.
Yeah, no, they definitely needed it because they weren't doing the best so far, but this game is huge for them. They never gave up hope, and they just kept trying, and they got a victory royale, and hopefully tomorrow they can keep getting those victory royales because those placing points are huge.
Yeah, they really are, and that's what this is all about. Hopefully they can continue that momentum going into tomorrow, learning from some of their mistakes they made today, because that's so important, isn't it?
Yeah. Now they needed these points. 325 points just from that match is huge. 5 eliminations.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, we have to give huge shout-outs to everyone that took part in today's games. Of course, so many great players that managed to come out in some crazy victory royales. And of course, Clicks and Dukes was so fantastic. And I actually want to know what they are talking about, of course, with this interview we're going to have very, very shortly, because it's a team that I'm excited about. And hopefully you can see them locked in. And of course, there they are.
Yeah,
one of the top teams.
Yeah, we're going to have an interview with Cammy very soon, so don't go anywhere. It's going to happen very shortly. It looks like Clicks is actually looking at the nice. Yeah.
Here we are. We can see it. Cammy and Japko. Barney, take it away.
Our final game of the day concludes, and the momentum shifts in the leaderboard, but it doesn't shift that much because, as you can see, we are joined on the main stage by Cammy and Japko. Guys, currently leading the charge. Going into the final day tomorrow, you can hear the fans going crazy in the Gamers8 arena as well. Can you please sum up your day today? It wasn't quite like the day you had yesterday, right?
No, we played bad today, some bad RNG. But we just gotta move on and win tomorrow.
موجودين في المسرح أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور مع كامي ويابكو، والشيء هذا ما تغير عن اللي شفناه بالأمس، لأنه نهاية الأمس كانوا هم في مقدمة قائمة المتصدرين، واليوم أيضا تكرر نفس الشيء، لكن الفرق هالمرة أنه ممكن متدنين، والفرق بينهم وبين المركز الأول والثاني والثالث ما هو كثير. فسألناهم سؤال: وش تغير عن أمس؟ وش كيف أدائكم اليوم؟ جواب كان بكل بساطة أنه اليوم ما لعبنا كويس، وكان عندنا يعني طاقة سيئة، نحاول نعدلها ونرجع بكرة مرة ثانية.
Well, Cammy, like we always say here on the main stage, consistency is key in these styles of formats and these styles of games. So, you know, everyone else was trying to adapt to how dominant you guys were yesterday. How much did that affect your games today?
I think the main affection was that the team from below us was landing on our yellow house, so they were seeing half of our loot, so we didn't have good enough loot, and it was the main problem today, I think.
زي ما شايفين أعزائنا المشاهدين، سألنا يابكو على طول السؤال اللي دائما احنا نتكلم عنه مع كامي: وش الشيء اللي تغير بالأمس عن اليوم؟ لكن كان الإجابة بكل بساطة إنه أغلب اللي موجودين جالسين يحاولون يتبنون الأسلوب اللي احنا سويناه بالأمس، خصوصا بالروتيشن زي ما احنا سمعنا من جنتل في المقابلة العربية. زيادة على كذا كان قاعد يقول كامي إنه أكثر مشكلة واجهناها اليوم إنه ما كان عندنا لوت كافي أصلا إننا نقدر نأدي أداء كويس في الجيم، وهذا بالأخير صارت النتيجة معاهم، بس باقي هم في المركز الأول.
Well, let's forget about today. It's been and gone. Let's focus up on tomorrow. Tomorrow is your final 6 maps. Now, I just want to give you the chance to say, is there anything that you would like to say to your opponents ahead of tomorrow?
Good luck.
Short and sweet.
سألنا يابكو إذا في شيء ممكن يقوله لخصومه غدا إن شاء الله، خصوصا إنه يبي راح يخلص من اليوم وبيحاول إنه يراجع كل شيء سواه غلط. كان جوابه إنه يقول بس أتمنى لهم good luck لا أكثر.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Best of luck tomorrow in the remainder of your 6 games, and we cannot wait to see what you bring to the table in day 3. Okay. Fancy, I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping Japko was going to say something like, you know what, like if you land on us again, I'm going to turn on you and I'm going to shoot that cannon.
I mean, usually he's always just so calm, a nerve of steel, and I mean, if he's going to do anything, he's going to do it in game. He's not going to say anything to the opponents. That's what I noticed.
He's too calm. I feel like he should have said something explosive, you know. But anyway, having said that, Day 2 is over. Tomorrow is our final day. Congratulations to all of our competitors so far, and thank you so much to everyone who watched and supported your favorite players and your favorite duos. Thank you so much to all of the talent who took part today and all the production for putting on such an amazing show. Like we've already said, tomorrow we are on our final day and on our way to claiming that $2 million prize pool. Just one duo will walk away with $500,000 and will be crowned Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite champions. We're going to be here at the same time. That is 6 p.m. CEST. We're going to kick things off. My name is Banks. This is Fancy, and we will see you then. But before that, we're going to head over to the studio.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين. بما أن انتهينا من الجيم السادس، عرفنا مين اللي بيكون المركز الأول وعرفنا بقية المراكز.
Well, from 2 wonderful fellows there in Fancy and Banks, I'm joined now by the wonderful Ben K and Panda. Lads, we had mayhem at Mega City, where the Dukes and Clicks went all the way and won Game 12. What a fantastic win it was. But we can see here on screen, Japko and Cammy still retain the top spot now, Ben. It's been unbelievable for these two. It looks like we're looking at 2,705 points. What a score that is.
I mean, not only that, but 71 eliminations. That's no small feat. They've got to be on top of the leaderboard, not just in placement average, but elimination points as well. They've earned that spot, to say the least.
I mean, look, it was elimination heavy for them. 71 elims, 100%. And there was almost 52 going into the day. So they definitely slowed down a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of that had to do with some unexpected changes, a drop and other things. So that's what happens. We talked about it yesterday. We said literally that when you kind of show your hand a little too early, ultimately people are gonna pick up on that, try to adjust and force you off the top spot. Unfortunately, no one was able to do it today, and fortunately for Japko and Cammy, they continue to go on to tomorrow in the top spot.
Indeed they do. I mean, not quite as the Polish Panthers, we coined them yesterday, not quite as ferocious today, but still there is a day 3 with the points buff as well. Anything is possible here. Let's just reflect on Clix and Duke's victory there as well. I mean, there are a lot of solos at the end there, and a leaderboard for you folks at home watching. Remember that our point format here on the show, of course, is each day with 3 days, 6 games per day, but the best 5 scores of each of our teams per day will be the ones counted towards their final score. And you can see here at top spot there they are at 2705, but just behind them, only a few hundred points away, Dark and Gentle. What a day it's been for this duo.
Absolutely incredible. Not only that, they have a 20 elimination lead on anyone else on that leaderboard currently, so they've got to be feeling good. I mean, they're close to a 400-point lead, similar to what we went from day 1 to day 2, so to be expected, but of course, they don't seem satisfied. They're going to be looking to make those adjustments overnight, coming into day 3, make those changes. As I kind of said, Cammy was mentioning a little bit during their interview, right? Not exactly fully happy with the way their looting path was going during the back half of games today, so they're going to be looking for more and maybe even more eliminations if they don't have enough already.
Well, look, we've talked a lot about Cammy and Japko and, of course, Dark and Gentle, which justified. But we also have to talk about Bugha and Threats coming back in a big, big way here in day number 2. Yeah. Day number 1 was not looking great for them going into this, so to see them come back in a big way, great. Also, Kanata Agers. I was not anticipating seeing them at the bottom of the top 10. Going into this, maybe. But right now, no. Like, they have been just rolling up here slowly in day 2, and I like it.
Yeah, we say consistency all the time is key, and of course, that is paying dividends for Kanata and Aegis right now. But 11 through 20th, you can see on screen as well here. The bottom there, we have Bloomy and Lada. We've talked about them a bunch as well, and they've managed to squeeze their way in for now. Other teams that drive up, I mean, Trippin and Quanti as well, that we saw that Trippin went down under the bridge there in that last game. However, managing to sneak into that top 20, which is fantastic from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solo clutch potential, right? You look for those sneaky little plays to kind of get those last couple of placement points, because in the long run, if you're able to make those plays consistently throughout these 18 games, they're going to rack up big.
You know what? That's true. But one thing that hasn't been quite as noticeable was the win that Clix and Duke just took. They're still in 28th place. Despite them walking away with a win and some eliminations, too. It's not like it was just a 0 elim win. They're still outside of the top 20, which is pretty significant. But, you know, 25% more points tomorrow, Adam. There's still a chance.
It's looking very, very exciting tomorrow. We can't wait. Our last day, obviously, the last 12 games have been absolutely unreal, like second to none. But that last day, when you're right, the points do kind of suddenly inflate again. Things are going to change, no doubt. I saw even Thomas and Malibuca in 5th spot now, kind of going up the leaderboard too. And that was a team we always kind of said could go the distance here as well. But let's just break down a bit of like what happened that last game for a second here, because we were all out of our seats. We were like erupting like Fortnite-loving volcanoes, all of us, left, right, and center there. We saw that that incredible work from Hero in the car when Cammy got into the car as well. I want to see a clip of that. If we got that, that'd be fantastic to see here. What a play that was into the storm, and it was, I mean, we were all just living and loving every single second of that.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about these mega city zones, right? There's something special. It's a different dynamic we're not used to seeing on the rest of the island. Of course, so many solos in that end game. We saw the car play, of course, 3 solos in 1 vehicle. Hero making the play to send the car deep into zone on low HP himself, but still making the most of the situation. Of course, Clix and Duke, though, coming out on top there. The player up atop the building, going to lose the high ground to give up the VR. But I mean, Mega City is always a treat no matter what.
You know, interestingly enough, the Mega City teams weren't the ones that were actually finding success there in the end of that game.
Yeah.
Of course, Epic Whale Acorn most notable for the success they found throughout the day with that POI. But the last game, not so much. And ironically enough, it came to them. So it makes you wonder if they were still alive in the final moment, would they have been the team up top? Shooting down towards Clix and Duke. It really makes you think about it. But no, honestly, again, that car play, phenomenal. If you didn't get a chance to see it, it was literally Hero driving the vehicle, did realize Nikov, Japko, Cammy, all in the vehicle, and he just launches the car in and runs back into zone. He's like, nah, man, I'm not going to play around with this. I'm going to stay alive.
The storm was an 8-tick, right, as well?
Yeah,
so
an
when
8-tick.
you're in that storm and you're in there, you're going to get, your health is going to deplete very quickly.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it definitely hurts. And I mean, something to mention, again, Clix and Duke pulling out the VR out of that game. They land close by. We've seen them have a couple of difficulties off spawn of the competition so far. And recently, they've been rotating to Mega City over and over and over again, looking to try and find those elimination points to get big strides on the leaderboard. And this time around, it paid off. Zone pulled their way, able to pull out the VR. Of course, though, Japko, you can see it here. Those big shots onto Tripper and underneath the bridge. Again, Clix, you can see so many solos in the situation, and this was the final straw here. Mixin off the top of the building, kind of that misplay we were talking about a little bit. Clix and Duke capitalizing, of course, picking up the VR.
A beautiful finish, though, for Clix and Duke. And I know, listen, his chat was probably going crazy. We already know what 20K viewers for Clix, like everybody in the chat just, as Emad would like, type 1, just go crazy. So congrats, of course, to Clix and Duke to finish off the day strong. But they're not the only ones finishing off strong. Adam, we got some people to crown, right?
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah, we actually have an MVP. Obviously, every single day here, we're giving out merit awards as well. There's for MVP and the most eliminations of the day. Are you ready for this? The general consensus is today's MVP is Dark. He is going to be your MVP for day 2 here at Gamers8 Featuring Fortnite, and rightly so. Actually, in the clap. Well done, Dark.
Good. Fair.
Love that from you, my friend.
Well
we actually heard earlier on in the competition from Dark and his teammate, and talking about, great IGL leading the charge here. I think that's what's been interesting to see today as well. I mean, we've talked about them. The Middle Eastern competitors in this competition are really surprising us. They're doing some fantastic things that we, with the stacked lobby that we have here, we didn't necessarily expect that, and more fool us because they are absolutely soaring right now.
Yeah, I mean, S-Dark and Gentle, of course, coming out massive at the beginning of the competition, atop the leaderboard for the day. Something I do want to mention, they ended pretty much the first day of competition without 900 points. They surpassed that here in the first 3 games on day number 2. Wow. Going absolutely crazy. Of course, we crowned an MVP the day number 1 of Japko being a fragger. Got to go ahead and give some credit to some IGL, of course.
No, of course. Listen, obviously, the IGL, while they're not getting all the eliminations, maybe they're not the solo at the end trying to get those last few solo impact points, they are still guiding the team to success. And enough credit is due, of course, for the team, regardless of who the IGL is. An IGL is a tough job. Tough role, Adam.
It really is. It really is. And of course, our MVP is sponsored by Kadia as well. Big thanks to Kadia for sponsoring that. Let's look ahead to tomorrow. I mean, we talked about the points are going to be inflated 150% off of day 1. So things are really going to start to heat up as well because every elimination, I think 18 points tomorrow. I mean, that is pretty substantial. 300 points for a victory royale. I mean, I think Cammy, Japko, I mean, everyone that's competing today, obviously, I think a lot of teams have had a better day than yesterday. There'll be a lot more success. It was very dominant yesterday. Yeah. Team today's a bit more kind of split, a lot more kind of teams finding success. Good to see the likes of Refscard getting a win as well there with his teammate Ziandi. You can see the points on board right now. I mean, going back to how teams will kind of adapt to what's happened today. Completely different play styles from some of our teams, but I think a lot of confidence across the board now, not just from 1 or 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to play for, right? Eliminations have been the name of the game. Cammy and Japko atop the leaderboard, most number of eliminations. So everyone else kind of has to adapt their play style to fit in with everyone else on this leaderboard because they have a massive lead, and it drops off fast as you work your way down this leaderboard. I believe they have a 600-point lead from 3rd place as it currently stands. So everyone else has to change things drastically.
Look, this is one team, and I'm going to say this right now. It's a bold statement.
This is big. This is big from Panda. This
bold
is massive.
statement. Are you ready?
He addresses everybody. He addresses the world like this. This is
you got to set it up.
Here. I'm right. I'm with you, people. So here's the deal. Don't forget about Malabuka and Thomas HD. We went into this whole entire competition saying that they were going to win easily, right? And then day 1 came, and it wasn't what we were expecting from them. Day 2, they climb slowly higher up on the leaderboard. And then day 3, they're going to walk away your Gamers8 champions. I'm calling it now. Here, you can go back to this clip it, ship it, put it in chat, type 1 in the chat, it's done. Malibuka Thomas HD, that's what I'm saying.
If this doesn't happen, we'll never let you forget this, by the way.
Yeah.
That's okay. Never let me forget because I'm not wrong here.
You know, I'll back them up a little bit, though. I mean, if you're looking at the way they sit in the top 5 as it currently stands, right? But they're the only team in the top 5 without a victory royale. So they've got there by means of eliminations, and they can kind of figure out the placement strategy and apply that on day 3, where the placement points jump up to 300. Could do some big things.
That's absolutely right. I'm still holding on to Queasy and Venno. I know today we're unsuspecting. They got a few points here and there, but still massively in contention. But we'll see what day 3 brings to us all here. Loved having you two on the desk. This has been great. It's great fun.
Pleasure.
It's good. It's good. This is fun. I've enjoyed this. I wish it could continue for a lot longer into the weeks to come because there's lots of Gamers8 coming your way over the summer actually. But only 1 day left of Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. Tomorrow is day 3 of our competition. We've had 12 games. There are 6 to go. Who will be the victors? Who will be the top dogs taking away $500,000 at the top there, courtesy of our $2 million prize pool? We can't wait to see it, and I know you guys can't wait as well. Massive thanks to the production team who are amazing. Of course, the wonderful broadcast team as well here. Loving this, guys. Love these guys. Of course, the players, for all you guys watching at home as well. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for loads more action. Until then, take care, have a great night, and we'll see you, of course, on the Battle Bus. Bye-bye.
Beep, beep.
Very excited to play the tournament.
Being here, it feels amazing actually.
This is the biggest esports event in the world.
Macwood gone down to the zone.